Mic check, mic check.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Interesting conversation tonight.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Shout out to everybody that's watching the replay. If you are watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it. Right below the video. It's the top of the week, Monday. Shout out to the No Cap crew. We in here. Let's go.
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. It's no captivity. Get into it.
I appreciate you, man. Listen, man. Go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man. Go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
No Cap crew in the building.
Spacey got the sauce on.
They say spare the rod, spoil the child. They say spare the rod, spoil the child. That's what they said. Do butt whippings help train a child in the way they should go? What did it do for you? Do you have children? Well, there's controversy centered around it, and I want us to have an adult conversation.
Spacey got the sauce on.
I think I'm gonna put the link in the chat a little early tonight. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna put the link in the chat a little early tonight, cause I wanna talk about this. All parents, calling all parents to the stage. Calling all parents to the stage. Let's talk about this. And if you used to be a kid, which that makes all of you, I need you to come to the stage as well. We're gonna have a productive conversation tonight. Shout out to all the No Cap crew. I appreciate y'all for being here. Let's get it. Top of the week, Monday. Let's go.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bruh, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No Captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No Captivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No Captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No Captivity. Get into it.
Hey, bruh, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on.
We back, man. Wonderful weekend. We all hung out. Shout out to the No Cap crew. We hung out in the No Cap meetup as well. Oh yeah. Shout out to Mo Love. We had a great podcast live stream last night. Shout out to Mo Love. Shout out to everybody that's watching so far. Share this live stream. Share the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it, man. We're gonna be talking about, do butt whippings help train a child in the way they should go? I think this is a very important subject matter. What about you? Did you get butt whippings when you were younger? How did you get punished when you was younger? Let's talk about it. How did it help you? Did it hurt you?
Spacey got the sauce on.
few seconds before showtime. Shout out to the 4 people that hit the like button. I appreciate you.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
What up, what up, what up? You are officially locked in to No Cap-tivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you're rock with your boy, Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
How y'all feeling? Tonight is gonna be an interesting conversation. I don't even know. I got videos and stuff of. I wanted to have a real serious conversation. I wanted to talk about punishment, for kids, and especially in our demographic, how we're used to getting punished when we were children, when we got in trouble, right? With me, I know that I got a lot of ass whippings, all right? Now, if anybody don't know what an ass whipping is, an ass whipping is not necessarily on your butt. An ass whipping could be anywhere on your body, And here's the thing, when I was younger, I got a lot of them. And needless to say, my family believed in that. They believed in butt whippings. They believed in implementing that in a form of punishment to make sure a child is directed in the right way. To make sure a child does not go and do the same thing that they used to do, right? And when I was younger, I looked at it as, a form of punishment that, that it was just normal. And I'm not saying it's not. I'm pretty sure it still goes on to this day, but I wanted to have a conversation last night because last night I was on Mo Love's channel. Of course I co-host Mo Love's channel every Sunday, right? 8:30 Central. And that was one of the conversations that came up in the discussion. And I thought it was very interesting. I said, you know what? I might discuss that tonight. Now, I was anticipating that it's not going to be a popular conversation. I know. But you know me, Freezy, I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about anyway. And shout out to everybody that's willing to participate in the conversation, man. I really appreciate it, man. Talking about punishment, man. When you're a child, you're vulnerable, right? And you don't really think of certain things the way you think as you become older, when you get an adult, when you reflect back on what happened. You know what I'm saying? You don't really think about it. But I want to talk about it tonight. I'm going to play a couple of videos. I don't know. I don't even know if I should play a couple of, I don't know. Maybe I'll just put the link in the chat and just have the discussion. Tonight feel a little different because I really want to go off of people's real experiences when they was younger, I really wanted to talk about this tonight. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. How y'all feeling? It's Monday, man. How y'all feeling? How about we do a roll call? See who all in the building. Let's see. Shout out to Justin Wade. Oh, Justin Wade he's already opinionated on the topic. Justin Wade said, yes, whippings are definitely needed.
No Cap-tivity.
Justin Wade say whoopings are definitely needed. What do y'all think? Justin Wade got his opinion already, man. Shout out to my sister. Conversation with MJ. She say, hey, Freezy, thanks for earlier. I appreciate you shared the stream and as well, laugh out loud, of course. Have a great show. Thank you, sis, for always sharing the live stream. I appreciate you. Hopefully everybody will follow suit. Please, thank you. This is especially tonight's live stream. I think that it's going to need an extra boost. All right. We're not talking about no celebrities or nothing like that. Although we do attach messages to everything we do, right? There's always a more to everything we do over here. Tonight is going to be just straight up your experience, family, as a child, as a parent, you know, how do you discipline your child? What do you think is appropriate? Do you think it's appropriate? Do you think whoopings are appropriate? You know, and what other form of punishment do you think is appropriate, you know? Or even if it's a combination of the two. But shout out to Conversation with MJ. She's right. I was looking at her live stream earlier. As always, man, I'm always looking at MJ. She's always covering some good stuff, especially the law and crime sector. Shout out to MJ. Make sure y'all subscribe to her channel, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to JD1975. What's up, bro? He say salute. What's going on, JD? Great to see you, dog. Great to see you. Make sure y'all subscribe to JD1975's channel
No
too, man.
Cap-tivity.
And y'all do what my sister say. Make sure y'all hitting the like button and share the live stream. That's very important. Share this live stream. Spare the rod, spoil the child. All y'all have heard it. All of y'all have heard it. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Is that true? And what does that really mean? What does it mean? Huh? Shout out to my brother, DJ Easy. Doing the big entertainment, aka DJ Ant. He say CPS and DCF gonna join the chat, Freezy. Be careful. Hey man, listen, come on over. That's what we need. We might need one of y'all to hit the link. So if anybody join from CPS or DCF, hit the link so we can actually know the you know the do's and the don'ts.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to DJ Easy. Stanley D Rock the Block White. What's up, bro? Oh man, great to see Stan. Stan hung out with us last night. We had a great conversation. Thank you, Stan. I know y'all. I know. I tapped out last night. I was gone, man. I was tired. And when I woke up, y'all was still alive, man. Shout out to Mo Love, man. Let's get Mo Love bomb on that one, man. Shout out to Stanley D Rock the Block, man. Great to see you, dog. Great to see you. Let me see. Stanley said I didn't have to whoop the kids I have in my current marriage. I didn't have to whoop the kids I have in my current marriage. Oh, okay. Great insight. See, we already getting insight on people's, you know, households and how they punish their kids and all that kind of stuff. Shout out to you, Stan. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Let's see. Prime, what's up, man? Prime say, Freezy, what's good? Man, just chilling, man. We're gonna have an interesting conversation. Prime was a part of the conversation last night. Stanley was a part of the conversation last night. I wanted to continue the conversation tonight because I thought it would be interesting. Shout out to you, Prime. Hopefully, I'm going to put the link in the chat a little earlier tonight. And tonight might not be a long live stream. You know, we're going to do a couple hours or whatever. But I just wanted to talk about whoopings as a punishment. Because we've been receiving them for so long, and I just wanted to have an in-depth conversation about it. You know, shout out to Prime, man. Make sure if y'all need any graphic design work, make sure y'all holler at your boy Prime, man. Shout out to Prime, man. I said Jerome in the house. I said Jerome in the house. Watch your mouth. Jerome say some of us aren't being raised correctly, and it shows how biased we are when we talk about the shortcomings of certain genders in the black community. Hey, man, Jerome, very introspective, That's right, man. You know, I like to talk about stuff that's centered around us because I want to try. I just want to have conversations that's going to help us get it as right as possible, right? And I'm not even saying butt whippers is wrong. I don't know hopefully we'll come to a good conclusion towards the end of this live stream. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out to Jerome in the house, man. Man, shout out to my sister. I'm gonna call out your super cap in 1 second. Shout out to Mo. Man, Mo Love might be one of the hardest working women on YouTube. I think Mo Love did a 12-hour live stream, ended that. And how long was the second live stream you did, Mo? Put it in the chat. Was it like 3 or 4 hours, 2, 3, 4 hours or something? Mo surpassed my record. I did 12. I think Mo damn near did 15 hours yesterday, all the way up until this morning. Shout out to Mo. I'm gonna call out your super cap in 1 second. Make sure y'all subscribe to Mo's channel.
Cap-tivity.
As well, man. Shout out to Midday Coffee. Coffee, what's up, bro? Coffee, is that you, Coffee Nino? Is that you? He say salute. Shout out to Coffee Nino, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you, bro. I think that's Coffee Nino. I don't want to call out the wrong name, man. Let me see. Is that your new channel too, Coffee? Is Midday Coffee your new channel? Let me know. Or is that even you, Coffee? I want to make sure I know. Okay, Mo Love saying that's Coffee, so that might be Coffee. I don't know. Let me see. Let's see. Get rid of this. I wonder why I do that. Where Coffee at? Okay, here we go. Yeah. And listen, I want to remind everybody. Oh, Coffee say yes, this one channel of 4. Okay. Okay, wait. Y'all subscribe to Midday Coffee too. Yeah. Coffee, he got a just in case y'all try to take one of Coffee channels down, he got 3 more for your ass. Oh yeah. Listen. And Coffee gonna give your ass whipping too. Tell him, Coffee. Listen, shout out to everybody that shared the live stream already. Shout out to Conversations with MJ. MJ always shared the live stream. She shared the live stream already. Could everybody else please share this live stream? It's very important, man. It's a very important conversation. Very important conversation, man. Share the live stream. The share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Share this live. Let's get a group effort, please. Let's get a group effort and share this live stream out. Listen, spare the rod, spoil the child. I'm pretty sure you guys know a bunch of parents out there that could actually use this live stream. I'm pretty sure you guys know a bunch of parents out there that could use this live stream. Calling all parents. Y'all know Freezy love the kids, man. I don't care about popular subject matters too much all the time, man. You know, we gonna do what we feel like we need to do over here. So share the live stream, man. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all. And shout out to everybody that's whoever shared the live stream for becoming a part of the No Cap campaign. The No Cap campaign. That's what you are. That's what you just became a part of when you share the live stream. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. When you share the live stream, it will allow you to share it out to any one of your social media platforms or any one of your close friends and family, because it also gives you an option to share the link as well. Shout out to the No Cap campaign, man.
No Cap-tivity.
And I wish $11 million in your life. Believe in and receive it, right? Shout out to everybody that hit that like button, man. Who all hit the like button? Shout out to the 11 people that hit the like button so far, man. Shout out to the 11 people that hit the like button so far. Thank you for hitting that like button. It's so appreciated. I wish you $4 million in your life. Believe it and receive it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
No Cap-tivity.
And listen, always remember to get your comments read and highlighted. You can either send a super cap, aka super chat, just like my sister did, right? Just like my sister Mo Love did, right? She has the first super cap of the night. It's actually a $5 super cap. Shout out to my sister Mo Love. She say, Freezy, love you, brother. Shout out to the No Cap crew. Right back at you, sis. Mo Love is the first super cap of the night. Who's gonna follow suit? Who loves this? Who likes this topic? Who loves this subject matter? Right? Spare the rod, spoil the child. Do whoopings really help train a child in the way they should go? We're gonna have an in-depth conversation. Shout out to Mo Love for helping us keep the lights on. Shout out to Mo Love. Thank you so much.
No Cap-tivity.
Mo Love, the first super cap of tonight. And listen, I want to remind you guys, if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app, to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Okay, Mo Love was the first super cap. Who's going to be the first cash cap? Let me clear this up. Hold on, y'all. We're going to have a good conversation tonight. Here we go. And get rid of that. I had to cut my notification on, my ringer on for my cash out, y'all. Cause I be slipping sometime. Okay, there we go. Okay. There we go. Shout out to Mo Love, man. And listen, oh yeah. That's to get your comments read and highlighted. Also, the cash cap is $, no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. And listen, also, to be the initial sponsor of tonight's show, it only takes $20 or more. $20 or more to be the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Whoever will be the initial sponsor of tonight's show, your name will flash on the sponsorship banner below. The sponsorship banner that you guys see flashing right there, that's where your name gonna be at right there. And guess what? Who will it be? That's what it say on the sponsorship banner. Who will it be? Who will it be? Who will be the first sponsor of tonight's show? $20 or more. That's all it takes. I appreciate y'all.
No Cap-tivity.
I appreciate y'all. So listen, yeah. So I'm gonna just say this. When I was younger, I grew up in the hood, right? I grew up in the hood, and I wouldn't necessarily say I was a well-mannered kid all the time. Just like any other child, I was mischievous, and I got in trouble, and I did things that got me in trouble, man. I remember I was in the living room, and me and my brothers were running and stuff. My grandma had this porcelain panther. It was like a porcelain tiger or panther. And we was running in the living room, and we was running away from each other. We was running at each other, trying to chase each other. And we knocked over my grandmother's porcelain tiger. Now, we didn't try to knock it over. You know what I'm saying? But it knocked over, and the glass just shattered all over the floor. And when my grandma got home, when I tell you that was one of the worst whippings I got in my life, we got whooped with a belt. And I don't know what side of the belt I don't remember what side of the belt my brother got whooped with, but I know I got whooped with the belt buckle side, and she kept hitting me with the belt buckle. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. When you get beat with a belt and on the belt buckle side, when you try to block the belt buckle, it don't help you a lot, because the belt buckle still hitting your hand, so everything hurts. So when she hit my hand with the belt buckle, I tucked my hand in, and then she caught me across the shoulder, caught me across the back, caught me across the ass. And yeah, I was crying. You know, I was trying to be hard, man, but I felt like, hey, I was running in the living room, and I knocked my grandmother's porcelain tiger over, and I deserved it. I felt like I deserved it. You know what I'm saying? I felt bad, you know, and I was scared because I knew the butt whipping was coming. Shout out to Heed, the little one shot Heed in the building. He say peace and blessings. Shout out to Heed, man.
No
shout out to you. Peace and
Cap-tivity.
blessings to you too. And shout out to our sister Shout out to Tyranny. What's going on, Tyranny? She said, I've tried whipping ass. I've tried talking. Nothing works. Shout out to
No Cap-tivity.
Tyranny, man. Hit the link, Tyranny. Hit the link, Tyranny. What do you think about this topic, man? And also, shout out to Nightish, man. Nightish said, what up, Freezy? Man, we just having a serious discussion tonight. I'm going to put the link in the chat real early. Make sure y'all subscribe to Nightish's channel, man. That's my brother. That's my
No
dog.
Cap-tivity.
That's my brother. That's my dog. Also, shout out to Sid in the building. What's going on, Sid? Sid say, best lessons in life are karma or the energy that you put out return to you. My mom made me wipe down the mirrors I painted on. I remember those lessons to this day. Shout out to Sid, man. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. But yeah, I got hit. So the reason why I told that story is some butt whippings I never forget. I never forget some butt whippings. My dad really hardly ever whooped us. My dad never really whooped us. I remember one butt whipping I got from my dad. And we were standing like, it was almost like a shotgun house. The house we were staying, it was like a wooden house, an old wooden house, and it was like a shotgun house. And I remember, because my mom worked more than my dad. My mom was always working. She was always, in the daytime, my mother was not home because she was working. My dad really didn't work like that, so he was always home. So the good thing about it is my mama didn't need a babysitter. I just thought about that. I just thought about that. You know, maybe that's why my mother didn't complain as much in the beginning. I don't know. But I forgot exactly what we did to get in trouble. But, well, me. I got a ass whooping from my dad, and my brother didn't get an ass whooping. My brother sat on the couch, and he looked at me while I was getting the ass whooping, and I was so resentful. My dad took, do y'all remember those huge Afro combs? Do y'all remember those huge Afro combs? I'm talking about the Afro combs probably was this big. Do y'all remember those huge Afro combs? My dad used one of those huge Afro combs. Shout out to Travel One. What's going on, Travel One? She said, greetings, Freezy, and his No Captivity chatters. Another brain sketching topic, listening in. Shout out to Travel One. Thank you for being here, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
As always. Did I see Emperor? Where's Emperor? Did I see Emperor? Shout out to Emperor, man, in the building. What's going on, Imp? Thank you for putting people's links in the chat, Imp. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313, the great Emperor. We've been praying for you, Imp. We've been praying for you, your mom, your dad. You know, hope all is well, man. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate you, bro. And we appreciate you. And shout out to Emperor. He put his gaming channel in the chat. Make sure y'all subscribe to Emperor's gaming channel. Shout out to Emperor.
No Cap-tivity.
Kojak 313, the great. But yeah, back to my story, right? Because you listen, I got a lot of ass whipping stories. We could be here for another 12 hours if y'all want to hear all my ass whipping stories. But yeah, my dad, of course, he was strong because I was a little child anyway, so that didn't really matter. He was stronger than me, much stronger. My dad put me on his lap, right? My dad put me on his lap and he told me to come here. He put me on his lap and he pulled my pants down and my bare ass was showing. And he held me down. And he was whipping me with that comb on my ass. And while he was whipping, he was talking. Didn't I tell you? That's that whooping language. Anybody ever heard that whooping language before? Father, bitch, with your bad fucking ass. That's whooping language. And he just kept whooping me. And my brother was sitting on the couch eating cereal, on the other couch eating cereal, grinning and laughing at me while I was getting the whipping. And I forgot what I had did, but I never forgot that whipping. That was the first and last whipping my daddy ever gave me. I never got a whipping from my dad after that, but I never forgot that whipping. All the other zillions of whippings that I received either came from my mother. My mother, she gave us a lot of whippings. me and my twin brother, or my grandmother. Before my grandmother took ill, my grandmother took ill with Parkinson's disease. So after she after she got too ill, right? After her Parkinson's progressed too much, she didn't whoop me or my brothers as much. Well, my younger brother, it was me, my twin brother, and we had a younger brother, but our younger brother, he didn't really get whooped like that. You know. When me and my twin brother used to get whoopings, my younger brother, he used to go hide up under the bed, and they used to feel sorry for him. You know, he was the baby, you know, so they ain't really get whoopings like that. Was it like that in y'all household too? Yeah, my brother was a baby, so he didn't really get whoopings like that. And I used to hate that, you know, he used to always skate past whoopings. And I'm gonna tell you something, my young brother was bad. He was bad, but he never got whippings, you know, and he was spoiled. He really was, man. But let me stop thinking about that. But anyway, so yeah, me and my brothers got a lot of whippings, you know, and I just thought that that's the way it should go. And when you walk outside your house, you see your friends, and when you go to your friend's house, you witness that your friends is getting ass whippings too. So then you understand, oh, this ain't just in our house. Everybody getting ass whippings. You know what I'm saying? All our homeboys get ass whippings. I done seen young black girls get ass whipping. I done seen parents come out to the school and dish out ass whippings in front of all the kids. I done seen it all. You understand what I'm saying? When we was younger, if you got in trouble, the teacher sent you to the office, and guess what? The principal would give you an ass whipping. I mean, ass whippings was everywhere. So I just felt like, you know, ass whippings was appropriate and proper, and it was to teach you a lesson, right? The ass whooping taught you a lesson. Now, I want to get more into it. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I don't think I'm going to show any videos right now. Maybe throughout the show, I might show some videos. Like I said, this live stream is going to be a little shorter than others. Because I wanted to have a real conversation about this, you know, just so people can watch. And then people can watch it on the replay, because listen, I'm not the only one, right? I'm not the only one that has experienced this and just have gotten whippings when they was younger, you know. And I know there are parents today that, you know, that still whoop their kids, and they believe in whooping their kids, you know. And so I wanted to talk about the dynamics centered around it, and what do you guys think? Do you still whoop your child? Do you still whoop your children? Have you changed your mind about it? Did you never whoop your child before? I want to talk about it, right? And I also want to talk about, is there a correct way to whoop your child? What's the psychology behind whooping your child? How does it translate to discipline? Does whooping your child, are whooped kids more disciplined than unwhooped kids? Right? I remember watching, was it Dr. Phil? And I think I played this video. As a matter of fact, let me get this video. Hold on. I remember playing this video of this white kid, right? And I always used to envy white kids, because I hardly ever seen white kids get ass whoopings. To the degree that, you know, I used to see the people in the hood, the kids in the hood get ass whoopings. I just never seen it to that type of degree. I'm not saying they didn't get ass whoopings. Of course they got ass whoopings, but I just never really seen it. Let me see. White, yeah. Mom on. Was it Dr. Phil? Let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let me share the screen so y'all can see it. Okay. So this is the kid that I seen a while ago. And I never forgot this this video clip. I think it was Dr. Phil. I never forgot this video clip. I'm gonna play the video clip, and I think when black parents, or not just black parents, any parents see this clip, this is why a lot of parents felt like it was appropriate to whoop their kids. Because obviously this child did not receive any ass whoopings at all. Here we go.
Right my arm, and that hurt. And what gives you the right to strike me with your elbow?
Dude, the first time you went like that to me, I ignored it. And you jabbed me again.
I didn't jab you.
And I could see where it was going and what I said to you, and this was a word of warning.
I tapped you. I did not jab you. You jabbed me.
I was petrified. And what I said to you is physical acts of aggression get taken very seriously on an airplane. If you begin...
Now, here it is. This woman is talking to her child. This woman is actually talking to her child, right? She's trying to be patient. She's not too quick to get angry and all of that kind of stuff. She's talking to her child, right? And when I was younger, I wanted this. I felt like, dang. And listen, y'all, please don't feel like I'm being racist when I say this, okay? I'm just keeping it 100 with you. I used to think that white kids had it easier than me. I'm gonna just speak for myself. I used to think that white kids had it easier than me because I used to see white kids in the store, you know, catching a fit, and the mom used to be like, they used to talk to their kids just like this. Timmy, come, little Timmy, come on. Okay, stop. Get over here now. And they never got an ass whooping. I done got an ass whooping in the middle of the grocery store. Real talk. I've gotten an ass whooping in the middle of the grocery store for touching the wrong thing, for picking shit up that I wasn't supposed to pick up, or that I didn't think I was supposed to pick up. I'm telling you. But I just always thought white kids had it better. And listen, you got to give it to this woman. She is just talking to him. She's trying to communicate with her child. What do y'all think?
To get aggressive, they will put handcuffs on you.
I was getting your attention. I did this. I was tapping your arm with my elbow, and you went like that.
I had told you on more than one occasion that I wasn't putting the volume down.
Well, you know what? I kept asking because it was driving me crazy.
So then you decided to do this. And
so, do y'all understand? See how she's talking? She's trying to talk it out with her child. She's trying to talk it out with her child. Let me make sure. What is this? Oh, okay. Okay, good. Here we go.
And after the second one, I gave you one back as a way to say, stop it.
So you said that's enough?
Exactly.
This guy is getting away with murder. If I would have did that to my mom, I probably would have walked out with a broke leg or some shit like that.
No, yeah, you got my attention, but I'm not a dog.
So why don't you heed my suggestions of stop it when I ask politely?
Because you're not the complete boss of me. I control my body, I control what I do, and you...
But listen, is it all bad though? Is it all bad? Obviously, this young kid does not have any fear, right? Obviously, this kid feels the freedom to express himself. Is that bad though? I need y'all to help me out. Is this really bad? Is it necessarily bad? Because I think it's a healthy thing that a child feels free to express himself in this nature, right?
You don't have the right to hit me that hard. I lightly tapped your arm with my elbow. Stop, let me talk. I lightly tapped your arm with my elbow to get your attention. Bam, right in my arm. It actually left a mark for about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes later, it was finally faded.
Backing up, you said you're not the boss of me. I am the boss of you. When a mother says to be quiet, she's the boss of you, and you need to listen to that. Bottom line,
I never said.
when a teacher says something, she's the boss of you, and you need
Shut
to listen.
up! Give me a turn to speak.
So the little boy is crying, right? He's crying and he's emotional, and he wants his mom to listen to him. But his mother is struggling to get her son to listen to her. The little boy is emotional. All right. And it doesn't seem like the mother is, you know, it doesn't seem like she gets physical with him.
Fine, see? You do that to me. How does it feel? How does it feel to be told to shut up?
We've talked about it.
Let me speak. How does that
Do
feel?
not.
How does that feel?
Do not.
I'm at the
So instead of her whooping his ass, he ended up putting his hands on his mother because he felt like he could, you know? What do you guys think? Should his mom whoop his ass when he get home? I don't even know if this woman can handle this kid because it look like he got some weight on him, you know?
Put your hands on me. Do you understand me?
Do you understand me?
No, I asked you a question.
You know what? Shut up! Apparently that's the only word that gets your attention. How does that make you feel?
I, of course, always knew that there was an incredible amount of rage and anger there, but the depths of it surprised me. And of course, when he raised his hand and slapped me across the face, that absolutely surprised me.
She said it surprised her. She didn't say it made her mad and angry. She said it surprised her. I'm going to tell y'all something. I would have never hit my mom when I was a child. But let's just get some positive stuff out of this. The type of insight and patience and how this woman is trying to understand her son, to me, that's not a bad thing, right? I'm talking about how she's so desperately trying to understand her son. Now, where this young kid is today, at the age he is now, I don't know. I don't know where he at. I don't know if he in prison or he graduated from Princeton. I don't know.
Did lightly slap her on the cheek to show her how that feels. So I hope that.
So he slapped his mother on the cheek to show her how it feels, you know, to get hit on.
That made her think about what she does. You know what? You be nice to me, I'll be nice to you, but it'll never end if you continue to be mean. I try to apologize, saying, you know what, Mom, I should not have said that, and I am sorry. And then you come back with, well, all I'm trying to do is treat you nicely. I'm just trying to be nice to you. That's mean. I just really need somewhere to stay other than with my mom.
He say, okay, so obviously he just spoiled. This kid is just spoiled. But I just want to show y'all that right quick. For one, just to get y'all riled up, and for two, I wanted y'all to see why some people do feel like they need to actually put the hand of thunder on their kids. Right? Shout out to Chaz Focus. What's going on, Chaz? Great to see you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Lord ADS. What's up, Lord ADS?
No Cap-tivity.
Great to see you. Next level, what's up with you?
No captivity.
Great to see y'all, man. Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I just want to have a brief, I just want to talk about it, just in case y'all want to come up. Like I said, we ain't gonna stay that long tonight, y'all. Let me know if you got an ass whooping when you was younger. And let me know if it helped you. Let me know if it, if you felt like it hurt you. Let's get it, man.
JV for And you done hit the plus for 10, yeah, and caught the bin, yeah. You wanna fuck her and a friend, yeah, do that again, yeah. Get 2 lags, know them boy could double back and spin, yeah. Ride around with that extend, yeah.
Link
You
in
play
the
the
chat.
win, yeah. 40 with a switch, yeah. With thumb in this
Shout
bitch,
out to the
yeah.
No Cap
Pull up
crew,
and
I
let it
appreciate
hit till
y'all.
it's none in this bitch, yeah. You a head hunter, drop 100, get 100 niggas dead. You don't want the bitch, but you gon' hunt your head. Yeah. That little bitch good with them names, huh? You in the game, huh? You bout to go to Johnny Dane, huh? And do your thing, huh? Took that bitch to Miami, bout to switch a frame, huh? Baby mama mad at you, wanna do the same, huh? A couple pics of watch, so I guess you bang, huh? I seen really young dappy up, I guess you slain, huh? Wanna take it to the booth, huh? And drop some heat, huh? You know BD got them beats, huh? That boy a beast, huh? Since a juvenile, you stuck to the G code, huh? They hating on you cause they think you got the cheat code, huh? Hope your name don't get brought up in that Rico, huh? Cause you one of them niggas ran up with that Chico, huh? Instead of praying to your Howard shot, you took a shower, huh? Got them bees, that's your power, huh? Can't leave without them, huh? You were living wrong, huh? But now you're
Stan,
on,
what's up,
huh?
bro?
Extra corner for you go home,
What's
huh?
good,
You know
bro?
you strong, huh? You gon' bust that nigga.
Stan, man, I appreciate you for hitting the link. Stan, you was part of the conversation last night.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to continue the conversation tonight. Now, I done talked to you about some of your life, and we was fortunate enough to hear some of your transparency as far as like what you went through, incarceration, all of that. You know, growing up in the hood is very easy to get in trouble. You know, it's a lot of negative influences, especially when you're around poverty and stuff, and a lot of your friends are lacking things. You lacking stuff, I'm lacking stuff. I mean, my Christmases stopped a long time ago. My birthdays and stuff, they stopped a long time ago, just simply because we was poor.
Right.
Just, and
Keep
so
it a stack, bro.
yeah, exactly, And so when we used to get into stuff and we got caught doing things that my mom or my grandma might have thought was mischievous or disobedient, the way they responded to it most of the time was we got butt whippings. You know what I'm saying? And I received all kind of butt whippings. I'm talking about from belts, belt buckles, extension cords, tree switches. I'm pretty sure it was some more stuff like a broom handle or
Broom
Sometime-
handle, mop handle. If your mama smokes, she might throw an ashtray at you. She
Oh,
had
yeah.
high heels on, she'll throw that at you.
And listen,
they get creative.
sometimes they would get so angry, they'll grab the closest thing to them. They'll just be looking around and just grab something.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And so I remember that, man. And ass whoopings was a big part of my childhood. Like when I think about my childhood, it was almost like a stamp, one of the big stamps on my childhood. You know, like I could tell ass whooping stories for days.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
I'm thankful that I grew up in the era that, like you said, the principal will whoop you at school.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The neighborhood will whoop you. If you cussed in front of Miss Such and Such house and she cool with your mama, she gonna whoop you and tell your mama about it. Then you gonna get whooped by your mama. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a chain reaction. But it put in our brains that it ain't safe to act a fool.
Did you get a lot of whoopings when you was younger?
Hell yeah, I'm not. Well, actually, it was a mixture. I ain't even gonna lie. At first, I didn't, but then when I started rebelling, yeah, it got to the point where I would dare my mama to whoop me. I just stand there and look at her, see how much pain I could take.
Really?
That hurt.
I think I ended up getting like that too.
Yeah. Then that's when she put the belts and the switches down and started knocking me out.
No, she started using her hands.
Yeah. Belts don't work no more, huh? All right, cool.
Shout out to Hot Sauce, aka put your foot in that ass. That's his name today. What's going on, Hot Sauce?
Salute, gentlemen.
Salute, bro.
Very
Salute,
interesting
Hot Sauce,
topic.
what up?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, D-Rock? Violence is not the answer, gentlemen. And I don't believe in I don't believe that ass weapons keep you out of jail.
So when we
I want to get into this, Freezy, man. Let's go.
Well, listen, here it is. Like when we look at mainstream society and the laws, if somebody does something too egregious, we've seen it. If you break the law, there are some cops that a lot of cops will handle you with a rough hand. They will slam you. Sometimes they'll use a nightstick. Sometimes, if you get too unruly, they'll tase you. Cops are trained to use force when citizens disobey the law. They don't just come up on the scene and a lot of times and talk to you and try to gain an understanding and try to sit down with you on the couch and say, what was wrong? I mean, why did you do what you did? And then you guaranteed if they find out you did break the law, you guaranteed to get their cuffs slapped on you. And they're going to put you in a cold cell with cement and steel. So when I was younger, my mom used to tell me, I'm doing this. It's better for me to whoop your ass than for the cops to get a hold of your ass. You're going to wish that you're going to thank me later that I did this. Anybody heard that? Did anybody hear that? You going to thank me later. You going to think about this ass whooping later?
I heard it, and even then I knew it was some BS. But yeah, I heard it.
Why you thought it was some BS?
Because even knowing what I know now, it's not illegal until you get caught. People do a bunch of crimes and they don't get caught for them. So like I say, I knew it was BS because because what she's not teaching me is if you don't break the law, then there will be no consequences of it.
Right. And there's a lot of I'm pretty sure I'm willing to bet that a lot of guys in jail got ass whipped when they were kids. I'm pretty sure of it. So it's not a preventative measure. It doesn't reform you. Things like that. Violence for me, I don't think whipping a kid to keep your kid out of jail doesn't work. It just doesn't work, man.
Hurt people.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Because whippings and stuff like that directly comes from slavery, bro.
Right.
Getting switches and stuff like that. That's how you beat a slave. So all you're doing is just beating kids like a slave.
I'm so glad. Can I say something real quick, Hot Sauce, to expand on that?
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Because what he's saying is, in the same way they did that during slavery, that's how our parents do. Our parents would take us, whoop us in front of the other kids as a sign of to show, don't mess with me, or whatever the case may be. That's how you install that fear without having to whoop everybody, by doing it publicly. You know what I'm saying? Or doing it in front of the other people that you're trying to teach that lesson to. My bad,
Yeah,
hot
doing
sauce.
it. Yeah, doing it in front of your siblings, right? Doing it in front. It's the same thing, man. The same thing. How we were beat back on the plantation is the exact same way how we beat our children, or how we were beat. I got to switch, right? Go to the tree, pick a switch, come back, because all my family's from the south. I'm the only one that's born in the north, right? Go get the switch.
So actually, I heard different when I was a child. I heard that a lot of kids that get in trouble, or end up in prison or jail, it's because their parents didn't take the time to punish them and whoop their ass and all that kind of stuff. They were spoiled. I heard that most of the people that get in trouble and went to prison were spoiled kids, and they got their way. They ain't have no discipline.
I used to think that too. Until, like I said, I didn't go to jail until I was a grown adult. You know what I'm saying? And it's because of something that I did, something that my mama ain't had nothing to do with. She didn't teach me this. You know what I'm saying? And none of that. It didn't have nothing to do with my upbringing. It's something I chose to do. I get why we used to say that, because I said that too. Because I could understand how I had more respect for my parents, or my mom rather. I had more respect for my mom because she would knock the hell out of me, versus the kids that, just like the video that you showed, it's like, oh man, he gonna run all over his mama. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that he's gonna run all over his mama and he don't learn respect for authority, the world is gonna teach him that respect for authority. Like, that's why we have the fear of the police that we have. It actually stems from the whoopings that we got. Because we look at it like, okay, we got whoopings by our parents, but at least we thought our parents loved us. You know what I'm saying? We getting whoopings by these police. We know these police don't love us. That's why, even with the point that you just said, the reason why it's worse, that's why they say black police should police black neighborhoods. The love is different. You see what I'm saying? Because if I have a love for my fellow man, I'm not going to just want to jump out the car and beat on them. I'm going to want to find out what's going on. Because the way they treat their people, or you know what I'm saying, or their same race people, they treat them, they have conversations with them. They might have weapons out. They might be in bad, dangerous situations. But for some way or some reason, they can show compassion towards them, but not towards us. Because love isn't instilled. And I'm gonna digress right here, but I'm gonna unpack the difference between my two relationships. One, the love wasn't there. The love for my kids is the reason why I don't beat my children in this current relationship.
What do you mean the love wasn't there though? What do you mean by that?
The love wasn't there, meaning that.
You mean when you used to get whoopings, or when you used to whoop your kids?
when I used to whoop my children. Some of that, and if I'm being honest with myself, Reezy, that's what I'm saying. If I'm being honest
keep it 100
with myself,
though,
yeah. If I'm being honest with myself, if they got whooped, it came out of frustration. I didn't whoop them.
Oh, you talking about at the time while you was whooping your kids?
Right. Yeah. It didn't come out of love, because if I love them, then I could find an alternate way of disciplining them without physically beating them.
That's the fact. Because I wanna hop on there if I could for a second. I'm willing. I would love to know. I would love to know if we took a 2-parent home and a 1-parent home. I'm willing to kind of think that a 1-parent home issues a lot more ass whippings than a 2-parent home, just because what you said, patience and frustration. Because for sure, the times that I grew a single mom, I'm pretty sure some of those ass whippings were just because she was annoying and she didn't have the patience. Pretty sure of it.
So you agree with that, hot sauce, that most of the time when a parent whoops a child after a child does something to piss the parent off, you don't think the parent is whooping the child out of love in that moment?
No, I don't. I don't think it's out of love.
I'm coming to you, Lord ADS. I'm gonna get hot sauce opinion on that because Stan said he felt he it wasn't out of love when he used to whip his kids.
Not every time. Not every time. I'm not saying every time, but for me, I can just say my personal experience. There were some times where I just got beat because my mom was just overwhelmed and frustrated. Sometimes it was deserving, right? Sometimes, most of the time, it was deserving, right? But I didn't get beat a lot. I didn't get beat a lot as a kid. But there were some times where it was just like simple frustration and annoyance.
I can say the same thing. Just real quick, Freezy. All the whippings that they got, it wasn't out of that context. You know what I'm saying? But I know for sure, like I said, if I'm being honest, every single whooping wasn't out of love. It's one in particular that I know that was out of love, and actually CPS got called on me for this particular whooping. I took a nap, woke up, and I'm watching my oldest son and my oldest daughter watching their baby brother eating out of the trash can. They're watching and laughing. So I told their behinds up. You know what I'm saying? And it probably was a little bit too much. But when I sat them down, I said, the reason why y'all got a whooping and not just a talking to is because he's eating out. He's an infant. He's in Pampers. You know what I'm saying? He's eating out of the trash can. He could have choked on anything. You know what I'm saying? He could have ate something that was bad or whatever the case may be. So y'all punishment is going to reflect the severity of what I think this issue is. Because I think that was dead serious. And I think y'all are wrong for being the ages that y'all are, knowing better and still allowing him to do that.
So you whooped him?
So that was out of love. You know what I'm saying? Even though I totally behinds up, but it was out of love. And when CPS came, that was a whole nother story. I'm gonna let Lord ADS get in, but I can tell you how that went too.
Well, I want you to hold that thought. What do you think, Lord ADS?
I was raised in a 2-parent household. Spare the rod, spoil the fucking child. I mean, when I was growing up, I'd say from about 4 or 5 into about 13, 14, I used to get my ass towed up because I used to stay in shit all the time, man. I used to be outside. I was with my boys. They were still in cars. I got an ass whooping, right? I'm riding the car with them. I went to the convenience store when I was 5, 6 years old, filled my pockets up with Hershey's, and they caught me, got my ass whooped for it. I think past a certain age, you have to stop whipping a child. I think 13 is probably the right age to stop whooping kids. But from 5 to 13, those are critical years for training and discipline. See, people forget what whoopings is for. They're not only for, as a punishment, but to install discipline within you, to know, right from wrong from a moral perspective, right? This comes with a consequence. And I think that's missing from a lot of folks nowadays. They don't understand there's consequences to the shit they do until they meet up with law enforcement.
Yeah. I heard that when I was younger too. I had brought that up. I mentioned that my mom used to actually say that it's better for me to punish you than for the cops to get you. You're gonna be sorry, and you'll thank me later.
The problem is that if we examine the outcomes, bro, like, so we got to examine the outcomes. So then my question would be, because I don't know, so my question would be that the people are in jail, did majority of them get whippings? Because if majority of them got whippings, especially black people in jail, then it doesn't hold true. You see what I'm saying?
Can I get this, Freezy?
Go ahead.
Because the correction isn't being done out of love, it's being done out of frustration, out of anger, right? You know what I'm saying? You at that point you want to you rather punish the child than to teach them a lesson. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of that comes down to that. They come up in these households where it's already a certain level of abuse because the mama's abusing the boys, calling them they ain't shit, they stupid, and then whooping them on top of that just creates low self-esteem, low confidence, right? And more bad behavior. I think correction done right goes a long way towards a child's future. When correction is done wrong, it gets these type of negative results where the child he's already confused about right from wrong because you see his mama doing wrong with these men. You know what I'm saying? And she called them names and then she whooping them too. Where's his sense of equilibrium, right? For every correction, there needs to be some type of reward, you know what I'm saying, for doing right versus just you do right, you don't get whooped. I think that's a very piss poor incentive. And I think a lot of people grew up on that incentive.
I think that a lot of kids in certain environments, they do better than other environments. I noticed that environments matter. Like whoever the adults that are around you that's handling you, it matters. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember, bro, when I was in the 3rd grade, it was a white teacher. I'm never gonna forget this teacher. Her name is Miss Harris, bro. One of the best people I ever met in my life. A white teacher, a white woman. She came to my desk one morning and asked me, she was like, "Hey, I need you to go to the office." I thought I did something wrong because I was making good grades. I was making all A's, it was E's for excellent then. And she said, "Just go to the office and they'll let you know what it's about." I really never went to the office because I was, in her class. Now I was a bad kid, but in her class, I was a good kid. I made sure I ain't get in trouble because I liked it, Miss Harris. But when I went to the office, they was like, are you Fred?" I was like, "Yeah." They said, we were expecting you. Go in the room and the paperwork is on the desk. I had to take an IQ test to be in the gifted program because Miss Harris paid attention to me that close to where she felt like I was gifted as far as my intellect. So I had to take an IQ test to be in the gifted program. And from that point on, I scored high enough on the IQ test to where every Wednesday I didn't have to sit in the regular class. I went off to another school outside of the city, and I was with some other kids that actually took the same IQ test. In Florida, well, in my area, they call it the Alpha program. I don't know if y'all heard of that. It's called the Alpha program. But in different school districts, they probably give it a different name.
It's called Alert over here.
Oh, Alert,
Gifted,
okay.
When I was in school, the gifted program.
Gifted program, okay. Yeah. So I never forget, bro. I wore that as a badge of honor. And I was so surprised that Miss Harris noticed that in me. My mom, my dad, they never actually sat me down and said, "Man, you gifted. You know what I'm saying? You smart, whatever." They just expected me to bring good grades home because that's what we supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make is I remember how patient and soft Miss Harris was. It made me want to excel in her class. I remember there was an assignment for all the students in the class where we had to actually write a short story. Well, my short story was a horror. It was like a suspense story, and everybody passed their assignments in to the teacher. And then for some reason, Miss Harris, she came to me. She called me to her desk and said, "Would you mind reading your story in front of the class?" And I was the only one she asked to read the story in front of the class. The point I'm trying to make is that, like, Miss Harris ain't never give me no ass whipping. Right? And I felt so empowered in her class. So I'm asking, is there a way for a child to go throughout their childhood with no ass whippings and still be successful? See, when I was younger, I didn't in the hood, I didn't think that was possible because all my friends was getting ass whippings. I thought ass whippings was just a part of the program. Yeah,
I'm conducting that experiment in real life, Freezy.
But the thing about it is, like, no ass whipping doesn't mean no consequences, no punishment, right? We gotta make that clear. Can you go without life without punishment? No, you need consequences. you need punishment. But do you need to get switches out? I know because I've lived in other countries where kids don't get beat. They just don't get beat and they perform well.
Can I ask what countries that you prescribe this to? Because
Uh,
America is the most
uh,
child-friendly country in the world, right?
Say again?
America is the most child-friendly country in the world, right? So what other countries are
No.
you?
What I'm talking about for like productions for as education. America education is at the bottom for early childhood. Finland,
Yeah, but
Singapore, China, Japan, South Korea, all of them they don't beat their kids, and they all perform better than America.
now
Surely.
Japanese and Chinese do beat their kids. They just don't beat them like we do.
They do not. If there's punishment, they'll either if there's punishment, they'll get yelled at, they'll get screamed at, and they'll get what is it? They'll get what is it? They're not on detention, but they get grounded, but they do not get beat.
Okay.
The ones in China do not get beat. They'll get screamed at, they'll get yelled at, and for sure they'll get screamed at, yelled at, and they'll be grounded. No video games, no whatever. But they do not like their parents don't get belts and hit them and stuff like that. They do not.
Have anybody ever received a whooping while their mama was unemployed?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying
Bro,
it hit differently. It literally hit differently, don't it?
Bro, I got a whipping in middle in what is it in sixth grade. I got a whipping in school. My mom came in the classroom and fucked me up.
See, we just talked about that. But all of us have heard this before. As black kids, male and female, we have to work 10 times harder. The black parents felt like they had to be harder on their kids because of what they would be faced with in society. As far as racial profiling, right? Stereotypes. See, a lot of parents were afraid that their child would get stereotyped even in school. Where the teacher or the principal or so would pick on their child and single their child out just because they're black. Just because they're expecting this little black boy or black girl to act out more than a white kid or Hispanic kid or something like that, right? So the parents would be
disciplinary problem.
Well, here it is. The parents would be cognizant of that and say, "No, we gonna get this under wraps at home before you even leave this house. Come get this ass whooping now, cause you ain't finna make me embarrassed out there at them white folks school." I'm just.
No, I mean, real. And not only that, they don't want that phone call to pull them off a job that it took them a while to get, and they know they have to be let go from.
Crazy. I think we're too hard on each other, though. I think we're too hard on each other. To be honest with you, we a new race of people. You know, whites have been around 2,000 years before us. Every other race has been around at least 700-800 years before us. The African American, we're a new race of people. So I just don't think the world knows exactly how to handle that. So when it comes to schools and stuff like that, they don't really know how to teach us because they don't understand how we function. I think that's a big part.
But that's racism. That's more white supremacy racism because we know that when it comes to black children, teachers who are not black overcorrect, overpunish, and over securitize black children. We know that, right? We know they get overpunished.
But is that being done out of fear or out of hate?
Let me. It doesn't matter. It happens, right? Regardless of the intention, right? The negative outcome still happens. And I just want to touch on this one point, man. If your parents have to come home from work, come to school from work to get you because you're acting up, that is your ass. That is your ass. But when it comes to interacting, like Umar, I know we talk a lot of shit about Dr. Umar, but he is right on one thing. Black people have to educate black people because otherwise we're always going to be overly scrutinized when it comes to education, and we're never going to get a fair handshake. Right? That is the one thing he is absolutely right on. We have to have our own people educate us.
Shout out to Fear No Mortals in the chat. Shout out to my sister Jess J. Great seeing you, sis. Shout out to Shannon Duncan. Shout out to Have Urban, Have Suburban. Who else is in the building? Shout out to D's Nuts, man. What's going on, D's Nuts? Rush Enterprise Starts, great to see you. El Cheapo, yeah, titty. What's going on, sis? Great to see you. Shout out to everybody that's falling through. I appreciate y'all. But yeah. So what I was gonna say, I remember being in grocery stores, man, and like, I don't know if this is a stereotype too, but a lot of times I see white kids acting up and they don't get ass whoopers in the grocery store. They wasn't getting ass whoopers in the grocery, not where I was at. You know what I'm saying? They would get talked to. The mom would be like, you know, get over here. They would use their words and all that kind of stuff. A lot of times they were talking in soft voice. And I thought that they just used to live in another world, because it was not like that for me, you know. Like Hot Sauce said, I think Lord ADS said it too. Man, I done got an ass whooping in a grocery store. I done got an ass whooping at church. And here's another thing. It wasn't just my parents whipping me. At church, I got a whipping from other people. Like, I got a whipping from this older black woman. She was a usher. She whooped me in the church. And I was so mad, because I was like, you ain't my mama.
Right.
But my mama let it fly, you know. My grandmother brother, my uncle Email, whooped me in Scotty's. Do y'all, anybody remember? Y'all used to have a Scotty's construction store, Scotty's. Y'all don't remember that, but anyway, yeah, it was like the first Home Depots back then.
We had an Ace Hardware. We didn't have a Scotty.
We still got Ace Hardware, yeah.
We had Ace. Maybe that's a Florida thing, because we had Ace also.
I got whooped in the aisle by my great uncle. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, ass whoopers can come from anywhere. I got to be on point, because it ain't, you know what I'm saying? And that's the way it used to be. You know, go ahead, Lord ADS.
You got to be careful of that. You got to be careful of that, though, brother, no captivity. When I was 13 years old, one of them deacons at my daddy's church tried to tighten me up, boy, and I whooped his ass. Nigga.
No.
I'm going to prove to you that God ain't got your back.
Man, he's like, I get around this motherfucker. I'm the pastor's son, nigga. You don't come talk to me sideways, bruh.
Well, here's the thing though. Can too many whoopings like that cause aggression in a child? That's the next thing I want to talk about.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, we just seen the little white kid on Dr. Phil. Seemed like he wasn't getting no ass whoopings at all, and he slapped his mother.
Future school shooter. Don't we also say that too?
So what did his white mother do wrong then? Because she was using her words, she was being patient with him. What did she do wrong?
Well, that's spoiled. I mean, but that when you see the white kid, I don't know the one you're talking about in particular.
I just showed a clip before I put the link in the chat. White kid on Dr. Phil, he was talking to his mom. She was trying to be patient with him, and he ended up slapping her.
But that's just spoiledness, right?
Do y'all believe that black parents have to be harder on their kids in other races?
I think they do. I think people overlook the obvious thing, right?
No.
White children are allowed to have their own agency and to express themselves freely, because this country was kind of created for them, right? To do that. That's one of the privileges of being at the top of the food chain, you know, right? That's white privilege. You know what I'm saying? And they allow their kids to have that agency when they're young, things of that nature. I think what we miss out at is that when it comes to their hierarchy, that there's some people in their hierarchy that they view towards the bottom too. and we grant them privilege. And I think that's a bigger problem, right, than that. But when it comes to the way they behave, it's more about they're allowed to have their own agency and to express themselves freely. As a black person, you don't have that luxury. That's the major difference.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
I'm gonna respectfully
Hold on, Hot Sauce.
disagree.
Shout out to Joyce Real Online, and shout out to Nicole and Antoine. Great to see y'all. Go ahead, Hot Sauce. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree. I don't think, like to teach my children that they're going to be treated like second-class citizens doesn't mean I have to treat them like second-class citizens. You know what I mean? I don't have to treat them that way to show them that this is how the world's going to treat you. You feel me? And I think when we say we need to be hard on our kids, there's a couple things that you're doing. Number one, you're instilling in their mind that they're second-class citizen, and you're instilling that in their self-confidence.
How was that? How was that?
Well, because you're going to say, well, hey, I'm going to do this to you instead of them doing this to you. So either way, it's going to be done to you. So obviously, I must be a second-class citizen, right? Because if I'm going to, either way, I'm going to get it from my mom or my dad or my uncles or society. That's what you're telling me. Number two, every time you're going to say that, don't embarrass me in front of white people, or you're going to act like you're teaching me that white people are above me. Instead of teaching me, go out and create your own. Go out and learn how to work with your brothers and sisters, right? And not only is you're telling me that, you're reinforcing that with violence.
So that is kind of like a slave.
You're reinforcing that idea with violence.
Okay, yeah.
Shit out of it. So I'll pass the mic on that.
So, man, that was a good point. So have we grown? Has this generation grown out of that? Is it different now than it used to be?
I think it's worse, really. I think it's far worse than what it once was. Yeah. When it comes to our kids, our youth, right? They're so defeatist when it comes to, challenging the power, right? That be. They just tend to fall in line nowadays, I think that long term, you're going to have to start preparing people to do that type of stuff. But short term right now, it's almost like the men are getting more secreted, right? In the I don't know what, in the culture itself, right? To the point where I don't see if there's a process for even, because remember, people forget that it's a CBA article out, right? That by 2050, black people will be the permanent underclass. Does this kind of line up with that? What we're kind of seeing now, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they love saying stuff like that, but I don't believe it.
Does anybody remember an experiment? I forgot who the scientist's name was, but they experimented on animals. It was like a cause and effect. Like they would cause pain on the animal and to see how the animal would respond. I don't know if I forgot. Was it Isaac Newton? I forgot who it was. Say it again, Hot Sauce. Hot Sauce, your oh. No, your audio was doing some glitching, but it seems like it's good now. Go ahead.
Oh no, I've seen it on TV where they used to shock and abuse like lions and tigers and shit like that. Activity. Yeah, I've seen it.
And so what they said.
How does that end though, Freezy? How does that end? Usually?
Well, here it is. Okay, thank you, Sin. I think it was somebody said Pavlov's dog, and then
Pavlov's dog.
Pavlov's dog. And Nicole said Darwin too. So yeah, these people, they led experiments and they actually used pain as a response mechanism to see how the subject would respond. And after some time, the subject would stop being unruly and they would respond to the shock or the pain or whatever that would be administered. And after some time, the subject would actually start doing what they wanted it to do. right? We got a dog. My wife bought like a shock. She tried to, not a shock collar, but she bought one of those little keychain things. Is you can hit a button and it'll make a sound that only a dog can hear. So if you want the dog to, like, if when she's walking the dog, if the dog is trying to explore, she would hit that button and he would keep walking with her.
It's still a form of discipline.
Right. So a lot of people feel like whoopings create the same effect in children. Like, if you give your child enough whoopings, they will respond in a way, and they will not do what they got a whooping for. They won't do it no more. A lot of parents believe that if you administer pain on a child, they will remember that the next time they think about doing whatever they got in trouble for. That ass whooping would register in their mind, and they will remember that. And then, just like you, Lord ADS, you said you have gone in stores, which I used to do it too. I used to steal candy bars and all, and sell it at school and everything.
I used to eat them shit. I was a fat kid, bro. I was a fat kid, nigga. I eat that shit.
I did both. I stole, sold, and ate Hubba Bubba, baby.
Well, they're thinking after so many ass whoopings, when you go to that same store or any other store, you would see the candy and think about the ass whooping and say, "Nah, I ain't gonna do it. It ain't worth it. It ain't
worth it." That left cheek might start throbbing just
right.
Out the blue.
See, the problem is just like no direct correlation because I've seen the videos before, right? It wasn't a banana, but I'm just going to use the banana for example. They had a cat and they put it in a cage, and the cage would shock. And every time, and they would put a banana in front of the cage, and then they would shock the cat. Like for 7 days in a row, they would put the banana down, the cat see it, and they would shock the cat. Then on day 8, they would put the banana down, and the cat would start feeling like it's getting shocked. It would run around and jump up and down and stuff like that, right? So they no longer had to shock it to feel the effects of the banana. Right, but the problem is like, you're not beating their ass in front of the Hubba Bubba, right, for 7 days.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so you're saying that the physical punishment is not happening right there on the spot.
Right. So for example, if you really want to use that to not steal, you need to take that piece of candy and every day whip your child ass for 7 days. So the next time they walk you to the grocery store, they'll feel that shit.
Now, I don't know about that because for me, it was a suspense of getting the ass whooping. Because they might not get you that day, but they keep giving you little reminders around the house. Like, I know you was at the store. Did you go back in that store again? Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because they reminded you the ass whooping is coming. It just ain't got here yet. And then one night when you sleep about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, your daddy coming with that belt and start tearing your ass up. And that nigga don't say shit. He just turn back around and go to his room. Then you know you got your ass whooped that night. You won't steal no more candy.
Yeah. So here's the thing, like me getting whoopings, right? When I think of it, it didn't stop me from having anxiety later on. It didn't actually give me a clear understanding of what I wanted to do with my life. All I remember it really doing was it kind of causing fear, a certain amount of fear. Let me tell y'all, and shout out to my sister, Just J just came. No Cap-tivity. One thing I do remember, we talked about this last night on Mo Love's channel, right? One of the worst feelings centered around getting a whooping is when you know you're going to get a whooping when you get home, and it's the anticipation. Like, let's just say if my mom got word to me at school and she said, you know you're going to get an ass whooping when you get home, right? Or if we're in the grocery store and my mom got her hands full and she said, you know what, I can't whoop you right now, but you got an ass whooping when you get home. It's that ride home or that walk home, the anticipation. Dog, that fear is real.
That's
Because you be
psychological.
like, you know how your mom, you know how your people do it. You know they ain't finna half step. You know the pain gonna be real. And so when I used to walk home, I said this last night on Mo Love Channel. It's like a mini, what is it called? The Green Mile. Walk the Green Mile to Death Row. It's like a mini. It feel like that a little bit. It's like, damn, I know what finna happen.
Dead man walk.
And you be apologizing all the way home.
All the way home. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to negotiate.
I'm sorry.
You can't negotiate.
You know what I'm saying? And so when we got home, it was that fear. You know what I'm saying? I think the fear is worse than the ass whooping, because I think one time I handed my mama the bill and said, just get it over with. Cause I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. They used to make you wait, and you don't know when they gonna come in the room. You don't know when they gonna come in the room. It's like you hear doors creaking and you think it's them, but it ain't them. You know.
And then it'd be the
yelling.
One time,
I thought my mama forgot. I thought she forgot. She waited all the way until I took my bath. Soon as I got out the bathtub, tore my behind up while I was wet. I was mad as hell because I was like, damn, I thought she forgot. Hell nah.
Go ahead, Lord ADS.
Man, and tell you the truth, man, I was happy to get it from mom. Because mom, she gonna run out of breath for about 10, 15 seconds to give me licks, right? So that's gonna be over with quick. But Pops, though, I remember one Sunday, brother, Freezy, don't never fuck up in the middle of a 95 Bulls game. Don't ever do that shit. I cussed out one of the neighbors right down the street. Like, cussed out one of the neighbors. He got on my nerves, right? So I cussed his ass out. Well, his mama told my mama. And it got back to my daddy on Sunday after church in the middle of a 95 Bulls game. Boy, he put on that Whinings music, nigga. You remember the Whinings from the 80s?
Yeah, you talking about ain't no need to worry. Other night is gonna change. It'll be all over in the morning.
Boy, that nigga was mad. He said, I correct you, I love.
Oh, they had the Whinings playing? Well, damn. Shout out to Antoine. Shout out to Antoine. Just Jay, I'm coming to you next, Just Jay. Shout out to Antoine. I appreciate the $5 super cap, Antoine. He said, the one thing that tends to put fear in a child's mind, wait till your father gets home. Yeah, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah. Just Jay, what's your thoughts on this subject matter as far as butt whippings, and do butt whippings help train a child in the way they should go?
Hey, well, good day, everybody. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the panel. You can hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, we hear you clear. Yep.
I have mixed feelings about it. I'm not totally for or totally against. You know what I'm saying? I could just share what I've personally learned over the years. I think that we don't talk enough about how inflicting physical punishment on children affects brain development. You know what I'm saying? That's never really a conversation. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I ain't never hit my kids. I ain't gonna sit here and act like I haven't wanted to karate chop them out the window. I'm not gonna act like that, right? I'm not gonna act like I'm on this high horse, right? I can personally say anytime I put my hands on my children, it was because I was frustrated and there was lack of tolerance. Children do what they do. Okay, children do what they do. Typically, if a man or a woman, because it's not a gender thing to me, if a man or a woman put their hands on their kids, in my opinion, it is usually because they are pissed off and they don't have the tolerance. They, and that's for different reasons, right? We know that stress adds to lack of tolerance. You know what I'm saying? And then if
Right.
we get into income disparities, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
The poorer you are, the more stress you have, the more likely you may be willing to lash out at your kids and stuff like that. People don't like to have honest conversations. A lot of times people lash out of frustration, and the root of it, in my opinion, is fear. What is it? Fear of your children not listening to you, fear of your kids going wayward, fear of your kids being statistics, etc., etc. And I do think that us being black folks in America, that does play a part as well, right? A
Hmm.
lot of that is can be rooted in fear. I can speak honestly as a mother raising sons. It was times where my oldest would get the business out of fear. Pure fear. Not because he fucking deserved it. He was a child. He was doing what kids do. And I think that if we open ourselves up more to understanding development, you know what I'm saying? We can better equip ourselves. Again, I'm not acting like I'm no amazing parent, because some people think I'm a shitty parent because I fuss at my kids. It's been times where I will yell at my kids,
Hmm.
and that be frustration, that be lack of tolerance, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So if people honestly, that's the thing. When see, so I'm the type of person, as you know, Freezy, I'm pretty transparent. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
so a person can't shame me about nothing when it comes to how I live my life. But I think that we have to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like when you was talking about how they'll be like, wait till you get home. To me,
Right.
that is the biggest mind f. Let me try to
For
mind my
real.
f bombs. It to me, as I got older and I thought about it, it's like it's sadistic.
Man.
Who say I'm finna sit here and I'm gonna tear your ass up? I'm finna beat the shit out of you. And then think about the kids and it's funny though, right? Cause my oldest, right? My oldest today, he came by the house and he was telling his little brother how you got mommy at a more calmer time in her life, right? And we
Hmm.
laugh about it, but we've had heart to hearts about this. You know what I'm saying? I regret beating my child. I'm not saying that, you know what I'm saying, he got beat with extension cords and all this kind of crazy stuff. I ain't never took it to that level, but I get a belt and tear his tail up. And I hate that I did that, right? Because on some level, I be wondering, right? Because like you say, it inflicts fear, right?
Right.
Sometimes we can have a spirited child or a child that has like every child is individuals, right? And they
Hmm.
have a personality, they have a spirit about them, you know what I'm saying? Some is more adventurous than others, some is more tenacious than others. And I think that the way we are quote unquote built, I think that it will serve us at some point in our life, but it's up to us to create structure and create discipline, right? So I be wondering, right? My child, my oldest, always been tenacious, always been stubborn. Now, I trust that that will serve him at some point in his life if it's directed properly. But it makes me wonder, okay, I pray I didn't beat my child personality out of him. And I think that's what parents do sometimes. We beat the spirit out of children.
Oh,
You know what
that's
I'm
deep.
saying?
That's deep, man.
We beat the personality out of them, and then
Man.
it's like I wonder what would this child be if this child wasn't inflicted with pain, right? I gave birth to this child, and I'm speaking like I'm back and forth. I'm speaking in general though, right?
Hmm.
Like I gave birth to this child, right? When this
Hmm.
child look at me, they see themselves. This I'm charged with protecting this child. You understand what I'm saying? I'm charged with protecting this child, but I'm inflicting pain on this child. Now, pain is necessary in life, but to me, on some level, sometimes I feel like it's a betrayal of the trust between a parent and a child. My child's
You
supposed to come to me for everything, right? Now, statistically, people who get beat are more likely to get into abusive relationships. People
really?
that get beat, a lot of them people are locked up. You know what I'm saying? And again, y'all, I ain't saying I'm totally for, I'm totally against. I ain't saying I ain't never put my hands on my children. I ain't saying that, y'all. I just want us to open our minds up more to doing stuff a little differently. I would never sit here and say some children don't make you want to pop the back of their head. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cause they do. And it is
Yeah.
what it is. But I just want us to be a little bit more open. But yeah, I'll leave it right there for a second because I don't want to ramble too much.
Well, what do you think about what we were saying when I mentioned as far as like the experimental process with Darwin, not I think Pavlov's dog or whatever? Do you think that it has the same type of effect with kids?
Yeah, I think I would say so. Again, I can't act like I'm some expert on it. I'm just giving y'all my opinions. I would think so, right? Because to me, I put in the chat, like to me, that animal or whatever y'all was talking about the experiments.
Yeah.
To me, they responding to the pain. To the pain, they not responding to the person. I will never say that pain isn't a deterrent because it is, whether
Mhm.
it's physical or not. Right? When we experience consequences, whether physical or not, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
We respond to that. So I would never act as if it's a deterrent, but I don't think that it is something. Cause like think about it, when you got a quote unquote adventurous child, you know what I'm saying, aka bad or whatever you want to call it, right? When you
Mhm.
got a child that's adventurous or spirited or just free willed in that sense where they just do what they want, a lot of them children just get better at hiding.
Right.
It
Yeah.
don't really stop the behavior. It doesn't. They just get better at hiding. You know what I'm saying? Like I told my oldest before years ago, I told him I would rather you respect me than fear me. I don't want my kids fearing me.
Can I tell you what the correlation is between the two though, Freezy?
What's that?
How you correlate like Pavlov's dog situation to a situation of a child? In both of those incidents, we're talking about um, creatures who are under the guise that you actually love and respect them. That's why it works the same. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
That dog in that situation, because you fed it, because you love on it and stuff like that, it thinks that you care about it. So by you putting those tactics in there, they get confused and it
Mhm.
causes a confusion. That's why it's a psychological warfare type of tactic.
Well, here it is, right? I remember and shout out to Urban, man. What's going on with you, Urban? Great to see you, bro. Great to see you.
No captivity.
Salute, brother.
Salute to you too, bro. I remember working at a juvenile camp. I was like a counselor, but we really was like correction officers, but they call us counselors and everything. But they, we learned par moves and everything just in case we had to use them on the kids that was locked up and everything. And I had learned something working at that camp, dog. A lot of those kids was doing stuff for attention. They would do mischievous stuff for attention, bro. And I was like, bro, you know what the consequences of what you just did. He was like, I don't care. And I realized they was doing this stuff so we could pay attention to them. You know what I'm saying? And then I started thinking like a lot of kids probably do stuff to get a butt whipping. Like just because I know that sound weird, right? But
it don't sound weird, Freezy. It's negative reinforcement. You got it.
Exactly.
Just to get attention from their parents.
Right. If I don't get no time or attention from my parent no other way but to get a whooping, I'll settle for that. Most definitely. Because in the child's mind, it's still one-on-one time. Unfortunately. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Urban, what's going on with you, bro? I'm guessing you've been listening in for a little minute, man. What's your thoughts, opening thoughts on what we're talking about, bro?
Salute.
Salute,
first
bro.
of all, I didn't know you use eCam, bro. I use eCam as well, too.
You got eCam, you got a Canon M50 and the 16 millimeter. Bro, we twins. We twins, man. What do you think? What do you think, Urban?
But shout out to both the brothers on the panel as well, too. Salute to y'all. Now, I got a different take on this rearing thing. I believe in the black community. I believe that rearing is not beneficial for us at all. I understand the concept behind it. That at the end of the day, you're trying to have control over your children so they could, go the way that they need to go.
Mhm.
But when we start rearing our children, as in laying our hands on our children, right, that has psychological trauma that builds up throughout the ages with them, where eventually they're not growing up to be adult and they have a high probable chance to where they're not carry the same type of trauma experience into relationships. Like for example, the husband end up becoming abusive to the wife, or the wife may become abusive to the husband, or the parents end up carrying the same behavior and being abusive to the children as well too, because it's a repetition thing based on trauma that you've been taught. Now, I like I said, I understand the whole concepts about rearing and trying to get your children the way that they need to go, but at the end of the day, I believe that it's not beneficial at all. Period. There are other ways how you can rear your children into the way you need to go, besides you literally putting your hands on your children.
So these other ways I want to get into, right? But I don't want you to actually go into the specifics just yet. But do you think a lot of black parents are cognizant of these ways that you're talking about?
Not a lot of them, because once again, we've been on display based on experience or our anecdotal experience. So a lot of black parents in the community, they believe that rearing their children the way they don't talk about for us, they put in their hands, so they believe that that's the right way to go. So it's been carried out through traditions and traditions and traditions, instead of coming up with alternate means of rearing.
Yeah.
Did that make any sense?
No. I understand exactly what you're saying. And now I do want to get into the psychology of the whole thing. I think you kind of touched it. Just Jay touched it. I think Hot Sauce kind of touched it too, as far as like the mental aspect of repeatedly getting butt whippings when you're younger, right? I remember one big thing in my household, my dad. Now my dad, he really wasn't a discipliner like that. Matter of fact, my dad really was, like I said, everybody know this, my dad really wasn't even a good example of a man that worked and provided. My dad hardly worked, you know what I'm saying? So he just wanted to do his own thing, when he leave the house and everything. He was a rolling stone. But one thing my dad did always reiterate to us, to his boys, that he really cared about on his spare time, was homosexuality. And like, he always used to tell us, I'm talking about, it could be we, in the car and we're riding by somebody that was a known homosexual, or if we watching a movie at home and we see some homosexual shit. Man, I don't know what would click into my dad, but he always would turn to us and say, y'all see that? You see him? If I ever hear about y'all doing some FAGGOT shit, I'm gonna take you in the woods, I'm gonna take my shotgun, and I'm gonna blow your brains out, and I'm gonna leave you right there. And I'm gonna tell you something, when I was a kid, I used to think I was like, this man for real. You know what I'm saying? And it put a lot of fear in us. Not that we wanted to be homosexual, but he was so like fearful. Now, I don't know if it was fearful, but he was just so
It's definitely with fear.
Fearful, cautious, or whatever it was about. He was so, he paid so much attention to that aspect, and that's what he really cared about. And his way of making sure we didn't become homosexuals was telling us he would kill us. Like, he would take us in the woods and shoot us like a dead dog and leave us there. And then he would say shit like, you think I'm playing? And we would be like, no. And when I'm thinking about it, it was fear.
Right, but you still didn't equate that with him not loving you.
No, I didn't equate that. I was just like,
Right.
he care about us enough to where he'll kill us. That's how I processed it.
But do you think
Yeah.
do you mind
Go
if I
ahead,
ask
go
a
ahead.
question right quick, Freezy?
No, go. I want everybody to chime in. I want
Okay,
everybody to
okay.
chime in. Yeah.
Well, do you think that affected on some not just that specific thing, right? But like as parents, if parents are constantly inflicting fear on their children, does it not impact their self-esteem, their sense of self-worth? In my opinion, it does, And so we could definitely I don't know if somebody could put links or something, but I had pulled up an article. It's from Australia, but it's still the same when it comes to physical punishment and stuff like that, right? So research links physical punishment to risk of harm to children's cognitive, behavioral, social, and emotional development, right? And so it says good evidence suggests that physical punishment does not reduce defiant or aggressive behavior, nor does it promote long-term positive behavior in children. So to my whole point, right? People just get better at hiding. You know what I'm saying? Like and again, I'm not acting like I have the answers, but something I've tried to work on with my children is trying to promote intrinsic motivation, right? Like that's where integrity come into play. That's where character come into play. And again, y'all, kids is different. Some kids take the stuff differently. And even when it comes to physical punishment, right? Beating your kids, whooping, whatever people want to call it, right? That affects children differently. All kids don't have the same resilience. You know what I'm saying? We've talked about plasticity, freezy. You know what I'm saying? All people don't respond to that to the same. Some kids could bounce back from it with no problem. And they could look back and laugh and be like, man, I used to get my behind whooped when I was young. Ha ha ha. And some kids can truly be damaged by it. And to me, it's a mixed bag, and there's no way to guarantee, you know what I'm saying, how your child is going to respond to that type of, I guess, external stimuli, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. So, yeah, open
Is
panel.
all trauma bad trauma?
Man, I don't even know how to answer that.
It can be.
Instinctual response that can be passed down through your DNA, right? It's just more of an instinctual warning not to do something. Is that all bad?
I mean, with it having the label of trauma, I think trauma is trauma.
Yeah, it can be interpreted as either good or bad. It just depends on the scenario of the trauma that's being administered. Like, say for example, we could want to examine when a woman become pregnant and she's giving birth. She's suffering a traumatic experience within her body. It's bad, but at the same time, it's good. But in the scenario that we're talking about ruin, it could be either good or bad, but it really just depends on first the intent of the person who's delivering the ruin, and also it depends on the intent of the person who's receiving it as well too.
Well, let me say this.
All correction.
I think trauma, it will be always counterproductive if the response support isn't there. Like if there isn't somebody there to direct you and make you understand and bring understanding to what you just experienced and why you experienced this, right? If it's just brutal and the whole experience was brutal and the only thing you heard after that was "I told you so," or "That's what your badass get," or some shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yes, it's gonna be always bad. So to me, it just depends on the response support that's so the person gets after the trauma is implemented or they go through experience or whatever.
How would we define good trauma?
There's no such thing.
What would good trauma be? I'm trying to understand.
I want him to explain that too.
Yeah, that's a good question, Jeff.
Yeah.
Instinctually, your body tends to stay away from things that will harm it, right? Just instinctually. Like fire, when it gets too cold, your body responds to it. That's all due to past traumas your body has had, right? Through DNA. So with that being said, that is considered good trauma for you, right? To go forward with versus bad.
The stove don't look, but the stove don't look like my mama and my daddy.
Now you're humanizing that part of it, which we're going to get to that part of it too, right? All correction should be done out of love. All correction should be done out of love, not out of anger, not out of spite, not out of frustration, out of love as a way of setting a course.
100% agree. 100% agree.
You know, but we overuse and abuse it like we do most things in our community that are easy and accessible, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you got people growing up with, saying negative effect upon negative effect upon negative effect upon negative effect, right? Which creates a snowball effect, saying with their psyches. So a lot of people really don't understand that right from wrong. They just know what's wrong. And that's a bigger issue with, saying people who are, let's say, more in and out of correction facilities.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but
don't want to go down a rabbit hole, right? When it comes to good and bad, like society sets the moral standard of what is good and bad. You know what I'm saying? And I guess it's up to individuals, right? Because like, let's be clear, like people beat your children if you want to. I'm just here for the conversation, right? So like I ain't, like I said, it is what it is, right? Because people look on it differently, and like I said, I've hit my children before. All I'm saying is, personally, I wish I would have handled some things differently, right? Now, when I had my oldest, I was 21. I did not have the coping skills nor the resources that I have now. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I'm not saying everybody in the same place or anything like that. People choose to raise and rear their children how they want. I just wanted to explore the psychological aspect of it, whether it be right or wrong. I ain't really trying to get into all that, because like I said, I'm yeah, like I said, even now, sometimes I be wanting to pop my child. But then I have to pull back. Okay, Jay, is this out of frustration? You doing this because you really trying to teach him a lesson, or you doing this because you tired of him? Because he getting on your nerves. And that's the part that I want people to be honest about. This whole, like, I'm finna beat you and be rational and be calm and collected while I'm beating the crap out of you. You know what I'm saying?
Can
I
I,
don't know.
can I
On some
speak
level,
to that?
that's kinda, I don't know. It kinda jacked my mind up to think about it that way. But y'all got it.
Let me speak to that real quick, Freezer.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, my current relationship, I don't have to whip my children. But there was a time that I had to have my wife to perform a spanking. And I'll tell you why. First of all, we had to, when I say we being new, she was a new parent, and this was a new relationship for me. She was a CPS worker. So discipline had to look different anyway. You feel me? Because she was a CPS worker. She was a social worker. But when we had our child, I remember, my son being 2 years old and having a temper tantrum, throughout a full-blown temper tantrum in Target. And I'm talking about spinning around and doing all that on the floor, crying and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't believe in spanking. You know what I'm saying? It's a conversation that we had. But I told her, I said, look, this is a problem, and this is going to be a problem if we don't address it. Do me a favor, and since you have him, you take him in the bathroom and you tear his little legs up. So to just to the young lady up here, don't be afraid to pop him. A popping and a spanking is two different things. Those were the whoopings that I actually agreed with, and it didn't have any trauma. And what I mean by that is, when you used to get in trouble when you were little, and you just hold out your hand and get the ruler pop in your hand.
I
That's
understand what you
different.
mean.
Yeah, that's
I
different
understand
from
what you mean.
somebody. Yeah, that's different from somebody holding you and actually whamming you with the belt. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways,
Right. And
to make
that's
a
where we
long
get into the
story,
nuances though, right? And
right?
I think that's where people have to assess that individually. Me personally, right? And Freezy know me. My personality, you know what I'm saying? I would rather just try to find a different way. You feel me? The way I'm built, if I put my hands on my child, it's gonna be a cathartic session for me. It's not gonna
Right.
be, I'm trying to
Out of
teach you this
frustration.
amazing lesson. You feel me?
Right.
Me personally, and I think everybody have to judge that for themselves. I ain't here talking about nobody
Well,
else.
I'm a
Me
well, I'm gonna
personally,
tell you
I
what
can't
the
afford to
amazing
do that.
lesson. Right.
I get you though.
I'm gonna tell you what the amazing lesson was. What I had to really was showing her was the fact that, because her pushback was, you know what I'm saying, I don't want to make him cry and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, he's having a tantrum. He's already crying. And I know we've all heard this before. If they crying for no reason, give them something to cry for. So like I said, I told her to go in there, tear them little legs up. And once she got out, yeah, of course he was crying, but it was a different type of cry. It wasn't a whine cry. It was, oh yeah, I just got the business cry. Shortly, he went to sleep. But afterwards, we didn't never have that problem again. And I didn't do it, and I needed her to do it because he acted out on her. Fast forward, I don't even have to whip my children. My children are at the point now that if they did something that they know I'm mad about, that destroys them. And I be having to comfort them now. It's like, look, I know you messed up. I know you made a mistake, but look, it's not that bad. Like you're crying like you know what I'm saying? Like I'm about to come and destroy you. And it's like, no, this is the learning lesson. But like I said, I can have that conversation because it comes out of love.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question. How do we discern the difference between it being love versus crossing over into narcissistic behavior or crossing over into gaslighting? Because that's what narcissists do as well too, right?
That's a
They'll
fine
gaslight.
line for sure.
Yeah, they'll want to gaslight the situation. They'll say that I'm doing this for your own good while administering this certain type of traumatic abuse. So as parents, how do we know to know where that balance is at, where our children would know that you're not acting in a narcissistic behavior or a narcissistic way? Also the sister on here, she said that when she do rear her children right, normally it comes out of anger and frustration. To be honest with y'all, ladies and gentlemen, that's also crossing to the line of narcissism as well too, where you try to administer this type of control and you can't get it, so you end up resorting to other means by getting it or forcing it. So how do we know where this fine line is at, where we won't be able to cross into that?
By having love and understanding. The understanding part comes in with the young lady said, if you understand that my child is not being bad, no, my child is being a 2-year-old. This is what 2-year-olds do. If you left the cabinet open and the child saw the flower, that's why the flower is all over the floor. The flower's not all over the floor because he wanted to do that and he's a bad child. No, secure it. The flower shouldn't have been in his reach. That comes with understanding. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that you love him or her, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to automatically be a guard dog. You're not going to automatically attack. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, whether we want to admit it or not, we'll strike a child because it's something that they done and the other parent might have already saw them do it and they let it go. And now I got to strike you. But in the back of my mind, like, I wish I could have popped your damn mama or your daddy for allowing you to even do this in the first place.
So then it becomes misdirected.
Right. So I think love and understanding will help us decipher.
And just for me, I just want to be clear, when I talked about the whole I'd rather do stuff differently or whatever, or the whole out of frustration thing, I was solely speaking on hitting my child. You know what I'm saying? So I try to find different ways of correcting behavior, having a discussion. Like I say, not perfect parent here, but I do try to promote intrinsic motivation. You know what I'm saying? I try to work on my children understanding the quote unquote right thing to do even when I'm not looking, because to me that's what builds integrity and character. I don't want to just beat my children for them to act right around me and then turn around and still do something different. You know what I'm saying? And so I just wanted to be clear on that. But I totally get what you're saying, D-Rock. It's just for me, I just rather avoid all that. I ain't never saying again, I just have to keep reiterating that. I ain't never acting like I ain't never put my hands on my children. Just where I'm at now, I just try to avoid all of that, because for me, it's just going to be a cathartic release, and it's just going to be out of frustration, and it's out of the need to control whatever is going on in that moment. You know what I'm saying? And so I just rather, because sometimes your children have needs, right? Sometimes your children could be overstimulated. They could be annoyed. They could be sleepy. They could be tired. You know what I'm saying? They could be hungry. You know, like when my little one come in and he's snappy and I'm talking to him and he, yes, no, and he started all that. What you had at lunch? What did you eat for lunch? Now, when I had my oldest, I wasn't asking him no question. He was just going to get popped. You know what I'm saying? Now, I know. Let me check in with my baby to see what he might need. You know what I'm saying? Did you eat today? Yeah, I ate at lunch. What you had? What you had, Z? I had some goldfish. Baby, that is not food. Let me get you something to eat. And guess what? Sometime 20 minutes later, he ain't snappy. He ain't, you know what I'm saying? And so That's what I
Or
mean by
what if,
like just
or
trying to
what
do
if
stuff
your
different.
child,
You got it.
and yeah, and also what I meant by understanding, because your child could be sleepy, and if you don't know your child, or if you don't know these cues, you think your
That's true.
child is acting a certain kind of way or just being feisty for no reason, and it's like, no, you ain't taking
They get
consideration that
hangry
no,
too.
they sleepy. Yeah, they get
Think
hangry,
about
they
it,
get
y'all. We have a
sleepy,
hard time controlling
they
our
get
emotions at
irritable.
times, and then we
Right,
expect children to control themselves at all times. Y'all got it.
Well,
right. Because you never have you ever. My bad. Go ahead, Free.
Well, I was gonna add to I was kinda gonna try to answer Urban's question as well as far as the narcissism goes. We know, in my opinion, I think narcissists are very self-serving. They like to satisfy their own egos and or their own emotions or whatnot. And I think a good way to identify if a parent is punishing their child that way is if they're just doing it in a self-satisfactory manner. They're just satisfying their own anger or emotions or whatever. And a lot of times, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, like that happened to me. You kind of making me think about it because when I used to look at my skin and my skin was broke and I seen like blood or white meat or whelps or something, and then my parent would just walk off and get on the phone and act like this shit ain't just happened. But the child, I'm traumatized. I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to go to school. I got to wear jeans tomorrow because I don't, I'm thinking like this the day prior because I don't want the kids to see that I got an ass whipping. Because, the kids will, they cruel too. They will troll you at school. And now, not only did you get a butt whipping, but now, you got to deal with the scrutiny of the kids too. Here's my thing, man. I just think that when there's no type of because I know Lord ADS mentioned love. How do we know when it's love or when it's not or whatever?
The difference that I noticed when I was a kid was simply this. When I got caught in the convenience store with my pockets full, it took them a week to give me a whipping because they had to think the whipping through, right? They wanted to make sure they was doing the right thing by giving me the whipping. That was out of love. Now, the whipping during the 95 Bulls game, that shit was out of anger.
Okay. But as a child, you could tell the difference.
Yeah, I knew not to piss them off because I knew that where ass would come quick and they be more intense.
What I was gonna say
30 years later, he knows.
I can imagine though, most kids can't tell the difference. And I don't know if that's where Urban was going with it. And I want Urban to answer his own question, but I don't think most kids can tell whether the parent is being narcissistic or caring or whatever,
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with, because when you study the psychology of children, right, their mind is still developing at a very young age. So whatever you presented to them, that becomes their immediate reality. So if you're that parent that administer rearing on that level every single time, that's going to become their immediate reality, especially when they become adults. That's going to be the behavior that they're going to carry as adults as well too. Now, I do agree with y'all on at least explaining the reasoning behind it, but that's why I was trying to let y'all know that you have to know the fine line between it being love versus crossing over to narcissism, because it can be interpreted as narcissism. But if you're going back and redirecting them, is what they call them in psychology. You're going back and redirecting and telling them the reason why this is happening the way it is, then that'll be better. That way they'll be able to process it better and be able to interpret it as love, if that makes any sense to y'all.
Well, here's the thing. I don't even think, me growing up, a lot of the parents that I seen with my homeboys and female associates that I knew when I was a child, I don't think a lot of our parents was that mentally knowledgeable on how to actually talk, tell them why they, you know what I'm saying? Like the psychology of it.
Yeah, they didn't have the skill set.
And let me say this. Go ahead, Stan, and then I'm gonna say something too.
Because not only that, and that's why I say it keeps going back to the love aspect. When you love somebody, that means you take the time out to learn that person. When it comes down to when it comes down to children, and I said this before, I look at a child as three people. It's three individuals in that child. There's me, there's the mom, and that's the individual that's going to come out of that. So if I know enough about my spouse or the woman I created this child with, I can see certain characteristics that's similar in them. And I can say, okay, she ain't tripping. Her mom's like that. She get that from her mom. That's a character trait. And once again, it goes into understanding. If you understand why this person is behaving this way, then it's not so much of a, well, what the hell are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen this in your mom. You know what I'm saying? If she's backed into a corner, she'll lash out. You lashed out because listening to the story, you was backed into a corner. So now I can approach it from a point of understanding instead of saying, oh, you just a bad child and you was fighting and blah, blah, blah.
Let me ask y'all something. A child, what do you call this then? A child is around his mother and his mother is talking to somebody and say, I'm about to go to the store and get me some cigarettes. And then the child say, Mom, I don't think you should be smoking. I think it's bad for you. I think you should quit. And the mother chastises the child because she's making the child feel like the child is being grown and is in grown folks' business. And the child gets a whooping for that. Was the child being grown, or is that narcissistic behavior? What do y'all, how do y'all diagnose that right there? Well, not that I'm just saying, how do you judge that? I use the wrong word. How do you judge that? How do you judge that situation?
Quick question, right quick, Freezy. Did the child? I'm sorry, Stanley. I was just curious. Freezy, did you say this in front of everybody, or did the child say this in front of everybody, or was they around adults or something?
Okay, the mother was talking to her mother, the child's grandmother, and they all was in the same house together. So it was just natural for the child to be around, and he overheard the conversation. He overheard what his mom said, and he said, "Mom, I think you should quit smoking." You know what I'm saying? Because I think it's bad for you. And then the mom ended up whipping him because she was saying he was in grown folks' business and he was being grown. Do you think that she whipped him because she cared about him not being grown, or was it a narcissistic behavior, or what was it?
I asked that, and really at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether or not it was other adults around. To me, that was simply a deflection from the fact that maybe that parent already knew they shouldn't be smoking. You know what I'm saying? Like it go back to us having the coping skills to deal with our stuff, right? To me, that was a total deflection. Let me not focus on the fact that I got a bad smoking habit. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm finna detract from that because I don't feel like dealing with that, right? You know what I'm saying? And to me, it was just a deflection, but the child expressed concern, Shouldn't have been chastised for it, but that's what happens when people don't have coping skills,
The child shouldn't have been chastised for the simple reason, unless you teach a child how to lie, they don't know how to do it. Out of the mouths of babes is how I would have looked at that, meaning that this child is telling me the truth. Maybe I don't want to hear it, but I can't say this child is acting grown. This child just told me the truth. But like I said, I'm the prime example. What you're looking at is the prime example of that story that you just told. Because I said the same exact thing to my mama. But guess how psychological warfare works? With the whooping on top of, I'ma send you to the store to get these cigarettes you just tried to chump me off of. You know what I'm saying? Because I smoke them whether you know it or not, because y'all little bastards frustrate me. Okay, so I goes to the store and guess what I see? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm soaking this in the whole time. I'm 12 years old. Yeah, we can buy cigarettes at this time. I goes to the store.
I used to go to the store and get cigarettes too.
Right. So I goes to the store, and the first thing I see is a billboard, a Newport billboard with a black family on there saying "Alive with Pleasure." So I'm correlating the fact that, okay, my mom, she's frustrated. That's why she needs her cigarettes, so she can be alive with pleasure. Well, if that's the case, she frustrating the hell out of me. You know what I'm saying? Because I just got my ass whooped for wanting to save her, because I'm listening to school and they said smoking is bad.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying? So now I'm you know what? I might as well join the club. This is how it works. I might as well join the club because I got disciplined for trying to do the right thing. So I'm gonna smoke one of her cigarettes on the way home.
Oh, really?
Well, wait, you had to open the pack. It was wrapped in plastic.
No. They used to sell Lucy's.
Oh, you went and bought some Lucy's. Oh, I used to have to go get Benson and Hedges.
I learned how to steal. Hers was Virginia Slim menthols. I learned how to steal them out the pack later on, like when she did get packs. But nah, she just sent me to the store for a fresh pack. I couldn't steal them then. I had to wait until she opened them, because you can't really look into the, you know what I'm saying, the soft pack. So I just, steal me one or two every so often. But yeah, that's how something like that starts, Freezy.
Well, I want to say this too. I thought about this. If you got more ass whippings than your parents actually showing you support with whatever you was interested in doing, I mean, because that's part of parenting, right? They're supposed to be paying attention to you, like your interests and your skills and your gifts, right? I feel like if that happens, something's wrong, right? If they're quicker to whoop you out of anger, then be eager to encourage certain gifts or skills that they noticed in you, something is wrong. To me, that's lazy parenting. Because
you think it's lazy, or it's just lack of?
Here, this is why I say lazy parenting.
You're not equipped.
You're quicker to respond to your own anger towards your child because they were disobedient, and physically punish them. But on a regular day, your child doesn't notice that you are asking about their homework or seeing what subject matter they're the best in, and encouraging that and pushing them towards that and giving them compliments all the time and stuff like that. You experience more fear and physical punishment than encouragement on a regular day, and them noticing your gifts and stuff. See, me, I do feel like that's late. I feel like it's easier to hit somebody when you're mad. It's easier to cuss somebody out when you're angry, right? Or raise your voice when you're angry. It's harder to especially for our people, it's harder to compliment somebody and celebrate with somebody, encourage somebody. I think a lot of parents are afraid that their kids might do better than they did.
That's what you're supposed to want.
Well, I do think that happens many a times, right? Well, this is the thing, right? I think that in general, a lot of this is just what people would call generational curses, what you would call behavioral patterns, what you would call, like, this is just generation after generation repeating behaviors. To me, is it's as simple as that. Now, how people define that may be different, but it's just repeated behaviors. Because if you think about your parents, right, and this is not about excuses. I just this is just the stuff I think about. If you think about your parents and what they possibly dealt with, 9 times out of 10. They had parents that did not have the coping skills to sit and have a conversation. It was just, boom, let's correct this behavior. Let's beat that ass. That's it, right? And then if you think about the generation before them, when we even look at epigenetics, right? Okay, the body carries trauma in DNA. You understand what I'm saying? So when we look at this, like, if we just even go back a couple centuries, you know what I'm saying, with black folks in America and the things that we have dealt with. And this is not about excuses, y'all. I'm talking about DNA and how trauma is passed on generation after generation after generation. I don't even care if you talk about native people, right? When you talk about people that have dealt with systematic oppression, right? Who have dealt with certain atrocities, right?
Mm-hmm.
That hypervigilance is passed on. When we are hypervigilant, we're constantly releasing cortisol. That affects our DNA. You know what I'm saying? If I'm constantly exposed to trauma and stress, right? And I have a child while in utero, that child is affected because I'm constant releasing cortisol into this baby. You know what I'm saying? Like this stuff affects us on a physiological level as well. You know what I'm saying? It's more than somebody just acting naughty, somebody just frustrated. Just like this affects us on a biological level, and then you could even go with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You know what I'm saying? If we have parents, or if we, right, are operating at a base level survival mode, we were, and I'm not making excuses, y'all. Yeah, we could get with the talking points. Oh, you should have leveled up, you should have had it together. Okay, all that shit sound cute, but that's not the reality, right? When you are dealing with people who are in survival mode, they paying bills, they living from paycheck to paycheck, they are worried about house, food, shelter. That's base level. You don't get to thrive. You feel me? So it's not about excuses. So hear me out, Freezy. So and you know, me and you talk. So I hope you understand where I'm coming from. So a parent, even me, right? If I'm operating on a base level, I do not have the energy nor the mindset to let me pay attention to my child's strengths and weaknesses. You know what I'm saying? Let me pay attention to the things that my child truly enjoy, and let me foster an environment, you know what I'm saying, that's gonna hone in on them skills and them strengths and them weaknesses. People will not have the bandwidth, you know what I'm saying, nor the mental capacity, let alone if they wasn't exposed to something like that. You feel me? So I think all of that impacts how we impart into our children.
Well, let's speak to what you just said, right? Because I agree with everything you just said, but what it actually enlightens me on is like when a household is impoverished, right? Because we grew up poor, and there was more. My mom had a huge stress level. My mom's stress level was always high. She used to cry at the dinner table, you know, looking through the bills and all that kind of stuff. She was frustrated a lot.
Yeah.
So her energy was a lot of her energy was frustration and negativity. You understand what I'm saying? So could that be the reason why my mother was quicker to respond to whooping our ass if we did something that was disobedient? What could that mean? Is that a reason why she was quicker to do that instead of just paying attention to our strengths and encouraging us and being a huge support system, right?
Absolutely. If
It
I
was
was at Pilates all day,
it's too
Think
much
about
on
it
one
like this.
parent to have to do that, and that's the bigger problem here. It's too much on one parent to have to do that.
Absolutely. That was my next
Too
point
much.
too, bro. ADS. That's what.
Well, think about it. His father was in the household as well. So
I
if
know,
we're
but-
gonna go there, his daddy was in the house as well. You know what I'm saying? But to your point, it's true. You shouldn't have to deal with all that by yourself.
Right, but still, people can be in the relationship. People could be in the household and still not be present.
Absolutely. You know that was to the talking point, D-Rock. You already know what I said was to the talking points.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying because I agree with you because I found, like I said, I'm a real life living testament to this is an experiment for me. I learned that what helps my wife and to take her out of even having to whoop my children is when she says something and I come behind her and say, "Yeah, what did your mama say? Whatever your mama said,
Facts, reinforcement.
That's what we doing." Because you know what I'm saying? Like you might think about pushing over your mom, but I dare you to think about pushing over me.
Well, think about
and ain't
this.
no undermining. Y'all have each other backs. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no undermining either. Y'all reinforce one another, and that matters. Y'all got it.
Right.
Remember, I was transparent about how my dad was. My dad hardly worked. So he wasn't really a provider like that. And my mother was always fussing at him. She was always like disappointed. She couldn't get no help. She had to borrow money, even from his daddy and her mother. You know, my mother was working job, 2 jobs, 3 jobs at a time sometimes. Back, I'm talking about in the 80s, they was only paying two some an hour at 7-Eleven and all that kind of stuff. So
235, yeah.
She was
at her limit. She was already at her limit.
I always heard her cussing my daddy out, cussing him out, yelling, crying, right? But she knew she can't. My daddy was a big dude, so it ain't like she can whoop him or nothing. So now I'm thinking us being boys.
Guess who she can whoop though, Freezy?
What's that?
She can whoop you. Like I said, she took it out on you. That's like therapy. It serves 2 purposes. And that's how I know it's not out of love. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't use the word therapy. It's cathartic, but I feel you though. It's cathartic. It's just a release.
Exactly. It's not a real therapy. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's a real therapy.
I feel you.
What I'm saying, to her, it's an outlet. Because it's the same as if you scream. You know what I'm saying? You want to scream, but you'll grab a pillow and scream into the pillow. It's the same thing. All that frustration comes to a head. The child did something. Now I'm gonna whoop this child. But I'm taking out a lot of that on it too. I'm putting that on it too.
Right.
Somebody
the child could do something that's just a trigger. It's just a trigger. It ain't really about what the child did. I get what you're saying.
And that's a great point, Just Jay. And here it is. Somebody asked in the chat, and I want you to go urban after this real quick. I think Shannon asked, how was my mother raised? Actually, my grandmother was she was a school teacher, but she was very supportive. She was encouraging. You know what I'm saying? So my mama was spoiled, and she grew up in a good household. Her and her sisters. So I used to think about that too. I was like, well, my mama didn't really grow up like that. Well, like getting a whole bunch of ass whoopings. And as a matter of fact, my mother was the baby, and my auntie told me my mother really got the least amount of, if there was any butt whippings, my mother really hardly ever got none because she was a daddy's little girl. So now I'm thinking like how detrimental it is to link yourself with a significant other in a marriage, and it's like so tumultuous and stressful. That could actually cause a big effect on, you know, the environment in the household. You understand? But go ahead, Urban.
Is it fair for us to go ahead and address the accountability part of this? Now, I understand that, you know, the parents, they're under a lot of stress, and they tend to take their stress out on their children. But at the end of the day, let's be real about it, ladies and gentlemen. Their children don't have nothing to do with them parents' choices, decisions that they decide to make in their life, all the way up to when they had them said children. That is their problem, that they need to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Wherever situation it is that they deal with, that is them as parents have to deal with that, not them children. It is very unrealistic. It is very unfair for the parents to even remotely think that they could take their problems out on their children to make themselves feel better. Once again, that's why I was saying that not only that enters to the line of narcissism, but that also enters to other areas as well too, like trauma bonding and all kind of stuff as well too. So to be honest with y'all, I honestly believe that every parent, every person who's a parent needs to take parenting classes. No matter how old you are, you need to take parent classes, because we all agree that every Black person in our community don't know about these resources. They really don't know about it unless you take classes. I'm gonna put myself out there as well too, as Freezy put himself out there. I dealt with that when I was growing up. I dealt with parents that was similar to me, where they felt like they had to rear me the same exact way how y'all experienced it. Then when I grew up and became older, grown adult, guess what I did? I replicated that same type of one rearing towards my children. It came to a point where I have to sit back and think about, like, man, why am I angering my children for? Why am I getting frustrated with them about things that they're doing because they're simply children? So I have to figure that out, and I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I literally had to go into therapy just to figure out why my mind was wired the way it was.
Kudos
Come to
to
find
you.
out,
That's what's up.
it was Yeah, I kind of find out it was a generational thing that I was dealing with. You know what I'm saying? After that, that therapist started giving me tools and techniques how to way to rear my children the way that they need to be reared. And that's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, no matter what's happening, right? Every parent they need to take on parental class, period. So they won't be taking their frustration out on children. They won't be putting their hands on children. They'll come up with different new techniques where they could have control over their children as well too.
Well, and see, I think another thing what hurt us was my mom. See, all the ass whoopings that I got from my mom, I felt like they was more valid because my mom was she was the worker in the family. She used to go out and work. So I felt sorry for my mother when I seen her crying at the dinner table. I knew, cause she let it be known she was really the one that was kind of keeping us afloat. You know what I'm saying? I think that one drawback with butt whippings, I don't think it teaches you like work ethic. I don't think butt whippings like communicate work ethic in a child. I think just a parent actually living by example does. You know, like it would have been more helpful if my dad lived by more of an example as far as going to work, making sure the bills got paid, you know, and then it would have stuck more when if he was the type of dude that sat down with us and gave us principles and talked with us and all that kind of stuff, right? And so when I got older, I started feeling like ass whoopings was a cheap way out. Am I wrong for that?
Yeah, so my question behind it is what difference does it make about who's the authoritarian, whether it's your mom or your father? Like let's say hypothetically speaking that the roles was in reverse, and he was in that breadwinner role, and he was also the authoritarian as well too. So what difference will that even make? Where your mom was doing it or where your father was doing it, where your father was the breadwinner or your mom was the breadwinner as well too.
Well, it would have implemented some type of order for us to understand in the house. Like I could have seen a good dynamic of a family. Like if my dad would have been my dad was our dad. He was my mom's husband. So quite naturally, it would have helped me out to understand at an early age the order of things and how things are supposed to move in a family. You understand?
Can I say something, Freezy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Not to try to diagnose a situation because I'm not that type of dude. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's good. We're having a conversation. You know, it's me. Yeah.
But I've been in a situation similar to that, and it's like, from the outside looking in, and it goes back to what I was saying as far as y'all have to love each other in order to love the child. It sounds like the position or the role that your mama had to play in watching him, she lost respect for him. And we all know.
Most definitely did.
This is the talking point in these spaces. How can a woman love you if she don't respect you? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if I don't love or respect you, then it's going to transfer to our child, regardless. But this is the point, and this is the reason why I'm glad that we're having these conversations. Because, like I said, go back to the parents. If we pick wrong and we don't have that love for each other, because, like I said, if it comes to a point where we don't see eye to eye no more, and we break up because we have a child in place, we still should have enough love to be cordial with each other as parents, so that child or children don't still fall through the cracks.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? They shouldn't lack because we ain't get our shit together. They wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us. So we need to, grow up. So
but
yes,
naturally they will lack. But naturally they will lack until we gain better tools and get better resources. But I wanted to chime in after Lord ADS go. He kind of quiet. I ain't want to keep talking.
No, it's straight. It's straight. I'm listening to
Lord
everybody.
ADS was looking like he
Oh,
like
no,
he
he
looking
look
like
like he
he's
chilling. Listen, he
he looking
look
like
like he don't smoke,
Yeah.
boy.
he looking like he's supposed to give out an ass whooping later on tonight. That's how he was looking like. I just thought about that. I'm supposed to whoop my.
Oh, well, I kind of want to chime in.
No. I'm just
You,
listening to what everybody else got to say right now. I think captivity story is very interesting and intriguing, right? Because I got cousins who got that same type of format where, saying the mom was the provider, she was the enforcer, right? And the dad was in and out a whole lot, he was in and out. And, and some of their results different from mine in a whole lot of ways.
right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, well, I just wanted to check
so
because I
you
didn't
can
want to keep
identify
talking.
with what I was saying then.
Yeah, it does make a difference.
My situation was the same. Because think about it. My mama couldn't have no respect for my dad because he wasn't there. So it's still the same dynamic. I'm the child of somebody that you don't care about. Let's keep it real. So it's that's why I say it's we put our children at a unfair advantage by putting them in situations where we got to have or we got to depend on somebody else taking care of them, and we don't even like each other.
Yeah.
Because believe it or not, we see each other in the child. When the child is with me, it looks more like me. If the child is with you, people gonna say the child look more like you.
So couple the fear from the ass whippings with the imagery you see from your parents as far as the contentiousness. So you see the contentiousness from your parents and couple that with the ass whippers and the fear that come from that too. That's like a double down, dog, on your mental.
Well, listen.
But it's a
But check
triple.
this out,
You
Freezy.
forgot one component. Just real quick, Miss J. The component of life. You didn't add in the component of life. You said what they're going through with each other as far as them being, parents.
Yeah, you
but
see that.
Life on top of that.
Yeah.
That's why I say they start to crush under the weight of the bills and all that extra stuff. The societal norms, like, oh, I can't go out because I ain't got no money. All my money with the bills. I can't go out because I ain't even got no babysitter. Type of stuff. All that stuff starts to accumulate over time.
Go ahead, JJ.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And so what I was going to say on top of that, you as a child have to process all this information by yourself because usually parents are not having a conversation with children, right? And as children typically internalize everything. Children typically think everything is their fault, and it's just because of the egocentric nature of children, right? Like especially at a certain age, they're not able to think outside of themselves in that capacity, right? So when stuff go down, stuff start happening, they automatically internalize it and think everything is their fault. You know what I'm saying? And so to Urban's point earlier, I've said this many a times. I think that anybody having children, right? Like you said, parents in classes, taking early childhood education classes. What expanded my knowledge base is when I took an early childhood education class and understood development just in a better way. You know what I'm saying? Just understanding how the child develop. You know what I'm saying? You popping a 2-year-old because they waste milk or something. You know what I'm saying? When you look at early child development, they are still building dexterity and fine motor skills. You know what I'm saying? And so to me, once we expand our knowledge base and just understand those simple concepts, you know what I'm saying? Boys they are building, they develop gross motor skills faster than girls because they building muscle. You know what I'm saying? So when baby boy being Spider-Man all over the place, that is a developmental thing. He not trying to give you a hard time, you know what I'm saying, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think when we expand our knowledge base in that aspect, it can help us better cope because we understand this is how the brain works. When we understand plasticity, when we understand the dendrites and all these neural pathways that are being connected and being created and possibly being impaired with the way we handle our children, to me, it gives us a better scope because now we're coming from a knowledge-based standpoint instead of just I'm mad, I'm happy, just this emotion-based thing. Then we can connect it to something more tangible, you know what I'm saying? And then with what you were saying, Freezy, about the stressors that your mama had, right? And absolutely, that ain't got nothing to do with the children. Children didn't ask to be here, right? But then you as a child have to process all of this by yourself. And I can imagine on some level, because children are so loyal to their parents. Children have a certain loyalty to their parents, right? For whatever reason, it's because they get food, shelter, whatever, whatever, right? But you can see a child with a parent strung out on crack. Usually, unless it's just been pure hell on wheels, a lot of times them children still want to be with their parents. You know what I'm saying? So even with that being said, right? Children have a loyalty to their parents, right? So now you're witnessing your mama experiencing all this stress. Now you at whatever age you at, now carrying the burden of a grown adult, and then you trying to figure out how to fix it. How can I make mommy happy? You know what I'm saying? I have to be mindful whenever my children, because I'm pretty transparent, but when my children see certain things, I have to be mindful how to pull back sometimes that emotion, because what I found is my little one, well, my oldest, he grown now. You know what I'm saying? It affects him, but it affects him differently as an adult now. But my little one, he be ready to try to fix it. And guess what I have to tell him? It is not your job to fix mommy. It's not your job to worry about making mommy happy if mommy's having a bad day. You know what I'm saying? When I get snappy with my kids because I'm annoyed, guess what? I apologize. My children are free to tell me they don't like something. I done told you that before, Freezy. My children are free to tell me they don't like something. And it ain't no watch your mouth, who you think you talking to, shut the fuck up, da 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 da. Now I done told my children shut up, you feel me? But my children, I don't shut my children up for telling me about their experience with me, because I have to be open to their criticism. Now let's be clear, there's a level of respect. Like that video that you showed with that boy popping that woman in the mouth, we ain't having that kind of dynamic, because I was confused if that was it like the boundaries were so blurred. You feel me? It was almost like a husband and a wife. Like it was, the lines was blurred. You feel me? So there's still a level of respect, but my children are free to criticize me when it comes to how I handle them. They free to do it because they do it with respect. Y'all got it.
Yeah. I'm the same exact way with my children too, where I'm very transparent with them. They do know the level of respect and expectation that I have with them. So there are certain things that they could talk to me about, right? But it is how the way you present it to me, because at the end of the day, they got to understand that I am the parent. My wife is the parent as well too. We are the leaders over them. They're not equal. You know what I'm saying? Be as it may, in this modern generation, many of the modern parents want to have their young children as their friends, as their associate, rather than a child. And so we make that quite clear that we're the parents, you're the child. You're not equal to us in no type of way. So don't think that you could just say any old crazy thing where it becomes disrespectful. What we're going to do, we're going to let you know in a respectable way, but the firm way that no, that ain't what that is, period. And so, once again, I agree with that. And to be honest with y'all, well, I agree with everything that y'all saying up here as well too. I'm just asking the questions because I'm trying to trigger a response just to make us think about this from every possible angles. You know what I'm saying? For us rearing in our children and different things like that. And I meant to ask this question too. When is the appropriate time for you to actually rear your children? For us, like when it gets to that point of you want to put your hands on your children, when do it get to that point? Is it like the third? Is it like a 3 strike you out thing, or is it like immediate? Or when do they happen?
That's a great question.
Blatant disrespect. Blatant disrespect, meaning that I've already told you don't do this, and you did it. And you did it with a smile on your face. I can tell. Yeah, that's ass whooping worthy.
Go ahead, lawyer. Yes.
I mean, first you want to set a boundary, right? From about 4 years old to about 12, 13 years old, those are your rearing years with a child. You know, anytime before that, there's no rearing. Anytime after that, there's usually no rearing either, right? And then from there, you can start putting rules in place, like 3 strike rules for this offense, this offense. If you're anything like me, I end up like labeling stuff misdemeanors and felonies, right? That was a misdemeanor charge. You get 3 misdemeanors, you know what I'm saying, before I do anything, right? You know what I'm saying? If you get 1 felony, I'm going to do something. So it's like that went back and forth with me and my son for years. But what it did was it gave him a guideline and set of rules, right? That he knew I was playing from. He knew this stuff was stuff that I had written down that, said that he could read too, right? And what it did was lower his offenses. I ended up giving my son, I think from the age of 4 to about 13, 7 ass whoopings all together. Versus me, I know I had been over at least 40 something by the age of like 10. So
you talking about 7 whooping? That's a calendar week, right?
Yeah. but that made a huge difference, and I noticed that worked for him, right? I had a little reward system. If he, say, hit perfect attendance, right, and he stayed above an A minus, A plus, B minus, something in that range, I put $10 in the jar. He keeps it up 6 weeks, he can have the jar. That's like $80 in 6 weeks. He loved it.
That's what's up. You did it a different way. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's what it's about. Us just trying to explore different ways because all children don't respond to things the same. Like honestly, if beatings right like dictated how good a child would be, my oldest would be a cherub. He'd be a little seraphim or something like that. He would be a whole angel if it was based on spankings. Cause he used to get popped for damn near everything. But that was my lack of tolerance and my lack of skill set then. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't think that it helped him at all. If anything, it made my child more tougher, but not in a good way. I don't know the word. Almost suppressed. You know what I'm saying? Like my oldest is
did he become numb or something?
I think so to a degree because he's already stubborn and my oldest is the type he not gonna let you see him quote unquote sweat. You feel me? So he was one of them kids that he ain't gonna give it to you. Oh, you think you want tears? You ain't finna get it. You know what I'm saying? Even now to this day, my oldest, he is very hard to read if you don't know him. Because he has a wall up, but he's always been like that. But sometimes I wonder if me spanking him intensified that, because I don't think that me popping him did nothing for him. You know what I'm saying?
Want me to tell you why?
My youngest, the couple times I did pop, the way my youngest built, these new children different. The way my youngest built, you pop him in his mind, oh, you want to fight?
Right.
His lip gonna ball up like, oh, that's what we doing? Like he built totally different. You know what I'm saying?
Can I tell you why?
The oldest to me
like
withdrew more. You got it. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I can tell you just real quick why it's like that, especially with the moms. We talking about psychological warfare and psychological trauma. There's nothing more traumatizing than being beat physically by the person that nurtured you. It's confusing. It's damn near oxymoron.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I was saying earlier. It's mirroring. The child looking at themselves and you looking at them like it's a mirroring thing. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that, but that's why I say to me, physical punishment is rooted in fear. It's about fear and control. Ultimately, to me, that's all. I don't see anything else outside of fear and control. You know what I'm saying? And so me and my oldest have had conversations. And he always been an old soul, so he's very understanding. And I told him as he got older, I wish I would have been able to handle some things differently. And again, it wasn't go take a bath and let me beat you while you're wet. I ain't never took my child through all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't get, because I done heard all that stuff. You feel me? I ain't never. Oh, I'm finna beat you with an extension cord. All that. I ain't never did all that. You know what I'm saying? But like what Urban was saying, right? Even when he was younger, me popping him was to me it was more of a behavior pattern that was just a part of culture per se. You know what I'm saying? Just a part of, and I'm not saying every black person has experienced this, but just in general, it was more of a cultural pattern. You know what I'm saying? Because I would pop him, and you know how you'll say stuff like, and you bet not cry. And I would tell myself, well, hold on, that don't even make no sense. You just inflicted pain, then you telling the child not to cry. If we stop for a second and think about some of the stuff we do, it don't make sense. Asking a 3-year-old why they did something developmentally makes no sense. So if we stop for a minute, you know what I'm saying, we'll realize some stuff we do just really don't make sense. If you're coming at it from a brain development standpoint.
I think that
Hey,
I think that as I got older, if a parent does want to implement some type of physical punishment to a child, this is where I feel like those ass whoopings get lost. And I can speak for myself again. I used to get ass whoopings for anything wrong that my mom felt like I did, you know, or my grandmother, right? Like, I think that that's where ass whoopings get lost, because if you're gonna whoop your child, like even with the law, you're not gonna get the death penalty unless you do something that actually constitutes the death penalty. It's, you know, they actually judge what kind of punishment you're gonna get in court. The crime has to, the punishment has to fit the crime. But there are kids that just, you know, anything they do, you know what I'm saying, a ass whooping gonna follow. And so
Well, you know,
my
it's really
thing
not
is,
about them.
well, here's my thing. My thing is, whether you're a mother or father, and I'm gonna get into that too. But whether you're a mother or father, if you choose to whoop your kids, I think the butt whooping should be the last resort. And the reason why I feel like that would be effective is if a child is raised in a house like that to where ass whoopings is the last resort, that child would register with that child clearly that they did something that was, they crossed the line. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they could understand how egregious what they did was to the parent. But when a child is just getting ass whippings all the time, just for this, just for that, just for this, and it's the same ass whipping, like, you can't put no punishment to the crime. It's just, that's when I feel like children could possibly become numb to the ass whippings, because it's like, man, because even the child could say, man, I don't even think what I did was that bad. Like, do I get an ass
That
whipping
sounds like
every
that's
time?
pure chaos, right? Ain't even no
Yeah.
structure with that. You know what I'm saying? It's just chaotic, and it's just cathartic. Unfortunately, that child is just a punching bag on, so, you know, and I don't want to, you know, I'm not coming for nobody. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, anybody hearing my voice, ain't coming for nobody. But we have to be honest. That child at that point is just an outlet for frustration. I'm trying to process how that could be anything else, and maybe I'm not seeing it with a full scope, but based on every angle that I'm looking at, that child is simply part of a cathartic session. Okay, so when you was talking about Freezy, like your mom, all the stress, she looking at bills and crying constantly, your mom was already close to the edge, you feel me? From what you saying, and then y'all living in poverty, that is pure survival mode. You're constantly in your limbic system, right? Your limbic system is fight or flight. You feel me? That's all your emotions and all that. You're sympathetic, you're parasympathetic. You feel me? Like, this is what creates hypervigilance. You know what I'm saying? Even me, I know what it's like to be on edge. I told you before, I had started learning that my nervous system was shot. If we think about it, y'all, most of our nervous systems have been shot, especially if you grew up in certain urban areas. You know what I'm saying? Some people call it post-traumatic slave disorder. You know what I'm saying? Some people call it hypervigilance. Always on edge, always on edge. And all it takes is a feather to push us over. You feel me? So like you say, when a child just doing something that kids normally do, right? Kids explore. They, especially at toddler age, they're little explorers. That's what they do. That's how they learn the world. That's how they learn boundaries. That's how they learn their limits, right? So when they doing what they do and they getting popped every 5 minutes, like, it's just a mind F all around. And then, like you say, if you getting beat for every single thing, you don't know how to separate what's what.
Well, because kids
you have no boundaries, you have no structure. Everything is just a you know.
Well, it's because
You can't
kids
sort
are
through
going.
that. You got
it's
it.
because kids are going to do wrong. That's just inevitable. They're gonna do wrong. They're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna do that. So if an ass whooping follow every like damn near 80, let's just say 80% of the time, like that child is not gonna learn from the ass whooping no more.
No baseline. No baseline.
It ain't no baseline. So and this what I would suggest. If you'd use that structure to where the ass whooping is the last resort, and it's got to be something that the child know it was like they crossed the line severely, right? Even then, when you choose to whoop your child, I don't think it should be just all over the child, wherever the switch land, wherever it shouldn't be no wherever the belt land type of whoopings. No, it should be a structured whooping, like on the buttocks. You know what I'm saying?
Within the realms of the law, I don't fully know, and maybe somebody in the chat or on the panel could help me out. But the law states that if you spank your child, it's supposed to be a certain way you're supposed to do it. Again, I'm not advocating for or against, but even when it comes to the law, you supposed to, I think, like you say, you supposed to beat them on the buttocks. It's supposed to be a certain area or something.
Yeah, it's 3 licks or something like that. No more than 3 licks or something. I was reading something about that some years back. Yeah.
You talking about
it's a certain way you're supposed to do it. It ain't supposed to be belt buckle. You done got popped in the head, done got popped in the eye, everywhere else. That's why I was telling you, D-Rock, when you was talking about just pop them on the legs and whatever. Like, people have to be honest about their personalities too. Listen, my personality, you not just finna get a pop on the leg. Before I know it, if I ain't careful, I'll be wailing on you. So listen, it's been times, y'all, but I done locked myself in the room and gave myself a timeout. Cause I about ready to karate chop my child. Listen, let me get somewhere. Cause okay, you stay in the living room. Let me go in the room and let me close the door. See, but then that's where we have to assess. Okay, I'm stressed out. I'm overwhelmed. I got this going on. I got that going on. We have to practice mindfulness. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's a perfect thing, but we have to check in with ourselves to see where we at, especially if things are reactionary. Because by the time you turn around, you've reacted to a situation before you could fully process it. That's why I don't subscribe to people always talking about like people try to imply that one gender is more logical than the other, or that we're logical beings first. If you think about the way the brain is created, we are not logical beings first. We are emotional beings first, because if we wasn't, we wouldn't have a fight or flight system. That's what operates first, and it takes training, it takes discipline, it takes working at it in different ways, whatever way work for you, to where we can learn how to slow that system down when appropriate. But let's be clear, like, we have our fight or flight system for survival as human beings. You know what I'm saying? It's because we live in a world where we've experienced different things, right? And we already in a world where we're overstimulated, overexposed to all types of traumatic stuff, right? There's a time where we couldn't see all these atrocities and stuff, like whether it was people getting deleted and stuff. Well, like, we could see all this stuff online all the time, right? That desensitizes us. That also puts us on edge, depending on how you internalize that stuff, right? And so we have to learn how to slow down our system. You know what I'm saying? To process information in an effective way. You got to.
And that's one thing we don't talk about, right? Because we talk about the worst of the abused, but most of these people were not abused people. Let's just be honest. They're living vicariously through other people's stories on the internet, for say, right?
That's true. A lot of people doing that.
You know what I'm saying? That there's some legit people out there, and there's a bunch of frauds and phonies, man. You know what I'm saying? Living vicariously through someone else's hurt. And, you hear those same talking points, say those same things. You can patch those stories together and say, okay, I know where that story came from, right? It sounds almost exactly like that one. And that's one thing we got to talk about more often, right? It's some of that behavior that really brings this stuff down. Because there are legitimate people out there who are suffering from stuff, who can't get their stuff out because there's so many people with this other type of shit going on, right?
That was a great point, Lord ADS. Yeah. Go ahead, Urban.
Yeah, the three main areas that they say that you could rear your child is on the palm of the hand, it's on their calf muscle, on their leg, and on their buttocks. These may three areas. Them the areas where it won't cause a lot of bruising.
Name them
Now,
one.
if
Name
you
them
hit
one
them,
more time. One more time.
it's the one palm of the hand. It's the one calf muscle on their leg and also on the buttocks.
Okay.
Now, if you hitting them way harder than what you need to be doing, then yeah, that's considered as abuse according to Child Protective Services or CPS.
Thank you for that,
No
man.
matter
Oh,
where you hit him at, that which is why I told
Hold
my
on, Stan.
lady.
Let him finish his point. Go ahead, Urban.
Oh yeah. Also earlier, I do agree with D Rock about the whole boundaries of it, right? Where he was saying earlier that if this child immediately be disrespectful to me, then that's when it's going to happen. The reason why I agree with that is because there have to be a level to the one discipline, just like what LADS said too, where he was talking about the misdemeanors and felonies. The reason why is because there's some situation in life it's a point of no return. And that child have to understand when they get to that level, this is a point of no return point, especially as us being black men as well too. There's some things that we do is going to totally change the course of our life that one time. And so I believe that particular discipline should be administered right then and there because it's needed right then and there. Now, there's some, as they were saying earlier, there's certain type of misdemeanor things. It's like little, and you just kind of give them a one, like, okay, don't do this again. Give them another talk, don't do this again. Then they finally end up doing it. Then that's when you do something. But there are other things out there now. You got to deal with it right then and there because if not, they're not going to understand that when they become older. The one cross that boundary.
But that's one of the hardest things to do because you got to do it for cool head. You got to be doing it out of correction, and your instincts is telling you that you're gonna beat the shit out of this kid. So I'm gonna hurt him. I'm gonna hurt his little ass, right? But if you do that, you're defeating the purpose of raising the child in the first place. You got to do it out of correction and love, right? So walking away for a day or so, sometimes it's a really good thing. Just put them in their room, take the electronics out. I'll deal with this in the morning or whenever I'm ready. Versus just right then and there on the spot because you're doing it because you're mad. And then you might end up making things worse, right?
I ain't gonna lie, sitting on it for a couple days, the beat a child ass kind of crazy to me too. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm finna sit here and think on whooping my child for days. I don't know, like,
and that's how y'all get in trouble because y'all underestimate the man's anger. Men feel anger much deeper than women do. We just don't talk
I get
about
that, right? So I'm just saying the thought of a man or a woman waiting a couple days to beat a child. I don't know. Me personally, I guess I should say, to me it's over by then. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like a lot of times spankings are reactionary. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't even gonna hold you for somebody to sit on it for days. To me, that kind of get a little sadistic, in my opinion. I don't know.
It might sound that way, but in reality, that's what you need to do. It shouldn't be an emotional thing if you're spanking your child. It should be out of correction. If you're doing it
How
out
do
of
you
emotion,
inflict pain without emotion? Physical pain. How do you inflict physical pain without emotion?
Men are logical creatures. Women are nurturers. What you view as logic, emotion.
Well, hold on now, because men are nurturers, and I think that the lack of nurturing fathers is the reason why it's a lot of angry children out here. Now, people want to get up in a box, but if we look at nurturing, men are very well capable of being nurturing. And I've said this before, and I continue to windmill for that because I know what nurturing men look like. It may not be demonstrative in the same way that women are nurturing, but men are very nurturing.
Well,
how are men are nurturing to you?
In my opinion, men's nurturing can come in the form of protection as they protect their family. It can come in the form of structure. It can come in the form of discipline. I think that men, like you ever seen how a man, well, we could just say generally speaking, right? At least our idea of how a man is with a daughter. I think that many a times men can express on some level, right? On some level, that same level of protection and nurturing to their sons. Now, what I have seen right? A lot of times men don't necessarily operate like that with their sons. And I'm just speaking in general, you know what I'm saying? Just speaking in general, y'all, because I do think that men are becoming more and more open to being a bit more demonstrative in how they deal with their children, right? As far as their expression of love. And love comes in different forms. Love can come in protection. It could come in structure, like I said, discipline, etc., etc. But I have seen men grab their son around their neck, been like, I love you, boy. Now they might not be able to like, oh, love you, da da da, pinching their cheeks and shit. But to me, that is still nurturing, and I do think that sometimes when it comes to males, to boys, right? It's oh, they a boy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they this, they that, whatever, whatever. So they don't get different levels of nurturing. I'm kind of rambling, but yeah, it comes in the form of
Is
protection,
it
structure, discipline, and it could also be demonstrative as far as expression of love. You got it.
if
If I
if is it
say,
that
if I
is
say,
it that
if
more
you get an ass
Oh,
whooping, you get an ass whooping. There you go.
go
if
ahead,
Hey,
is it
Earl.
that's
that
cool. Do your thing.
is there more in line so using emotional intelligence instead of using the word nurturing for men?
You say, is it more what? Let me hear what you say clearly. Is it more
Use
what?
it is it more in line to using emotional intelligence instead of being a nurturer? Because I honestly believe that men are not nurturers at all. We're not built to be nurturers, period. Where we always operate under emotional intelligence. In other words, we give what needs to be given in that particular time. Like you was using the example about the man hugging the son. He doing that because he know that his son need it at that particular time. But that's to us, that's not considered as nurturing. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
All
how
we
do you
doing is
view
operate
nurturing?
under the
Because
emotional
nurturing is
intelligence.
training and upbringing. Like, if we could pull up the definitions, but how do you view nurturing?
Nurture is more of a feminine component to me, where instead of a woman does instead of a woman want to be, as I say, firm, like how the way a man is, right? They want to be more, I guess, more understanding, more needy, more. Okay, it's all right.
Soft.
It's gonna be okay.
Soft.
Yeah, soft. In other words, versus a
Yeah, and
man.
see,
A
that's the
man is
thing. In
not.
my opinion,
Yeah, a
nurturing
man's
is
not
very
soft at all.
firm. Yeah,
So
I hear
this,
you. I hear you. But I think that's a misconception that people have. In my opinion, men are very capable of being nurturing, and I ain't even gonna hold y'all. At least in my the way I view like the act of being a nurturer. I love when I see men be nurturers, and I don't see it as a soft thing. I just see it in a different. Oh, look, Freezy got it up, y'all. I'm rambling, looking up in the air. All right, go
so
ahead. You got
so
it,
so
Freezy.
this is the first definition from Webster's dictionary for nurturing. It says one is training. I mean, this is the first one. Is for a noun. For the noun version, it says training, upbringing, right? Or number two, it says something that nourishes, food. Three, it says the sum of the environmental factors influencing the behavior and traits expressed by an organism. This is for the verb. This actually for verb right here, where it says I'm sorry, I can read it right here, where it says to supply with nourishment, like care for and nurture a baby. Two says educate, so that's a form of nurture. It says nurture kids in clean, colorful rooms with the latest books and learning gadgets. Three says to further the development of, to foster. So I'm why don't you guys feel like a man could actually nurture anybody?
There you go.
No, I'm saying I'm trying to figure out why do the men on the panel feel like a man just is not a nurturer? I want to believe that I think a man can be a nurturer. You know,
I'm gonna windmill every time when it come to men
Because
nurturing, y'all. I'm just telling y'all, ain't nothing personal. I'm gonna windmill for men nurturing every time because I understand the power that comes with men being nurturers. It hit different, y'all. And to me, I think sometimes we may conflate nurturing and coddling. But men definitely nurture, in my opinion.
Yeah, because traditionally we look at nurturing for us a woman taking care of a child, like a baby or different things like that. And so
Like
we look at
breastfeeding or
it
something like that.
yeah, like like breastfeeding and different things like that. You know what I'm saying? So traditionally we look at it in that component. But according to the definitions, I could agree with the definition for us nurturing, like training and different things like that. If
Yeah.
that be the case, then I could digress what I just said and say that hey, we can be nurturers, based on that definition.
Well, I
I
think
I
think we
totally get it though,
I think
Urban.
we
I totally get
overcomplicate
why you
things.
view it that way.
Yeah,
You
but
got it,
hold
D.
on, hold on. I think we overcomplicate things. First of all, we got to understand we live in a world where they didn't want to put gender on it. So they just, made it a blanket statement. But the actual honest, what I'm saying, point of the matter is no matter what the situation is, if it's working correctly, the mother is still going to be the ultimate one that nourishes. Because I'm only going to pour into you what I need you to pour into the children. So you're ultimately still going to be the disseminator of the information that I'm going to need them to have, which will be the nourishment. So I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and it's no not trying to be a pushback or nothing like that. But no, that's why we
no.
can't
If you got
be.
pushback, we could do it. You
That's
could give
why
pushback. Just respectfully,
yeah,
just give pushback. It don't matter.
that's why I say I'm doing what I'm doing in all due respect. Now we can't be nurturers. We have a different job set.
Well,
I think many men just view it as soft. Can I read the AI? It's just an AI overview right quick, right? But I think it speaks
Yeah.
to it validates what I'm saying, right? It says men nurture children by actively engaging with them through physical play, providing a sense of security and protection, teaching problem solving skills, actively listening to their needs, showing physical affection, and being emotionally available, often fostering a unique style of interaction compared to mothers that encourages exploration and curiosity. This can include actively encouraging children to tackle challenges and learn from their experiences. So I think that in general, and I don't want to keep reiterating, but I do think that men view nurturing as a soft thing. And I think that I don't know, as long as I've known the whole concept, you know what I'm saying, nurturing has been considered a feminine trait. And I can totally understand why, right? Because women were with the children more so, to Urban's point. I totally understand that concept, but yeah, I'm a windmill for it every time, y'all.
Well, I'm gonna say
Nurturing
this.
fathers hit different, y'all.
When I was younger, I used to see movies or TV shows that directly was in conflict with the way I was raised. My dad was not a nurturer, right? But I used to see shows where fathers and I'm gonna just say it, a lot of times it was white fathers. Now every now and then we'll see so shows like the Cliff Huxtable, Claire, all that kind of stuff. But I used to see shows where the father would be close to the son and talk to the son frequently about life, be involved with the son in sports, give the son hugs, even kiss him on the cheek, always tell his son he love him. Could that be a form of nurturing from the father?
No, that's a form of fatherhood from the father. Like I said, they're making all our terms
why are we so
gender
afraid
neutral.
to call it nurturing though? Don't understand that.
Because it's not nurturing.
It's not
nurturing. It's being
So
a
hold
father.
on. So you're telling me the father gives his son a hug just like the mother does, kiss him on the cheek, talks to him, encourage him, tells him, that you're great at what you do, and gives him wisdom. Same thing mothers do.
Freeze.
Why would it be considered nurturing if a mother do it, but it's not nurturing when a father does it?
I'm saying if you want to be feminine like that, then yeah, let's call that nurturing. What I'm saying is, let's say a child fall down, bump their knee. We all know if we was to be honest with each other and ourselves, our response to that same incident is going to be different whether we're the mother or the father. Boy, get up and walk it off if we're the dad. Oh, let me put a
Well,
band-aid on it.
respectfully,
Let
I
me
say that to
clean
my
it.
child too. I just acknowledge their feelings. I say it to my child too. If my child get to crying, guess what? I let him cry for about 2 seconds. Oh, that really hurt. Guess what? I acknowledge the fact that it hurt. And if he crying for a little bit too much, go ahead, wipe your face. Now, I might not be like, boy, if you don't get up off the floor, but to me, I don't know. I think, okay. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Y'all finna get me worked up because I'm finna windmill for this. Men are very capable of being nurturers. When I have walked around in this world, and this is anecdotal, and I have seen frustrated boys suppressed like a mother effer, it was because they did not get nurturing. I think okay, so like you said, Freezy, if your dad had listened, right? Just been open to hearing you, acknowledging you.
Thanks for having me up.
All right, Lord ADS.
Nice talking to you, Lord ADS. When you was talking about your dad, right? Remember how you shared the story of how you expressed something to your daddy, and your daddy just was like, "Yeah, you'll be all right." If your daddy would have took the time to acknowledge, just even simply acknowledge, just putting a hand on your shoulder, son, you having a rough time, I ain't got all the answers. That's nurturing. I ain't got all the answers, but we gonna work through this, etc., etc. Nurturing ain't just a woman, a baby sucking on a titty.
Well, no, that's I agree, but I'm trying to.
I know you do. I was just using that as an example. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I want to ask like a series of questions to the fellas. So we got female nurses, we got male nurses. The female is to Stanley's point. Stanley D. Rock the Block White is a male nurse because he's a nurse. Is he feminine? Just because he's a nurse, is that feminine?
Nope.
No, it's not feminine. Just because.
So if it's not, if that's not feminine, why would you say it's feminine? When you say a male nurse nurtures patients just like a female nurse, I mean, they're trained the same way.
Yeah, I mean, he signed up for the job, so I mean, he had his
so
reasons,
why?
but I'm
So
saying
if they're doing, if they're nurturing. No, what I'm saying is, if a male nurse is doing the same thing female nurses is doing, this the same job description.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you say? Why did you call it feminine on the male's part? On the male part, just because a man
I'm tell you why.
approaches a situation like that.
Because when we allow that to happen, that's how they can blur the lines and say we're equal, and we're not. We're not, because like I said, just in that same scenario, and it's not like we're coming from a evil place or whatever like that. If we look at the child and we visibly see, oh, that's just a scratch, or that's just a nick, it ain't nothing serious that we got to take him to the hospital for. In our mind, it's nothing. So our reaction is going to be get up and walk it off. But a woman is going to handle it different. That's nurturing. What we do is not nurturing. So, but if we can, but my thing is, Freezy, if we can do the same job, then we could do the same job. Then that would go to the point of, yeah, they don't need no men. Because if they can perform the same job that we could perform, then no, we don't need each other. I can't nurture my children the way my wife nurtures my children. She can't discipline my children the way she can't. She can't discipline them in the same way I would or I could.
I didn't disagree. I just said,
Oh, yeah, but my voice is stronger. So with that being said, and understanding these roles, these gender roles, mother and father, yeah. Because if it comes down to the child need to be nurtured, the child need a hug and stuff like that. If she's
go to
available,
your mama
I'm
and get that hug. What you looking at me for? I'm trying not to troll. Wait a minute. Hold on.
That's a great point. No, that was a great point.
That was a trash point, and I'm getting mad. I'm about to windmill. Wait a goddamn minute. Let me tell you something. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Y'all ain't telling me this because I'm trying to be a good participant today. Listen.
No, we're gonna keep it kosher, but that was kind of like a terrible point, though. But go ahead.
No, you gotta stop. No, this is my thing, right? Because I already said earlier, right? How men and women demonstrate right? How they demonstrate nurturing is way different. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily the same. And I do get your point, Stanley. And you windmilling right now because you ain't with this equality stuff, but it has nothing to do with that, in my opinion. I could totally get how you see it that way, but from what I was speaking on, has nothing to do with a man and a woman being equal. Now, for the people that know, have heard me speak, know that I appreciate the balance that men and women bring, right? Now, how I deal with something may be different. Like I've had these conversations, right? Because I'm a single mother, right? I have called reinforcement when it comes to men that I value in my life. You know what I'm saying? When my oldest hit that teenage phase and he started smelling it, quote unquote, smelling himself, I called in for reinforcement. Why, Stanley? Because I know I'm not a man. I know that there are certain things that I can't relate to when it comes to my son. And guess what? When I would call them reinforcements, one of them used to be ex-military. And he came over here one day. This was years ago when he was a teenager. Came over here. And I'm talking about he would nose to nose in my son's face. You hear me? And that thing tore me up. Guess what? Guess what, Stanley? I walked the fuck off because I understand that how men relate to men is going to be different. So I will never act as if it is the same thing. But men are definitely capable of nurturing. It may not be in the same way that I nurture as a woman, but men are definitely capable. And I think that it would be helpful if some men really just understood the value in that. I really do. I really do. It's not going to be the same as a woman. And I think that coddling is possibly getting conflated in that as well. Because I personally don't like whining. I don't. My children don't get to sit here and whine. Oh baby, yo, baby. Oh, but we not finna do that for a long time. We not. You know, but I don't know. You triggered Stanley, but I'm ready to windmill because I love to see nurturing fathers because it is a beautiful thing.
I'm not
But so
triggered
when
at
your
all.
child want to
I'm
hug,
not
you
triggered
send your
at all.
child to the mama. Like for real though, you ain't finna tell me that in real life, Stanley. You ain't gonna tell me that because I'm finna get mad.
No, so you missed the
Hold
context.
on,
People
hold
be
on, hold on,
missing
hold
the
on, hold on,
context of
Stan.
what I'm saying. What
Hold
was
on,
the
hold on,
issue that you
Stan.
had
I'm
with
gonna
it,
give you.
Freezy?
I'm gonna give you one. Because I need for you to explain what you're saying more. But I want to get Urban, and I don't want to override the conversation. Urban, I want you to say what you got to say. Then I'm gonna go right back to Stan.
Yeah, I think the disconnect is happening with for us how the way the nurturing is administered now. After seeing the definition of nurturing, I could agree with y'all on it now that men do nurture, but we just do it differently versus how women nurture. You know, just like what Stanley was saying earlier, we nurture by giving them positive affirmation by telling them that it's okay, you hurt yourself, it's all right, get on up, you're gonna be all right, you know. But women nurture more, you know, as we said, softer way. They be like, oh, come here, and you know, oh, the child be crying, they be crying with the child, they be crying together, and all that weird stuff that women do, you know. So that's why I think that's where the confusion of nurturing is happening. That men, we deal with nurturing our way, women deal with nurturing their way. And one last thing till that be done. By the definition, there's no such thing as a masculine nurture or a feminine nurture at our period. It is nurturing. So I'm done.
Go ahead, Stan. Appreciate that, Urban.
No, I was just asking what was the question, or what would you, cause you know what I'm saying, like that was crazy, like what I said, like what I mean, what is being missed is what I want to know.
Well, are you talking to Just Jay?
No, because you said that was a crazy example.
He asking you. He ready to push me over in the ditch.
Oh, okay. Well, no.
No, you good.
You
I
gave
like having these conversations.
You gave an example of your son having an issue, and explain exactly what you said, because I don't want to misquote you as far.
Yeah, I said my son falls down. He scrapes his knee.
Yeah.
It's a light scrape. You know what I'm saying? He's 2 years old. He just lightly scrapes his knee. My response to it, and we can be there at the same time, but my response to it would be, first of all, I'm gonna visually look, and it ain't nothing but a little. It ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be like, well, get up and walk it off, sir. You know what I'm saying? Get up and walk it off, son, because I know he's a boy. You know what I'm saying? Whereas his mama is gonna want to clean it off, put the put peroxide on it, put the Band-Aid on it, and all that. But I'm not gonna stop her because that's her job. She's gonna want to do the nurturing thing. I'm gonna want to do the father thing. Boy, get up. Ain't nothing but a little bit of dirt on there and a little bit of blood. It'll scab up and you'll be all right. That's all I'm saying. That was what I used for an example.
Right. And so I get what you're saying. Stereotypically, I've heard that before. What if your wife is not there? What if your wife isn't around?
Bingo. There go the catalyst. So now I have to handle it with a different set of gloves. And this is where from what I said earlier, the love and the understanding comes in. That way I can throw all of that ego, pride. This might be labeled as gender this or whatever. No, my son hurt himself. The mama ain't around to do that nurturing job. So I'm not going to just
what are you going to do?
So I'm not going to just say, get up and shake it off. No, I'm going to say, you good? You all right? All right, well, let's go in the house. Let's get that cleaned up.
So
it's going to be a whole different thing. But I'm still not going to consider that as I nurtured him.
So this the problem I have with it, because I wanted you to explain everything, right? The problem I have with it is I think we limit how much love a child can get between, whether it's from a father or from a mother, right? The way I'm looking at it and how you're explaining it, let's say you're a single father. Let's say you don't even have your wife around. You're just a single father. You taking care of your kid. You're leading me to believe that your son is never going to get a hug from you.
Man, that's the absolute though, Freezy. You can't say that. He would never get a hug from me.
But what I'm saying, if you're willing, as a single father, if you're willing to give your son, and I'm just minding this out, right? We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, we can mind it out.
As a single father, if you're willing to give your son a hug, even a few times, even if your wife is around, why wouldn't you be willing to give your son a hug even if your wife is in the picture? I just don't get that. Like, and here's another thing. Why can't your son get 2 hugs? 2 hugs is better than 1. He can get one from his father and from his mother.
Yeah, right? This ain't no buy one get one free day. It's not a sale today. Today is because you have a mom. And because we have a relationship and because we're functioning in a healthy relationship, now I'm not going to take that from your mom. Because in all actuality, she actually needs to instill the fact that, yes, I'm the one you come to when you hurt. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to kiss your boo-boos. I'm going to make sure you're good and da-da-da. That's where the gender roles need to be in place because we're actually establishing something. So you think
you think that hugs is a part of gender roles? That's what you're saying?
No, I don't think. No. Because I do the dap hug thing. No, everything has to be in context, Freezy. Everything has to be in context.
No. I'm saying you said that if your wife is around,
I ain't saying I would never give him a hug. I'm saying in that instance, I wouldn't give him no hug.
In that instance,
yes.
in pure context, the hug is a part of the gender role.
No, Freezy, I just said I would throw out, like you said, if I was by myself, I would throw all of that stuff out because I have a role.
No. Listen what I'm saying. In that instance where your wife is around, where you would send your son to the wife so she could clean it up and she would give him the hug, you would tell him, you okay and whatever you said. In that scenario where your wife is around, the hug would be assigned to a gender role because your wife is around.
Hell yeah, because I'm gonna be honest with you. After the age of 10, my son ain't want no damn hugs from me. He wanted dap. But that comes from, like I said, love and understanding and paying attention to my child. Because even like my daughter, you know what I'm saying, she's a girl, but she still don't, She don't let me hold her hand walking across the street no more because she's like, I'm 13 now, Dad. So it's certain things you got to know when to break that. You know what I'm saying? And now he too big for a hug. I can't hug him in front of his school. He'll look at me like I'm crazy. Daddy, give me some dap. Like, don't embarrass me. So that's why I said we get, you know, hey. But that's just my thoughts. That's just how I'm gonna run mine. You know what I mean?
So here's the thing. And this just my opinion. You know, I respect your opinion, but my opinion is, if my son said, no, don't give me no hug in front of my, I'm gonna have to break my son out of that and let him, bro, I'm closer to you than you is to your friends. Like, I'm your father, and I'm gonna sit down and tell my son, listen, I don't care how your friends look at whatever, because he must understand, if they do see me give my son a hug, some of his male friends, they might long for that from their own daddy. What you giving your son a hug in front of his friends at school, you're teaching your son and his friends, maybe they fathers need to have a relationship with their sons like that too. I don't see
if he don't want it.
If he's not gonna want it because he feels like the impression that it's gonna make on his friends is more important than the impression to his father. And I'm telling you that I don't care how his friends look at him as far as his daddy giving him a hug. Me, I'm gonna give my son a hug, and I'm gonna teach my son not to be caring about how your friends look at you. That's what I'm gonna be teaching my son.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna tell you what lesson I get out of that whole thing. What I actually learned, you know what I'm saying, regardless of how you look at it, what I saw was my son is telling me how he wants things. So he's coming into his own. Like, Dad, no, like, you know what I'm saying, I know you love me and all that, but no, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you went mute. Your mic went mute or something. Can y'all hear Stan?
No, his sound cut out. Can you
Your
hear
sound
me,
cut out, Stan.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, you back.
Now. Yeah.
All right. What I'm saying, Freezy, is in this situation that of the picture that we just painted, I understand what you're saying, but from my view, from my POV, what I saw was my son just communicated to me what he wanted and what he needed in that moment. And I have to be cognizant enough to know my child. My child know what he needs. I'm not going to force myself on him. The same way my daughter, when she said, no, Dad, I'm big enough. You ain't got to hold my hand. Well, I'm like, well, you still going to stay close to me. It's the same thing. I know that they're telling me, or they're coming into their own as a young person. Hey, I need you to, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, don't embarrass me. I got little chicks looking at me and stuff. I'm trying to keep my little bravado of who I am. This, because it ain't about my friends and what they think of me. It's about what I think of me. And I feel like you giving me a hug right now in front of everybody is going to make me feel a certain way. As a parent, hold on, Freezy. But me as a parent, I'm supposed to be able to respect that. That comes from understanding.
Right. What I'm telling you is where I disagree. You're saying it ain't about how his friends look at him. It's about how he think of himself. I disagree. It is the reason why he's telling you not to give him a hug in front of his friend is because he do care about how his friends look at him. He do care. Right. And that's fine. What I'm saying is I'm going to teach my son I'm more important than your friends. I'm gonna tell you when it's really beautiful, dog. When a son don't mind his daddy giving him, and when other boys, his friends, his homeboys see how close him and his father is, and
that's a fact.
You feel what I'm saying? See, when that override how his friends feel about him, that's when that shit really powerful.
But when does the line get crossed when your child is telling you, hey, Dad, I don't want this? Just the same way, like, as a man, have you gotten to the point where you're like, Mama, don't keep kissing on me. You putting lipstick on me. I'm about to go into school.
Never.
Did it ever come to a point?
I wanted that.
Okay, well, and that's the difference. That was my whole caveat. If my child wanted the hug, that's one thing. I wouldn't deny him that. if the same scenario and my child wanted the hug, I wouldn't deny that. But I'm saying, when do we draw the line that my son said in his own being, in his own consciousness, knowing who he is, Dad, I know you love me, but I don't want the hug right now. You know what I'm saying? Say that till I get home.
So what
you know
if he
what I'm
wanted
saying?
to hug
Like,
when he was young and he hurt his knee, but you instead you send it to his mother, but he say, "No, I want it. Daddy, can I get a hug?" What you gonna do then?
yeah, because it's been times like that too. After mom then nurtured him, if he still want to run to me for the hug, I'm open arms. But the reason why I told you to get up in the first place is because more than likely you hurt yourself because I told you to stop running over there. And now that you fail, what, I'm supposed to come and nurture you now? No, get your ass up. Mom's going to nurture you. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm telling you, I'm doing a real life experience, bro. This is real life experience.
I mean, I respect how you do your thing. I'm just saying, like, I do disagree with some of the components of what you said, you know, because I just, when it comes to nurturing a father, I think a lot of sons is missing that from their fathers, to be honest with you. You know, and to be just by you being there and telling your son that, hey, you know, dust yourself, you know, listen, you all right. I'm not saying something wrong with that, you know, because a lot of us grew up learning tough love, right? Tough love from our parents. They call it tough love. But I just feel like, don't just hug your son when he scored a touchdown and they win the game in high school. See, a lot of fathers, they want the hug. They want everybody to see them hug their son then. You ain't gonna care about your son friends. If your son break a record at school and he score a touchdown and your son say, man, don't give me no hug, man, my home, you is not gonna care about that. That's your son. That's your moment too. You gonna give your son a hug. I know you will, Stan. But why wouldn't it apply then? Listen, every day a championship for Freezy. Every day. Bring your ass over here. Give your daddy a hug. In front of your homeboys. Yeah. Cause I'm your best friend.
I get all that. Listen, I get all that. But what I'm saying, Freezy, because my son is autistic, he likes routine. So if he goes outside of his routine, he flips out. So if I'm telling you this hug is gonna make him feel comfortable, uncomfortable, I'm not going. If this hug situation is gonna make him feel uncomfortable, I'm not giving it to him. I don't know how nobody's not gonna understand that. But well, I'm saying you, bro,
you added in the autistic that I can't speak on the. You know, I can't speak on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's certain things like if he don't feel comfortable going in a certain room, like if he got that type of thing, because sometimes he do, sometimes he don't. You know what I'm saying? I can't take him in that room, but like I said, that comes from the parent.
If your son wasn't autistic, would you give him a hug at high school?
Same thing. The autism doesn't have nothing to do with it.
No, I'm saying you just brought that to my attention, so I ain't know if that.
Well, the point is the same. In his case, it makes him more uncomfortable. Certain situations that probably wouldn't make him uncomfortable will make him uncomfortable. But so let's say he's not autistic, and this situation makes him uncomfortable. Because that's what I'm saying. He's just relayed to me. Wherever how I feel, he just relayed to me in this very moment. Dad, don't hug me. It's uncomfortable right now. I'm supposed to be able to respect that as his father. Now, in real life, I'm telling you, my son, I dap him up 5-6 times a day because he's autistic. And that's the highlight of his day. Me dapping him up and giving him a hug like how I do my homeboys. You know what I'm saying? Because he's watching. Okay, he love and respect them. So that's how he give them that kind of greeting. I want that kind of greeting. So yeah, I give him hugs 4 or 5 times a day. Every time I pass by him, he wants that. So no, what I'm telling you, when the time comes that he says, Dad, I don't want that, I'm supposed to be able to oblige that. That's all I'm saying.
What do y'all think?
Freezy, can I chime in whenever y'all done?
Yeah. I just wanted to kind of mine it out because I wanted to mine it out because I always say these conversations really not for us. It's for everybody watching. And I don't know. I just feel like a lot of love does get, not on Stanley's behalf, right? Because he's with his kids, he's hands on, and for me listening to Stan, you know, he's a real good dude. But I just feel like a lot of love can get lost if fathers feel like it's too feminine to hug their sons, and the mothers are supposed to do it, and they assign that to the mother. If the father and the mother are together in the marriage or whatever, and they assign hugs to the mother, I feel like a lot of love can get lost from the father. That's just my opinion. But go ahead, go ahead. I was finna call you hot sauce. I'm sorry, Judge J. Go ahead, Judge J.
No, Urban was finna go. You could go ahead, Urban. I'll go after you.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with him. I agree that it should be an appropriate time and a place for you to want to give your son that hug. Now, if your son is saying that he don't want it at that moment, then that's you being that nurturer, being that protector, provider. You're giving him that. I think that it's toxic for you to force yourself to do something that your son don't want to do. That goes on the line of respect. Remember earlier we was having a conversation about boundaries and respect from our children. It had to work both ways. If we have the expectation for our children to respect us, we got to do the same thing for our children as well too, especially when they get into the age of becoming teenagers and young adults. So you have to respect their boundaries.
Okay. Go ahead, Judge J.
So to that point, I think, well, I don't know. It seemed like the conversation got a little conflated with focusing on the hugging aspect, and then I think age does play a factor in that. I think, to Urban's point, when children reach adolescence, they begin to seek the approval of their peers more than their family, and so to Freezy's point, the way I interpret that, Freezy, maybe because I know you a little bit more, like I know you're not talking about overstepping personal boundaries per se, right? But instilling in your child the value of not being ashamed of their family and stuff like that. Because I've seen children, you know, when they get a certain age, like they don't care who see, you know what I'm saying? They could tell their parent they love them, whatever. And I also get Stanley's point about respecting boundaries and yeah, I just think that kind of got conflated, right? But I still want a windmill when it comes to fathers nurturing, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to a couple of articles I pulled up. One is from dadsforkids.org, .au, so another Australian thing, right? So it talks about how teens may protest and feign embarrassment, but secretly they thrive on their father's touch, right? And it's a couple of other things in here, right? It just talk about how, according to old cliches, real men don't eat quiche. They just saying quotes, right? Real men don't ask for directions. Those are punchlines and mostly harmless, but there are other similar messages like big boys don't cry, guys don't have feelings, or men don't nurture. That aren't funny but potentially harmful to impressionable boys who would be men and men who would be effective fathers. Again, to the whole point about nurturing fathers, I think that it is highly underestimated. I think that nurturing fathers are a force to be reckoned with. I don't care if they're parenting girls or boys, right? Yes, women are nurturers as well, and I think that our idea of what nurturing is needs to be a bit broadened, because it's more than just a woman coddling a child and saying, "Oh, poor baby, you bumped your knee." And I can see how we view it in that aspect, right? But it is more so consistent behavior of care and support that we express to our children. And to me, that is not a gender specific thing. You know what I'm saying? Also from the National Fatherhood Initiative. The National Fatherhood Initiative, fatherhood.org, right? They got an article on how men can express nurturing behavior. And like I already said before, for me, it's about discipline. It's about structure. You know what I'm saying? It's also demonstrative in expressions of love, whether that can be physical love or emotional love, as far as hugging, you know what I'm saying? Words of affirmation, et cetera, right? So fatherhood.org says a nurturing father expresses caring. He is attention giving. He is a hands-on trainer. He is an influencer. Notice that this definition seems to be focused on what a nurturing father does, his behavior. And to me, that's what it's about. That hit different. I'm telling y'all, when a child reaches adolescence, right? and they have a nurturing father who got their back, supportive father who got their back, I don't care if it's a girl or a boy. It is hard to steer a child away from a nurturing present father, and I just hope that we can continue to broaden the scope on what that means. It's so much more than a woman just coddling a child. Like it's just so much more, y'all. I can't express it enough. You know what I'm saying? Like Travel said, men hug each other all the time, and we just stuck on hugging. You feel me? But it's more than that, right? But men hug in sports and stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? Super Bowl men can sit there and hug each other and express all this love to each other.
But that goes to my point, right? And the reason why we kind of had, me and Stanley had a little back and forth about the hug thing was because it was almost like a sub I don't know. It was like it went with the nurturing. We just got caught up on the hug thing.
Right.
But,
he had brought up a point while he was sharing his viewpoints on it or whatever. So I get it, but I just want to emphasize to me is yeah, I get why y'all had that back and forth, but like it's just so much more, y'all. Like I just really think that and I don't know, maybe this speaks to the nature of society, right? Because I've said this before when I was making videos on YouTube well over 10 years ago. I said that fathers are treated like second-class citizens. Maybe that's why sometimes fathers underestimate, I don't know, certain levels of presence. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I'm just trying to explore it, y'all. Like at the end of the day, I think that it's so much deeper.
Here's the thing.
You got it.
If that applies to the son, see, this is why I'm gonna have to talk to my son, and as if I have a daughter. If my daughter say, Dad, don't hug me in front of my friends. I don't want the boys and the girls to see you hug me. See, I'm gonna have a problem with that. Because I need these boys to see me hug you. I need them to understand how close I am to you. And so I might not hug my son right then on the spot. If he say, "No, Dad, I don't want to hug," I say I'll probably be like, "Okay, but we're gonna talk when you get out of school. We're gonna talk." He said, "All right." What I'm gonna talk to my son about is, listen, I need you to understand this. I'm your father, and I understand that you want to be cool and you want to keep up this type of image at school, or popularity, whatever. But I just need you to understand, family overrides everything. And none of your friends is gonna do nearly what I would do for you. So I just need you to understand the true aspect of family and me being your father. I don't want you to think it's soft that your father give you a hug. I don't want you to think that. And we need to eliminate that thought pattern. If I give you, me giving you a hug, you should understand that the impression that your father has on you should be larger than the impression that your friends have on you. Because that shit could go into peer pressure, all kind of shit. Right? And you said something, what I was going to say too, I was going to touch on that too. What if my son said, "Oh, don't give me no hug, Daddy," but then I show up to football practice and his football coach just giving him hugs for good play, making good plays. But you just told me I couldn't give you no hug after I dropped you off. So the football coach can give my son a hug, but I can't? No. We ain't going down like that. He ain't going down. That's what I'm saying. It's still because
it still comes back to understanding. Like I said, I would understand if my son is telling me this. I'm supposed to know my child. I'm supposed to be present in the moment and know my child because I've been paying attention the whole time that he's been alive. When he told me that he didn't want that hug, is no different from when I was able to tell the difference in his cries when he was a baby, and I could tell which cry meant that he needed to be changed and which cry meant that he needed to be fed versus which cry, meant that he needed to just be held and played with for a little while, bounced on the knee. It's the same thing. He just communicated to me that in his being, it don't feel comfortable. And
Yeah,
that's all I'm
and
trying to
I,
translate.
I agree.
It's not about making the gender role about being the hugs and stuff like that. Because like I said, he's going to get that if I recognize, and that also comes with the understanding. If I recognize that my child needs a hug, my child needs to be comforted, then of course I'm going to comfort him.
No. Listen, what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, and I don't want people to get. I don't want what I'm saying to get lost. I'm not saying I would force a hug on my son at school, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I don't give a damn. Give me a hug. I wouldn't do that, right?
Right.
But if my son shows a pattern of that, where he don't want me to give him a hug, when I drop him off at school, the only thing that I would do differently is have a talk with my son and communicate to him.
Yeah,
right? You understand what I'm saying?
So, yeah, I understand. We're not missing each other because even with and what I was saying with the football thing, because like I understood the context of why he told me he didn't want me to give him a hug, but if he's out there and he scored a goal or whatever like that, and he's getting love for that, then how can I not see the context of he's getting those cheers and those accolades and those hugs for what he just did? It's the difference. I can't compare that. Because I can't even be jealous that he's getting those hugs and stuff versus he didn't even want me to hug him this morning.
Yes, you can compare it.
That would be unfair.
Wait, hold on, wait.
This
is what me and you disagree. This is what I'm telling you.
Exactly, I know, but that's why I said we got to mind this out.
Right. This is where me and you disagree, Stan. Because now we're putting touchdowns over fatherhood. No,
we're not.
We're not. Listen what I'm saying. Listen. The touchdown was good. That's fine. But to me, that's superficial over your father dropping you off to school, providing for you, loving you, talking to you, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Keyword Freezy. Yeah, keyword Freezy. You said that's superficial to you. That game that he's performing in means everything to him.
Yes, but he's not going to always be playing football. Listen what I'm telling you. He's not gonna always be playing football, but he always gonna have Freezy as a father.
I get that. I'm not denying.
No,
that.
This is what I'm telling you.
Jump in.
No. What I'm telling you is, fine. You scored a touchdown, but my son gonna know this too shall pass. But Freezy gonna always be your father. You gonna learn to give your father a hug whether you score a touchdown or not. And this another thing. That's what's important. That's important to me. I'm gonna give you a hug whether you score a touchdown or not. Whether you score a touchdown or not, bro, your father, anytime your father wants to give you a hug. Now, if he doesn't want a hug, I'm not gonna force myself on him. But he needs to know, I'm gonna talk to him when he get home and say, bro, I don't care whether you score a touchdown or not, bro. I love you. You like my best friend. I'm here with you.
Hey, Freeze, I'm gonna give you some pushback on this too, bro.
Go ahead.
So you mentioned about the conversation earlier, right? That you're gonna have with your son.
Yeah.
Within that conversation, are you gonna also address your insecurity about you not getting that hug from your son?
Say it again.
Are you going to address your insecurity about you not getting that hug for your son? Because obviously, if your son is telling you that this is not what he wants, and then you have that conversation, he's still telling you that this is not what he wants, but you're trying to convince him that this is what he wants, that don't have nothing to do with your son. They have everything to do with you by being insecure. And
I'm sorry. Let me let you finish. Go ahead.
Another factor in that is that you mentioned about the high school football coach. You're literally sitting up here comparing yourself to the high school football coach as though the high school football coach is his father, meaning that he deserves the one hug and attention, but you're not getting it. That's a form of insecurity on your part. So once again, are you going to address you being insecure about getting a hug, or is it just going to be a one-sided conversation?
So what we're doing is, it's a classic case of misunderstanding on y'all part. It's not insecurity at all. It's not insecurity at all. It's my son understanding that family is over your friends. That has nothing to do with insecurity. Nothing. Listen, if my wait, let me finish. If my son had a brother and they was in high school together, I'm gonna teach them, bro, y'all all y'all got. Fuck your friends. You and your brother, I don't give a damn, hug each other in front of your friend. Y'all all y'all got. Hug each other, fight together, all that. We family. This ain't got nothing to do with no insecurity. And see, this how peers win over parents. This is how peers win over parents. So I want to reiterate this. If my son does not want to hug, I'm not going to force him to give me a hug. I never said I was going to force him to give me a hug. I'm not going to grab my son and, oh no, you going to give me a hug. No, I ain't going to do that. But I do think it's important to talk to my son and say, hey, listen, I know you're going through your little phase and you know, you want everybody to like you and you don't want to seem uncool. I get that. And if you don't want me to give you a hug, I won't give you a hug. But I am going to get understanding with my son that, listen, whoever you trying to impress, they have no comparison with your family. Don't never forget that, son. Don't never and listen, and that has nothing to do with my insecurities. That's getting an understanding with my son that family a lot of times is all you got. Your family is gonna be there when nobody else is. And that's the only reason why I'm gonna talk to my son. Now y'all are under the impression that I'm gonna force my son to give me a hug. No, but I do think it's important to get an understanding with your son after he tells you I don't want no hug in front of my friends. No, I'm gonna have a talk with my son and make him understand this probably just a phase, but you're gonna understand later on in life that, man, stop worrying about how your friends look at you. And if y'all telling me that's not an important lesson to teach your kid, man, stop being so worried about how your friends are looking at you. I don't know what else to say.
But you don't see how problematic that is, right? Because even in the conversation with your son, you already being disingenuous right off the bat.
How?
You literally you're literally telling your son that the reason why you don't want to give him a hug is because how the way his friends is feeling. He may not be feeling that way at all, period. He may just don't want to give you a hug. He might don't want to give you a hug.
Bro, are y'all serious right now?
If he don't want to give you a hug, period, and he's acknowledging that, and you getting that understanding,
well, something wrong with that too.
Period.
That's hold on, wait. Urban, that's worse.
Hold on. You as the father is already teaching him the lessons about family, right?
Yeah.
He already know that lesson. He understand that lesson because you taught him that. So he's not forgetting that lesson just because he don't want to give you a hug in front of his friends. That's all that we're saying.
Urban.
It comes all the way back to you, and you have this.
Urban. What I'm telling you is, if he don't want to give me if it ain't got nothing to do with his friends, and he just don't want to give me a hug in general, he just don't want to hug me. That's worse.
I know, but still, I'm gonna tell you how. The
but hold on, wait. Let that land know, Stanley. I'm going to what Urban said because see, y'all in debate mode, and I'm not. If listen. If your friend, if your son telling you, Daddy, I don't want no hug. If you telling me you ain't got enough common sense to know he's saying that because he don't want to look like that in front of his peers. Now, if you saying that's not the case, that might not be the case. He just might not want to give you a hug, period. To me, that's worse. We got some internalized issues to work out as a family. Yeah. Cause I'm your daddy.
No, we don't, Freezy. No, we don't. Because it's that young man becoming. He's realizing that he's becoming a man. See, the reason why I can say this because like
men
I said,
don't give each other hugs,
bro. No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that at all.
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. What y'all saying?
But I gotta say it first.
Okay,
Freezy.
Go ahead.
Because I'm saying I went through this recently with my son. He's getting to that point. He's 13. He's getting to that point where he's like, Dad, I don't need you to do all that. You know what I'm saying? I got this. And matter of fact, I need to show you that I got this. And what I was saying, what I was getting ready to tell you, because you can have that same thought process that you had. Let's say, let's follow you. Let's follow you, because this is I'm not debating against you, sir. I like having these conversations for the general. You know what I'm saying?
It's good, and I want Chucker Yell down there too. Shout out to Chucker Yell. I want to get him in the conversation too. Go ahead.
But what I want you to realize, this is how that conversation going to go after he told you, Dad, I don't want no hug. We good. And you get to the house after he get the hug from the coach and all this stuff. When you get to the house and be like, son, I'm going to need you to know, you know what I'm saying, that I love you and your friends. He going to say, stop, Dad. I know you love me. Like, what the hell is we talking about? I know you love me. I knew that before I left the damn house this morning that you love me. I knew that before you tried to give me the hug that you love me. I didn't tell you no to not give me the hug because I know I felt like you didn't love me. That's why I said that's why I say the understanding comes in. Cause see, what you did just now is you still perform discipline, because I'm a verbally chastise my son because I didn't get a hug, but he hugged his coach. So that's still discipline. And what I'm saying is we end up disciplining our child because we didn't have no understanding. See, because I had to understand, I'm like, oh, no, that is that little girl that be, you know what I'm saying, that you like standing back there, you know what I'm saying, looking like she waiting for me to hurry up and finish talking to you so y'all can go do whatever y'all about to go do, walk to class or whatever. So I have to be cognizant and say, let me let my son have that. And I think that's being more of an involved parent, to be honest with you. And that's just my take.
So when you just said that, I know y'all missed what I said. Cause I know my son loves me. I never questioned whether my son loves me or not. So when you said that, I was like, yeah, y'all missed everything I said then.
You insinuated it.
No, I'm not insinuating that my son don't love me. You just interjected that. I didn't say nothing about that. Listen what I'm saying.
No, not like.
Listen, I didn't say nothing about that my son don't love me. You interjected that. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, what I was gonna talk, if my son say, like what you just said, come on, Dad, I don't need all that. Why is your son saying that? Could you please just be honest? Why is he saying that? Right.
I don't know yet. He getting ready to be late for class. We'll get to that. We can have that conversation later. It's
okay.
The why he's telling me that is
so
less important.
All of a sudden you don't know your son on that point, on that. You saying you know your son.
No, what I'm saying, it could be a myriad of reasons. And I don't need the exact reason, because it's a myriad of reasons. And I have that understanding that it could be. What I'm saying is I have to be able to read and say, okay, it's not because he don't want it. It's because of this, and have an understanding.
Okay,
that's
fair enough. Fair enough. What I'm saying is just to clear it up. I never questioned if my son loved me or not. In my scenario, in my scenario, I know my son loves me. Okay. I never question that. Just for everybody to hear that. I know my son loves me. I don't think my son don't loves me. I'm not insecure on if my son loves me or not. The only reason I would I would not give my son a hug on the spot right then, but the only reason I would talk to my son after he got out of school would to let him know, bro, you don't want to go through life just stressing how your friends look at you, especially when it comes to your family, whether it be your father, your mother, your sister, or your brother. I'm going to instill that my son understands how important family is, and family override how his friends look at him. This ain't got nothing to do with whether I think my son loved me or not. I know my son loved me, but where we differ at is, I'm going to talk to my son, and even if he still don't want to give me a hug for a while, it's cool. I'm not going to give him a hug. I'm gonna just reiterate that. But my son is going to know. I'm going to put it in my child that, man, my daddy. I'm not going to, like, my daddy. My daddy's impression means more than my friends, because my daddy gonna be there for me. My daddy is my best friend. And I'm gonna tell you something. If your dad is your best friend, over. See, I done seen relationships like that between father and son, where fathers do hug their sons and they son hug their daddy back, and they treat each other like they best friends, and they don't care how they homeboys look at him, because he really he care more about how his daddy feel than his friends. And so that's the only talk I'm gonna have with my son. Now, if my son say, well, daddy, just give me a little slack, let me process that, I'm gonna give him a little slack. You know, just like Shannon Duncan said in the chat, it might be a little phase. I don't know. I'm not gonna force myself on my son. But no, I don't look at it as insecurity. I just look at it as me making sure my son know family over your friends. That's it. You know what I'm saying? He need to know that. If y'all telling me they don't need to know that, I don't know what else to say. Now, to your other point, if my son score a touchdown and his coach give him a hug, I'm not gonna feel insecure because his coach gave him a hug. I'm not gonna go home and say, why you let your coach give you a hug and then you ain't let Father Freezer get? I ain't finna do no flaw ass shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I was just talking about me dropping my son off to school. That's all I was saying. Me dropping my son off to school. Yeah, I'm not gonna force myself on my son, but I am going to make sure my son knows. Stop caring about what these other niggas think of you, dog. Okay? Your brother got your back. Your daddy got your back. Now, if you don't want to give your brother a hug right now, that's fine. If you don't want to give it, but you just need to know that going forward in life, them niggas don't mean you no good. They don't care about you in the end. And I'm going to tell my son that. Because that's how the real world is. That's how the world is. But I'm not going to force. But hopefully it'll register later on, and he'll have a moment, he'll have a situation where it actually clicks, and he'll be like, man, my daddy was right the whole time. That's why the talk need to be had. That's why the talk need to be had. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
So he needed to come to the conclusion that he needed to give you a hug?
No, see, y'all keep missing it. No, it's not about the hug. It's about, I'm gonna make sure my son know to not care so much about what his friends think over his family. It's not about the hug. You're missing it. I'm gonna have that talk with my son.
I think people caught up on the hug. Like I said before a couple times.
Yeah, y'all caught up on the hug.
I get both of y'all points. It was about you instilling the importance of family and togetherness is what I got from it. Like, and I guess I understand the context. You're not forcing yourself on your son. You're not violating his boundaries and all that. And like I said before, and a couple people said it, when children reach adolescence, they tend to lean towards the approval of their peers over their family, right? But when you have a solid foundation,
Facts.
you know what I'm saying? Children tend to lean back to their family. And to me, it's just a phase, but I think we got caught up on the whole hugging thing. But I understood the context of what both of y'all were saying, and then Stanley also added context of his son being on the spectrum, et cetera, and then his son preferring dap over a hug, et cetera, et cetera. I think that me saying men nurture just kind of took this term, but again, I think it's because we box in the idea of nurturing and equate it to women putting band-aids on scrapes and stuff like that. I'm gonna keep saying it, y'all. I think we really underestimate the power of nurturing fathers. Nurturing fathers are a force to be reckoned with. Like I listen. When children look at their fathers like they Superman, that's a nurturing and present father, and it doesn't have to be coddling and baby you okay and oh let me hug you and let me you. It's so much more than that. It's so much more than that. It's the reassurance of a father. It's the strength of a father. It's the care and the concern of a father that really just hit different. I'm telling y'all, it hit different. I'm not saying that women don't matter, because women and men complement one another. Women and men complement one another. When a child, listen, if we're gonna be real, right? Men just started being more involved with children when they're tiny. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, and I could be a bit biased and old school in my thoughts, right? I'm not saying anything I think is absolute. These are just thoughts, right? When children and babies are tiny, men are involved, but they're not as involved. But to me, men not necessarily Y'all could do it, but y'all ain't, you know what I'm saying? Especially for a traditional man that goes out and work, and I don't mean traditional like 1950s, but for a man that go out and work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they might not be as apt to deal with tiny babies. If y'all notice, fatherhood, I don't want to say fatherhood kick in, but the level of involvement increases with present fathers as children get older. You know what I'm saying? And especially
That's a
when
fact.
children reach adolescence. You know what I'm saying? It hit
That is a
different. I don't
fact.
care if it's a girl or a boy. When a father is present, y'all, and he is nurturing and caring and concerned, not just get over it, suck it up, boy. You don't cry. You don't. To me, it is so much more than that, y'all. It is so much more than that, y'all. Like it's so much more than that, y'all.
I want Trucker Yell to go next. I'm gonna read a
Oh,
couple
my
of
bad. I forgot he was up here.
no, it's all good. I'm gonna read a couple of comments where it say Prime said there's a viral video going around about a teen playing online with his friends and talks to his dad saying I love you. His friends make fun of him for loving his father and said he has a nurturing father. He said there's a real video going around, and I like what Eva said too. Eva said opportunity to hugs are lost daily. The one miss could be the last. It's the teaching. So, you know, that's all I'm saying. Like, I just feel like family need to understand that. Like, you don't, everybody, like, nobody promised. Nobody's promised every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wished I could have hugged my father more. You know what I'm saying? I wished I could have had more of a relationship with my dad. Now, like I'm saying, I'm agreeing with Stanley. I'm not gonna force a hug. I'm gonna respect my son's boundaries, but I don't think there's nothing wrong with having. Now, if y'all saying there's still something wrong with me having that talk with my son, that hey man, don't get caught up in caring about so much of what your peers think of you. If y'all saying that's wrong, I don't know, because that's what I'm gonna do after that. You know, when he get home, I'm gonna have that talk one time and one time only. And if he's still on that little train, okay, I'm gonna respect his boundary. That's it.
I can promise you're gonna have that talk one time and one time only. Because if
No, I'm gonna have it.
No,
Go ahead.
listen, Freezy, I'm telling you from experience. Because if it go the way it's supposed to go, he gonna embarrass you.
He gonna embarrass me?
He gonna embarrass you. He gonna make
How?
you feel love. No, I'm telling you what I know, bro. He gonna make you feel love, and I'm gonna tell you how.
Go ahead.
Because like I said, you raised him up until this point. The fact that you having this conversation with him now that he's gotten home after he didn't told you, you know what I'm saying, this one time that, you know, he's gonna feel like what you just reiterated to this young man by having this conversation. You know, you're supposed to da 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 da. First of all, the development of a child don't stop with the parents, and it don't stop with the siblings, because I'm sure a lot of us have closer friends because we've made friends and built relationships with them closer to us than we do siblings, because they got our same blood.
You say build closer relationships to who?
We build closer relationships to some of our friends, or we have closer relationships with some of our friends than we do our own family members sometimes.
Why is
right
that?
or wrong? Because some family members are just effed up.
Okay, that's a problem. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I understand that's a problem.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, it doesn't make it less true.
No.
So if he made friends, he's earned those people along the way.
Mm-hmm.
You can't deny him from that. Them people like him for him. And that goes back to that third person that I said. There's me, there's his mom, and there's him. So if he's telling me something, I got to understand that, no, that's coming from him, the individual. And I have to respect that.
So if you're saying, we both agreed that a child could have a closer bond with a friend than family members, because there's some family members that just fucked up. That wasn't the context.
Some people, now I know, but some people betray your trust. What I'm saying is, you're telling him as a father, your family comes before the people on the outside. Did
Is
you not
that
say
true? I'm asking you, do you think that way? I'm asking you, do you think that way? Do you right now, do you think that family come before friends?
I think blood is thicker than mud. You know what I'm saying? But I also understand that family ain't just the people that you're born with. Some people you meet in this life that don't share the same blood with you, yes, they become family.
No, I agree with that. I'm talking about you being a father, you being a good father doing what you're supposed to do with your son. This the context we talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You telling me there's a friend at high school that's gonna be more important than you?
See, that's why I said you missed the point. To me, he might be my son's friend, but to my son, he might be his family. That's what I'm saying.
But yeah,
perception is reality.
I'm saying over you.
I don't know. I don't know the bond, bro. I don't know the bond that them two young gentlemen have for him to say that this is not my homeboy. No, this is my brother.
I know the bond. My son got 18. My son got 14 to listen.
You got it, bro.
But this common sense though, Stan. Listen, my son got 14 to 18 years with his daddy. Right? I'm talking about he know his friends at school and probably boys club or some shit like the playground. But the type of his friends don't provide for him. His friends don't talk to him the way his father did. You understand what I'm saying? His friends don't have the precedence the way his father did. I'm talking about a healthy father. I'm talking about a healthy relationship with a father. That's what I'm talking about, right? Now, if I'm a fucked up father, if I'm a sometime father, I get your point. If I'm just a sometime father, but if I'm a father that's doing what he's supposed to be doing from birth, ain't no way in hell a high school friend gonna compare to Freezy. L to the no. I do understand the nature of relationships is different. I get that, but and here's another problem I feel like parents have. When your kid feel like he can't tell you everything. If your kid feel like he can tell his homeboy Jimmy that smoke weed down to the block more than he can tell you, that's not a problem. See, I'm breaking down this real friend and parent scenario because all this shit be happening.
So, Freezy, could I say something?
Hold on, before you say something, I want Trucker Yell to go because he's supposed to be. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Hey, everybody.
Go. What's up, Trucker?
So, I'm gonna be honest. Y'all all hitting on a lot of good points. Y'all hitting on a lot of good points, but I think the main point that I really agree with is just Jay's point. I definitely practice that with my son, with my kids every day. So what I'm saying, I think I can admit, I kind of did mimic somewhat like what my dad did, saying like me and my dad, we never told each other we love each other or anything like that. We ain't giving no hugs, nothing like that. Saying, but we know what it is. But for me personally, I show that affection. Tell my sons I love them, things like that. Now I don't give them hugs.
Why you don't do what your daddy did? Why you don't have the same relationship with your kids the way you had with your dad? You saying you knew you loved him? You knew he loved you?
I don't know, man. We just it's complicated. I don't know. It just for me it's a bit weird. I don't know. It's just a bit weird.
You just don't want to say it, bro. You wanted that type of relationship with your father. What you giving your kids? What you giving your kids? You would have liked that from your father.
I mean, technically, to be honest, it wouldn't have mattered, man. Because at the end of the day, my dad still showed up no matter what. And on top of that, I was able to communicate with my father a lot. So I
Well, that's
learned a
good.
lot. You know what I'm saying? Which is, that's what I said, like, all of y'all been hitting on points. But I think the main point to get to where y'all is talking about how you should be able to, it comes with the nature part, bro. Like a lot of dudes is like stone cold. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't give my sons hugs. Not like it was like when I come home, I give them a hug. But 95% of the time, it's a firm handshake and it's a dap. You know what I'm saying? I talk to my kids all the time, all the time. And another part is a lot of people discipline their kids, but don't communicate why they get disciplined. That's another thing. So I do all that. I mean, what she said is very accurate.
Can I tell you something?
It
My
doesn't.
nephews, my sister-in-law's son, she got 3 sons. Every time I see them, I give them all hugs. And I tell them I love them. And guess what? Sometimes they hug me first because they know, oh, that Uncle Freezy. For real. And we've developed that type of relationship. Like, they think I'm cool. They never say, not in front of my friends, Uncle Freezy. They don't do that. As a matter of fact, they be like, man, hold on, let me go hug my Uncle Freezy. That's how they do it. I'm trying to figure out where y'all coming from because
I can help you out. Can I ask y'all a quick question real quick, trucker included? Can I ask y'all a question real quick? How many people
I
got
want
kids
you
on
to
the
ask the
panel?
question, then I don't want Hot Sauce to think I'm skipping over because I want him to go too.
I know. No, this is going to be real quick.
No,
this
go ahead.
It's going to be real quick. How many people got kids on the panel?
I got kids.
I think we all do.
All right, what's the oldest?
Mine
what's the oldest kid?
13. 13.
Okay, 13. Okay.
21.
21. All right. So, 21-year-old. Boy or girl?
My oldest son.
Okay, it's a son, so it's a little bit different. I need somebody with a daughter that's an older daughter. That ain't the same as the reason why I'm asking is just like how at a baby, like when they're a baby, certain things you do, like play with. I played the game. I took your nose and stuff like that, right? We still following? Yeah. You ever played that with your child? Did it or did it not come a time where you can no longer play that game with them?
You say touch your nose? What was it? What's it again?
Still, you play the game. I'm stealing your nose.
I don't know that.
Like when they was a baby.
I'm saying I don't know the game, Stanley. You can't make me know the game.
I know exactly.
No, I'm not trying to make you know the game. I'm just saying any kid type game that you played with your infant or your newborn.
Yeah. Like certain things you do.
Yeah, like hide and go seek or something.
Yeah. Hey, a better example, bro.
Or peekaboo.
Hey,
right.
Yep. A better example is having your daughter sit on your lap. You know, when they're younger, it was cool, but when they get older, you no longer can't do that.
Exactly. Same thing.
That's
what I'm saying. Yeah. That's the same what I'm saying. When it has to come a point where it's no longer something that they want. They will let you know in a lot of cases. And that's what I was saying.
Oh, that's true.
We're not disagreeing or we're not trying to debate. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't about a love thing. Like I said, it's about understanding the child and knowing, you know what I'm saying, how to acquiesce when you see that they need something. Because just like I should be able to know my son need a hug, I should be able to at the same time know that he don't need this hug.
Yeah,
that's
but
all I was saying.
Hold on, Trucker. That was a bad example though. Just sitting on the lap, because
how?
That's a bad example because
Because
the
it
reason why.
comes a time it cut off. It comes a time
No,
that
the
stuff
reason
like
why I'm
that
saying
cuts
that's a
off.
bad example because grown people hug all the time. Like, don't nobody sit on nobody's lap. Like, sons sit on their daddy lap, but don't no grown men sit on no grown man lap. That.
Shit, in 2025, that's a different
Well, you
story,
know what
sir.
I'm saying, man. You know what
These
I'm trying
niggas
to
is
say.
weird out here.
I'm saying that was just, to me,
Nah.
that was a bad correlation. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, but he's not wrong. But to your point, which is what I definitely tell my son, you have to be your own man. I just had to make an example out of my son so he could get the picture that life ain't no goddamn game.
Hold
Feel me?
on, Trucker. Go ahead, hot sauce. Hot sauce.
So what I wanted to first say, because I wanted to call in earlier when we're talking about our brothers and family bond, and Freeze, I want to say, with that, man, I'm 100% ride or die with you on that. Like you brothers, you two gonna come you before everybody else, because at the end of the day, when I'm going, mom going, all y'all got is each other. So I'm 100% with you on that. Second point. I do understand what Stan talking about, like with love and affection. As children get older, the dynamics change, right? Because as we got older, our dynamics change on how we love our moms and dads and stuff like that. But with that said, with all that being said, if I want to hug my son and he don't want to, fuck that nigga. He came from my balls. I'm gonna hug him. But other
See,
than
I
that,
ain't said that, Stan. But no. But hold on. Listen, I want to say
can't
this.
give him my handshake.
Hold on,
you can't give
Trucker.
him no dap hot
Hold on,
or
Trucker.
nothing.
I didn't say that. But I do want it to go on the record. I'm not mad at hot sauce for saying that though. I ain't mad at hot sauce for saying that.
So the thing about
I agree.
the thing about it is just that, bro. I'm gonna put you like this. One of the things that I like about living in this culture is that at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck how old children are. They have a responsibility to their parents.
Facts.
To the parents. And I'm raising my kids just like that. They got responsibility. Like I'm responsible to my mother to the goddamn day she died, and my children gonna be responsible for me in my older age until I die. And that's how it's ran here, and that's how I'm gonna run my household. And I'll pass the mic on that.
Wait. Question. Quick question. I gotta ask. What type of responsibility are we talking about?
So, like, say for example, like in older age, they don't send their parents to senior citizen homes. They move their parents into their home. When they start having kids, then
okay. I respect that. Okay, I was worried for a second. I was like, you got parents out here expecting their kids to take care of them forever, instead of letting their kids live their life. You know what I'm saying? But I got you. What you talking about? I agree with. I don't disagree with that at all. I just asked. Okay,
So I think we done with the hug saga, cause everybody done, hug your son, don't hug your son. Hey, you listen. I respect it. I respect it all kind of ways, because I wanted to make sure. Listen, everybody know if you got kids, every man up here love their kids. So I think that's what really matter in the end. I think it's more so, how you just point of view, like Stan said, POV or whatever. But I want to bring it back to the discipline part and the nurturing part. Let me ask. Wait. Just Jay, did you want to touch on something as far as the generalized nurturing part? Because we did kind of pinpointed the hug thing, but what do you think? Did you want to say something?
I just wanted to explore. I simply wanted to explore what does nurturing look like in regards to men, like based on y'all standpoint, because I don't know. I think that the idea of fathers nurturing has been deduced to a feminine thing where women just sucking on breasts or something like that. Like the idea of nurturing has been deduced to women sucking on breasts, and I guess I wanted y'all perspective on what y'all think nurturing is in regards to fathers, because we looked up the definition, and the definition had nothing to do with some of the stuff that we equating it to. And like I said, y'all, I'm gonna
Okay.
keep saying it. I'm gonna continue to windmill for fathers nurturing because it's a force to be reckoned with. It's
Nah. It's you.
respectfully.
Though that's why I was saying earlier, like what you were saying is the ultimate, like the ultimate thing, right? Like nurturing for me, like with my sons, they don't go to the barbershop. I cut their hair and I communicate with them right then and there. You know what I'm saying?
That's a
Kind
form of
of to the
nurturing,
to
in
the
my
point.
opinion.
Right. Yeah. So that it be things like that when I was working in a race shop and we was building the track cars and stuff like that. My the ladies would bring my kids up there, and the first thing my sons would do was come over there to the car, and I talk to them about what's in the whip. You know what I'm saying? It's a big block, it's a 496. You know what I'm saying? Or it's a small block, 434, things like that. And then I crank it up for him, and he covering his ears, but it's just little things like that, like people underestimate that really matters. You know what I'm saying? Even this the communication that Freezy was talking about, because people don't is going kind of over it, right? I tell my sons and my daughter, be your own person. Don't follow society. You know what I'm saying? Family over friends. We all we got. I point that out every single time. Every single time. You get what I'm saying? Like I just said, I just had to show him, like make an example and show him that at the end of the day, the friends that you're trying to show off for and front for, they really don't got your back. It's your brothers and your sisters and us that really got your back. But majority of the
So
time, I'm cutting hair, we outside, we talking about girls, you know what I'm saying, how to treat women, uh, things like that, like his girlfriend. Um, I mean, it's all type of stuff, but I do really believe that that's a big thing. That nurturing, this doing the working on folding clothes and shit, like cleaning your own house. You know what I'm
no, I
saying?
think
So
I
Little
so
things
so
like
wait
that
Hassan. So
matters.
you as a father, you do feel that a father can nurture his kids.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, I'm asking because we've had a difference of opinion before y'all got up here.
Well, he can show compassion. He can show compassion.
What do you
Well,
think,
Actions.
well,
Hassan?
if I can say this right, because my mom and dad they were divorced. So I lived with my mom for a little bit, and I lived with my dad for a little bit. And the outside of breastfeeding, how my mom nurtured me and how my dad nurtured me is pretty much it's the same. For example, when we needed clothes for school, my mom took us shopping for school clothes. When I was living with my dad, I
Facts.
needed school clothes. He did the same thing. Now it's going to look different. Like with my dad, it's going to be functional and economical, right? A pair of jeans is not going to be designer, but it's going to be functional, economical. My mom, she'll get me the whatever, like the Nautica jeans or the Tommy and the Polo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you know what I mean? My mom taught me how to read. My dad taught me how to fix stuff, right? After school, both parents check homework.
Facts.
So
Facts. Hmm.
it's the same. I mean, how they approach things is going to be different, but it's the same. Checking homework, washing dishes, make sure you do your home chores is going to be different. Now,
Yep.
punishment is going to be
Yep.
different. Punishment is going to be different, but it's gonna be the same. Shopping and like for example, eat feeding your kids, right? Mom food's gonna taste good, dad food's gonna be just okay, right? But
Oh, that
that's
ain't
how it.
always true,
Ain't
sir.
always true now.
Oh no, no,
Ain't
I'm just
always
saying,
true. Now we take
like,
pride in cooking. I'm just saying.
well, my dad couldn't cook for shit. It's okay, but we go to grandma's house. We go to grandma's house on because my grandma on my father's side, she's the best cook in the family. 7 Up cake, yams and shit like that. So yeah, so it's all good. We go to grandma's house. It makes up for dad's shitty cooking.
So Stan, they wasn't here when you know how you felt about nurturing. Could you like just reiterate how you feel about as far as nurturing and how you look at nurturing as far as parenthood?
I'm gonna reiterate. My whole point is there's a such thing called motherhood, and there's a such thing of fatherhood.
That's
The
a
fact
fact.
that
I agree with that.
there's a word called whatever the hell it is, because I can't even stick to that word. But the fact that it's gender neutral, or they're trying to make it gender neutral, is like that's just being disingenuous to the roles that people play and the importance that they have on them. Yes, we both do the same thing as far as trying to keep this child alive, and we work in unison to try to keep this child alive. So of course it looks like we're performing the same task ultimately. But I don't see that I'm nurturing in the same way that my wife is nurturing. I don't. They call them the first nurturers. So it could be said that yes, we may be both nurturers. But
Well, I call
it's
it
the
compassion,
word.
Stan.
It's the word that's messing me up.
Wait. So
Yeah.
wait, hold on. So earlier, Stan, you were saying you don't think a father nurtures. Period. You think only mother nurtures. That's what you said earlier. But now are you saying now you kind of?
No, I'm not saying no. Based off the definition, because that's why I said this is where that's where they catch us up at. You can create a definition. You know what I'm saying? They got a definition for crunk. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is it's being whitewashed. There are roles, but when it comes down to the ooh baby, let me grab you up in my arms and do that, which we at one time called nurturing, that was the wife or the woman's job, and I'm not taking that from her, because that's almost like. And I've been through this. If you had a child and the child fall down and both of y'all want to hug this child, now you got a problem because y'all both can't hug the child. It's one child.
No, but like for example, let's take that example.
Hold on, hot sauce. Just my last point. Because have you ever had a child that fell, hurt themselves, or was crying, and now they having to pick or choose of who they want to go to?
No, the child will go to the mom. The child will definitely go to the mom.
It's a fact.
Like but hear me out. Like there is definitely gender roles, right? Like so my parents were separated, so I never saw them work together in unison. But there are roles, and it is different. For example, if I'm a kid and I fell down, if I want a hug, I'm gonna run to my mom. If I'm with my father, I know to get up, don't cry, dust myself off, and keep going. I know that because he'll tell me, don't cry, get up, you all right? Right? I know
See what
that.
I mean? See what I mean, Freezy?
So,
and I got crucified for saying no. If you want that, go to your mom. Like he said, he automatically knew to go to his mom
you know
for
that. For sure you know that. Like for example, bruh, when there's no food in the house, mom will go to the grocery store and whip something up. Bruh, my dad was like, do y'all want cereal for dinner? Do y'all want breakfast for dinner? We're like, yeah. This nigga boiled some rice, put milk and sugar and butter, like, here you go. They go eat, they go watch TV and go to bed.
What the heck?
Yeah, that's called a hot cereal for the record. He wasn't even lying. That's called a hot cereal.
That's crazy.
So what I was saying as far as the hurt your knee scenario. Were you done, hot sauce? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm not, because I agree with Stan. There is gender roles, but I do think both parents nurture, man. But I do agree with the gender role part of it, nurturing. I do agree with you on that.
Can we just say compassion?
You talking about scenario?
No. Here's the thing. In that scenario, right? What I was saying was, I don't deem it robbery if a father picks his son up after he scrapes his knee and tells his son, "Hey man, everything gonna be all right," and he give his son a hug.
For sure.
Shit, get your little ass up. We about to go pour some alcohol in your leg. You all right?
I'm saying you can say, "Hey, get up. You gonna be all right." And but I just think that let me say this. I just think that we go too far into stereotypes if a father can't pick his son up and say it's just can't
gonna pick his son up. Of course he gonna pick him up, but
not pick it. No, that wasn't a problem. I'm saying if a father can't pick his son up and give his son a hug and say, "Hey man, you gonna be all right. You good?" I think we put too much in it, but No, you didn't get crucified earlier, Stan. What you was actually saying earlier was a father does not nurture, period. You said that it was a feminine thing to say a father nurture. You actually said that.
Yeah, because I said the way they're wording things, the way they're trying to put stuff in the dictionary, they're making it gender neutral is what I said. They're talking about nurturing in a feminine way, and they're able to get away with it and push gender neutrality and equality by saying that both parents could do the same job. And that's what I was saying.
If people keep saying that men and women nurture in different ways, how I don't understand how it's the same job. Let's be clear for the sake of clarity. As far as my conversation goes, I have repeatedly said it's not the same thing. Now, whatever agenda people got out here where they trying to, have men breastfeeding and all this weird shit. I ain't talking about none of that. This word, based on what I looked up, been out since the 14th century. I don't even understand how this is getting conflated. I think that the word may be triggering, and like I said, time and time again, I don't know, we kind of getting circular with this. I think that nurturing is automatically equated to femininity, and I don't think of it as a gender thing. It is care, concern, protection. It is so much more than somebody scraping their knee or a hug and all this. I don't know. I just feel like we keeping this at such a basic level. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a consensus
right now.
I think it's a consensus. I think it's a consensus that fathers aren't going to have the same approach as a mother is, right? All I'm saying is all I was saying the whole time was I don't think hugs are gender specific. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying.
Right. I think we just got caught up on that, but I'm saying in general, I think that it's just so much bigger than a daddy saying, man, get your ass up, don't cry, like all this shit. Like, because if we're gonna go there, when it comes to the whole how we started out, we're talking about beating the kids and stuff like that. Maybe that's a part of some type of culture where we are taught to, you know what I'm saying? Like, we taught to suppress shit. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's like, I'm not saying that a child should cry for 5 hours. Now, I understand, me as a woman, I may respond a bit more nuanced than a man when it comes to certain things, right? Because I remember one time Hamp gave an example about the baby falling down the stairs, right? And he was talking about how his wife, I'm paraphrasing, right? But like his wife respond totally different than the way he respond, right? We already know some kids, a lot of time if they fall and cry or something like that, especially when they toddlers, they'll look at you, and if you respond a certain way, they'll respond a certain way. Like, I get all of that. I'm specifically talking about men being present and actually expressing and showing care and concern for their children, and not being and not being stifled to where they can't express healthy emotions, a healthy range and spectrum of emotions when they are interacting with their children, with their family in general. And that's men and women. I just think it's a skill set that we all can benefit from, because all women are not effing nurturing. True. All women are, especially in the way that we're sitting here putting this in a context, all women ain't effing nurturing in the box that we're trying to put it in. So I don't understand how we getting caught up. I'm just talking about a father being present and taking time to actively listen to their children, actually giving a F. Like Trucker said, spending time cutting hair. I don't care if it's a dad teaching his son how to barbecue. I don't care if it's a dad teaching his daughter self-defense or something, or checking in with her. Like, this it's just so much bigger than what we're making it. But I get it, but y'all got it. I'm gonna tap out because I don't know, people getting stressed out about this shit. All I'm saying is I think men underestimate the value in healthy expression.
I think we all came to an agreement that men and women can nurture. They just do it differently. That's all.
Right. That's true. Well, that's what Stan was. Yeah, that's what that like that.
No, 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 no. Earlier,
Everybody,
no, because no. Hold on, Trucker Yell. You
That
just
earlier
is
got
not
here,
what
Trucker
everybody
or
Yell.
said.
just a
All of
moment
this took a
ago.
whole
Trucker Yell.
segue.
Hold
I'm
on.
just listening from what just a moment ago. That's
Trucker
all I'm
Yell, you
going off
just got here. This conversation has been minding out for damn near here 3 hours now. Okay.
Okay, my
And
bad,
so
my
you
bad.
missed a lot, but I think we just all of us came to a consensus. The whole reason, and just Jay could correct me if I'm wrong. The whole reason why we had to come even put the definition on the screen was because the notion was that men do not nurture, only women do.
No, that's not true.
Right. That's what Stan said earlier. But now it seems like he's saying, yeah, he agrees that men can nurture in their own way and women do it in their way. Right. And I think we all came to a consensus on that. You know.
Can
I mean,
jump
I
in?
get what he was. My bad. Go ahead. You go first.
Go ahead, Coach Bird.
What's up, everybody? What's up, Just Jay? Appreciate you.
What's going on, OG?
Sounded like me.
Good day, Coach.
You know. I appreciate my father even more listening to some conversations sometime, right? Because I know he nurtured me. I know he nurtured me. We had
How did your father nurture you?
Because his presence there, some things that he saw me doing, he sort of pulled me back from it. Some encouragement that I needed at times, just when I was going out into the streets, he had those conversations with me in times of peace, not during the times of war. And what I mean by that, when we would sit and watch football games, when football only came on Sundays, we would have different little conversations about whatever I brought to his attention, things when he used to tell me to look out for just out in the streets when I'm outside, certain people to stay away from, certain things not to do. All of that was a part of him nurturing me in his way. My mom, it was totally different. You know, she would make sure that I would have everything I needed. She would take me shopping and show me little stuff about fashion and just, taking baths from hygiene. My father would always show me stuff, about making sure I present myself neatly. When it came to maybe fighting or something, he was like, you don't run your ass home. You put them knuckles up and you do what you got to do. And when I was young, I didn't understand it. But as soon as I got into a teenage years, almost everything he used to tell me, I used to see when I was outside. And I'll say this all the time, but, and I'm just going to throw this in there. My father didn't hug me, at least I don't remember, until I was almost 40 years old. I never doubted if he loved me. I never doubted if he loved me because I played basketball, played football. I can count on one hand out of all the games that I played that he missed. I could hear his voice over thousands of people cheering for me and getting on me and other players if needed. So the nurturing, again, this modern dictionary could try to mix it, but go back and read Webster's old dictionary. Get one of them big, thick ass 15,000 page dictionary. Nurturing is required by both parents. That's why we see a lot of grown men crashing out over minor issues and vice versa. The daddy wound is important because fathers nurture, their style of nurturing is as important as the mother style of nurturing.
Well, I think the sentiment, and Stan can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the sentiment was we have to be careful using the same word for men and women. Right, Stan? Ain't this how you feel?
Yeah.
Well, pick another word. I mean, I just
I
want men to understand the importance of their presence.
Motherhood. I said motherhood and fatherhood. And I even
What is
gave
fatherhood?
context. I even gave context to the with the knee thing. I said if he would have listened to my tutelage in the first place, he wouldn't have failed. But because he failed, now I'm not running to hug him. I'm gonna tell him to get your behind up. And all that nurturing
But I also
stuff.
used an example and told you how I do the same thing with my kids.
And,
okay, you got
it. And all that nurturing stuff, and within all that context, yes, I'm going to leave it up to the mom because I'm the disciplinary. I'm still in my disciplinary role, and that is why I wouldn't give him a hug in that instance. And I think that's what people was missing. And it's like, all right. I got to go to work, y'all. But go ahead, real quick, Coach.
I want to ask you a question real quick. Is that the only role you play? Is the disciplinary role?
No, that ain't the only role I play. Cause I'm glad you asked that too. Cause just like Hot Sauce said earlier, what he outside of breastfeeding, what he needed as far as being a person and getting what he needed, both parents did that. You know what I'm saying? Both parents did that. I understand that because if my wife cooks dinner, I did my part by bringing the damn food home or making the money so she could buy the food. So it's both of us are working, like I said again, working in unison to make the goal, the overall goal happen. But at the same time, I know my role and I know her role. I know certain conversations that I need to have because I can't have the menstrual conversation with my daughter. I don't give a damn how nurturing I am. And I don't care how nurturing my wife is, she can't have a certain level of manhood conversation with my son when it comes down to the sexual organs. So we can be nurturing all we want, but we still got to not lose the sight of there are gender specific neutral roles for us for a reason.
Shout out to the 2-parent
But
homes.
with that being said, I got to go to work, y'all. This was dope, Freezer.
I appreciate you, Stan. I appreciate you, man. Listen,
Always.
yeah. And listen, actually, what I was gonna say, the different outlooks, it just makes for a good conversation, man. You know, that's what I say. Yeah.
Because look, I'm gonna tell you right now and right here. For people to look at something as, oh, he want to disagree, or him and Freezy gonna fall out, or him and anybody gonna fall out because they disagree. I'm gonna tell you the flaw in that logic. I might do something tomorrow that I ain't agree with today, so I don't even agree with myself all the time. So with that being said, just because we don't agree, don't make me, know what I'm saying? Don't change.
Yeah.
You mean how your ass is getting old now? You mean that?
Don't you?
You mean how your ass getting old now?
Don't you start that
trouble. I'm gonna enjoy it while I can, cause I know my time is gonna come. I know I'm gonna enjoy it right now. I'm gonna enjoy it.
Stan, you got a channel too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let them know your channel.
The MF Truth. Catch me at the MF Truth.
Yeah, I think Emperor put your link in the chat earlier. I'll bring it up on the screen.
Appreciate that, Emperor Coach at 313 the Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'll catch you on the next one though, man. I'll be listening in the background. This was a nice build. Appreciate your input too, just Jay.
Most definitely.
Absolutely,
man.
Yeah, Hot Sauce and Coach Ferg. What's my other guy named Urban?
Be safe, man.
Oh yeah. Urban, yeah. Shout out to Urban.
Peace.
Yeah. All right, Stan. So the main topic was do butt whippings help train a child in the way they should go, right? Let me hear from, I think Hot Sauce spoken this earlier already, but let me hear from let me hear from Trucker Yell first, and I'm gonna go to Coach Ferg. What do you think, Trucker Yell? Do butt whippings help train a child in the way they should go?
I think discipline. Like, I got a thing that's like good discipline and bad discipline, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the bad discipline that I see from other folks is they whoop their kids' ass, but they don't explain why they whoop their kids' ass. They just whoop their kids' ass and send them to the room or wherever it is. It's just, that's terrible. I think good discipline is, you might, smack your son or, on the back of the head or on the neck. Like, that's how my dad used to do me. Or sometimes I go to the extreme and I do deserve to get my ass whooped. But at the end of it, he will always communicate with me. Always. And I never made the same mistake after it. So I believe it can, but it's just how you do it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's some kids where you don't need to whip their ass, but they just need a lot of communication. So it's really, you just got to know your child. I'm still learning, so You know, that's how I look at it. So if I'm wrong, y'all tell me.
Well, no, the reason why I raised the issue tonight is because obviously, like in the black community, I know how I grew up. A lot of my friends and my surroundings, ass whippings was given out religiously, and that didn't stop a lot of my homeboys from going to prison. That didn't stop a lot of my friends from selling dope. That didn't stop a lot of questionable behavior after they reached adult age. So then now I'm forced to go back to the drawing board. Was there something better that we could have did besides implement physical punishment, right? Because I talked about how I used to get whooped. I used to get whooped with everything, and all over my body. You know what I'm saying? All over your body. They breaking
At what
skin,
age?
whips, everything. And very
At what
seldomly,
age?
man, I got whooped from a little toddler to, I'm gonna say, when I got probably to high school, like 14, 15, something like that. Like 14, something like that. But yeah, so the point I'm trying to make is that I never really experienced like me being sat down and talked to, those Cliff Huxtable moments. You know what I'm saying? Cliff and Claire Huxtable.
Right.
So
Well, that's what I do. That's what I was
yeah.
saying. That's what I was saying though. Like you can communicate with your kid, man. I think that's overall that's number one. That's more after you discipline your kid. Listen, man. I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? I got to because I need you to understand life is not a game. And what you just did, you know what I'm saying? It ain't cool. It ain't all right. If you know what I'm saying, I'm getting you to stop doing what you're doing. So, you know what I'm saying? Because life don't give a damn about how you feel. Feel me?
Yeah.
Everything come with a consequence. So it's things like that where, yeah, you have to communicate. You have to do it. Because if you don't, the kid ain't gonna never learn. You can whoop a kid's ass all you want. They just gonna take their ass whooping and then go right back to doing what they doing. Because ain't nobody communicating on why to stop.
Okay, so after I go to Coach Ferg, I got another question I'm gonna ask everybody. But Coach Ferg, what do you think as far as do butt whoopings help train a child in the way they should go?
That's a unique question because working in foster care, there was a form of corporal punishment that you could administer on a child, but it's just certain levels. Like you couldn't whoop a child above the waist, and you couldn't whoop them below the knee.
Really,
But
I didn't know that.
Yeah, in Chicago, that was a rule in Chicago. I don't know about other states, but in Chicago, you could do that, and it couldn't be excessive. Now, if you got a whooping today, you learned a lesson or whatever, but I couldn't do it 4 or 5 days in a row because, of course, at some point it'll break the skin. But as far as my own life, I only remember my father whooping me one time, and that was 7th grade. Going through puberty, little girls used to chase me. I used to act a fool in school. I failed every class in 1 quarter. Gym, art, social studies, science. I wasn't doing nothing.
Damn, how you do that?
Man, listen, man. I felt like I was doing too much. But my father came. Okay, well, the way it happened is I sort of played my mother. He came home from work and he got in me. He called me. He saw my report card. He went to me. He told me go to my room because he said he was gonna whoop me. My father had never whooped me. And he came out. He had something like a paddle or whatever. He gave me 14 licks. That was the only time he ever whooped me, and I never had anybody talk about that situation. But for 2 weeks after, he would come in my room, and he would lay on my bed. He wasn't sitting. I would be sitting over on the floor. He just talking to me about, listen, I'm not going to be doing this. you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna let you be out here in the streets caught up, blah, blah, blah. And he would just give it to me. And, you know, of course,
Right.
sometimes you come out there, but he gave me so much after that. He talked to me so much about, you know, I'm working hard. You know what I'm saying? He did me when them James Evans showed me his hands. He said, I don't want you to work hard. I don't want you to do this. So I'm going to make sure that if you do something out in the community, I'm going to be on your ass. He said, in the house, I don't care if if you break your arm, fall down the steps, whatever. But when you out in the community, you represent me. So I will not allow you to be a fool outside. Cool. Never had a problem after that. My mom, on the other hand, she was the primary disciplinarian for us. And she would, I think, last time she whooped me, I was probably about 10. But it was because I set the garbage on fire and tried to run, and she lassoed me with a stitching cord. But even for my
Oh
own
man.
self and my own son, I went into it with the mindset of my parents. Like, you do some dumb shit, I'm gonna whoop your ass. But then when I started working with young children, I understood that the mental capacity wasn't as strong. So of course, listen, I'm gonna have this conversation. I think, and this is why I say the times of peace. I don't think we create moments where we can talk to our children about certain things you cannot do, or you will get physical punishment. And I don't know how we're reacting in the moment. So and the conversation may have to take place 4 or 5 times. We think we can have one conversation. No, because kids have a lot going on in their head too. But the conversation has to be ongoing, and it has to be, and this is where we sort of have our issues. Both parents have to be a part of it, because you may feel like you don't want your child to get a whooping, but the mother may feel like it. Then the person whoops the child, then the child come to you, mama whooped me. Now you got an issue with the mama, and vice versa. Why you whoop my child? Why you whoop my son? But it's important to have open lines of communication so the kid know that if I'm in trouble with mama, I'm in trouble with daddy. And it has to be in times of peace. So kids, when they get to that age, about 12, 13, every time they outside, they thinking, I can't get in trouble because my mama or daddy will be upset. And it's a process, it's just not one conversation. So today, of course, the laws are a little funny. I would find out what the laws are, because some kids get to an age where they test boundaries, but it's important to continue to the best place to have a conversation is when you catch them in the room, when you in that car driving them somewhere, and then ask them a question, repeat back what I said, because now they say it, it'll start their hearts, and they'll start holding themselves accountable. And it just don't have, so it's just different. Everybody's style is different, but I don't just talk to my son. I used to talk to every kid in this little group. Come here, fellas. I need y'all to be safe. I need y'all, because if y'all don't, I'm going to go talk to your mother and get permission to see if I can get in. Even though I may not be serious about it, but over time, they learn to trust. Oh, man, he really got my back. So I'm not going to do stupid stuff, because my goal is to see them get old and ugly like me. We see too many young brothers and sisters leave us too early. I whoop you today, so the police won't whoop you next week. So,
well, this what I want to ask you, Coach Ferg, Hot Sauce, and Just Jay. Trucker Yell, he just dropped off. So it just seems like, I don't know, why is it so widely accepted that the woman, when it comes to discipline, the mother shows more aggression than the father? Why is that so accepted? Because a lot of our stories are the same. Like my dad, he really whooped me like one time. Or I got most of all my ass whoopings from my mom and my grandmother. And I noticed you kind of had the same story, Coach Ferg, Stanley. I don't know. I forgot what Hot Sauce was saying. I don't think Just Jay went into, who actually whooped her more or whatever. But and why do y'all think it's so accepted that the woman, when it comes to punishment, the mother shows more aggression. Not all y'all at one time.
I say ladies first if she wants to go.
Well, for me personally, I could count on one hand how many times I got hit as a child. I could count on one hand. You talking about households where the man and the woman in the house?
When the man and the woman in the house, usually I'm hearing that the mother does most of the like if there is whipping going on in the house, the mother does most of the whipping. That's what I hear most of the time. And that was my experience too. And with my homeboys and everything. I just never understood like why is that like a common thing?
I can't fully say. I think that I can't fully say. To me, and this is just a thought, right?
I'm saying
Like
it's almost like the fathers feel like, because we talking about gender roles, right? It's almost feel like fathers feel like that they're gonna leave it up to the mothers to do that or something. I don't know.
that's what I was thinking, but then I've also heard of some parents where it's, oh, wait till your daddy get home. You know what I'm saying? But I think that I don't know. Yeah, I can't really quantify that, but I think that when you're talking about two parent homes, it's really hard for me to quantify that. Like the only one of the only things I could possibly think is the father not as active or something. Because other than that, I I don't know why it would be left up to the woman to necessarily enforce a spanking or something like that or whatever. But then we got some nuances and stuff on the panel earlier. You know what I'm saying? When people use the examples of when the mom would, discipline the child with a spanking, versus the dad or something. I can't fully speak to that. I can't say, but cause think, okay, so this my thing, right? When I was talking about a father's presence, right? Like, and I'm just speaking in general, right? Because I see I'm gonna just have to let go of the nurturing thing for the night, right? But in general,
No, you can
if
talk
you
about what
have
you want to
a
talk about. I don't give a damn
father,
about that.
well, listen though, when you have a father, right?
Yeah.
Like, to me, a father don't have to talk as many times as a mama do. Not a present father. I ain't talking about no father that's just in and out, whatever, whatever. A father that's present don't have to talk that many times. And to be honest with you, a man in general do not have to talk as many times as a woman do when it comes to talking to children. Now, I could sit here and be talking through my teeth, looking like I'm about to turn into a whole demon. My head could be spinning around, and I could ask the child to do something 10 times. Let a man come. He may have to ask 2 times. A man's presence just hit different, so that's the only reason I could think. But then, if that's the case, then I don't understand why a man would be waiting for the woman to physically punish. So, in that regard, I just say that I feel like the man not as present if it's left up to the woman to spank a child or something. He not active, I should say. Y'all got it.
Is that just my before we go forward? Is that just my experience as far as like usually we hear about the mothers, even in a 2-parent household, are the ones that actually implement the whoopings, like the mothers.
I've heard that often. Honestly, I've heard that often.
That's just not your experience, because the one thing that I understood, because my mother has 6 sisters, and they all, it's just of the time, everyone, like Stanley was saying, everyone sort of understood their role in a sense. Older, my parents, shoot, they was born in the 40s. So they just, everybody understood the role and who is the first teacher of the child, and that is the mother. So my mother, we was pretty much around her most of the time in the house. My father would be out working and doing whatever. So just by default, the mother's the first, and my mother wasn't gonna wait for my father. The only time she waited for my father was when I failed those classes. But if we acted out, and it took a lot for her to really, really start getting to physical punishment and discipline. But once she got there, then she wasn't gonna wait till my father got home or whatever. She just dealt with it in the moment. And then when my father came home, just like in the lion's den, when the male lion comes around, everybody's quiet.
It's 3
It was
hours.
sort of peaceful. With my mom, we rambunctious, jumping off couches, asking her 50,000 questions in and out the house. But when my father came through that door, everything sort of leveled out. It wasn't a loud screaming noise and everything, but that's just the presence that a father brings. And I don't think it's pretty much so that fathers were checked out. It's just that from my view and my understanding, fathers, he was there. He'd had conversations about directives and what's going to happen, but he was thinking about things to do because he knew he was responsible for everybody. And it was I don't know. It's just the times have changed. Me being Gen X, we sort of got away from way our parents taught us and stuff. But our parents, whether it was a single mom or whatever, kept us safe. For the most part, you still walked away when you was out doing your dirt in the streets. You already understood that you was fucking up. It wasn't about somebody wasn't there or somebody didn't get me. You knew you was messing up and you was just acting on your own mind. But I don't know. It's just to me, everybody understood the role, but it was a more of a village concept too, because you can do something 2 streets over, and by the time you get home, your mother already know what you did. You can't even play it off like you didn't do nothing because Miss Betty, Miss Jones, they done all called your mama and said Freezy over here acting a fool. So it was just a different time, and people understood the mission of the child first. So yeah, I mean,
I
everybody's
appreciate
gonna
that, Ferg. Let me go to hot sauce. What about you, hot sauce? As far as why do you think that is? Like, it's more socially accepted, especially in the black neighborhood, in the black community, that when it comes to whippings, the mothers are known to do it more than the fathers. Like, as far as exhibiting that type of punishment.
I would say it goes back to the plantation days, right? Like the mom will whip the kids so the masses didn't have to whip the kids. Right?
Even in a 2-parent household.
Well, in a 2-parent, I mean, I don't know, like my experience in a 2-parent household was different. So when I lived with my father, he remarried, and so he had me, my brother, his wife, and then they had an adopted kid. So his wife never said anything. So my father was just a disciplinary. He hit everybody. She never did.
Oh, okay.
Right? So my experience, like she never touched us. She never yelled at us. Whatever. If we did something she didn't like, she would just wait till my father get home, and then me and my brother would get punished. And the same thing for the adopted kid. She would yell at the adopted kid, like you get on my nerves, whatever. But she never like punishment or grounded or stuff like that. My father would ground her.
Do you think that was a better like a better scenario as far as, I mean, how did that maintain a certain type of your image towards your mom, or what?
Well, she's my stepmom, so I never called her. I just called her by her name, right? Because I'm gonna live with me and my brother live with my father for 2 years, so it's a very short
Well,
time.
that might make a difference. You're a stepmom, you know what I'm saying? So
my stepmom. So it was my father, my blood brother, and and then they adopted a daughter, and then his wife.
So let me ask everybody a question. Is it possible to raise your kids effectively without whooping your kids at all?
At all?
At all, from birth to when they leave the house?
I'm gonna say yes because I've seen it done, but I'm still gonna fuck up my kids. So will still hit my kids.
I
It's
think it's
possible.
possible.
Yeah.
You think it's possible, Just Jay? So, what is I'm saying? How would what would have to happen for that to be possible?
Well, I think one, the adult, the parent, right? Us, we would have to have more self-regulation. You know what I'm saying? We would have to broaden our scope and how we choose to approach our children or how we choose to engage with our children. I ain't got all the answers. I just think it requires somebody to just get different tools in their toolbox. You know what I'm saying? And that comes with expansion in regards to knowledge and just all the stuff I said before, just about understanding early child development and possibly other like the guy Urban talked about earlier, redirecting and stuff, like different redirection techniques and stuff like that or whatever. I'm not saying ain't nothing foolproof because we all humans, you know what I'm saying? To the what Hot Sauce was saying, I actually had put a link in the back before Hot Sauce started talking, but I'm also gonna read some right quick. It say, while such beliefs have been found across parents of all races, studies reveal that black parents tend to believe that using corporal punishment is effective to teach their children about respecting others, preventing future harmful consequences, and helping their children survive in a racist society. So, to the whole
Yeah.
point of like, I think it's levels to it, and I do, without trying to be all deep, I think a lot of the roots of it is going back to the systematic oppression and going back to slavery. You know what I'm saying? And I also looked up other articles that say that us black people are more likely to use physical punishment. You know what I'm saying? We more likely to beat our kids. And I think a lot of that is rooted in that history.
Right, because the same thing with, like, for example, compliments and stuff like that. We don't give each other compliments because back in the day, if your kids were special, that motherfucker got sold off, right? So
Yeah.
so so
Man, this is
downplaying
deep, bro. God, this is so good.
so like downplaying your kids was a protection mechanism to make sure your kids didn't get sold off.
Damn.
And think about it, right? That's what I. So maybe you could articulate that a little bit better, right? Hot sauce, because I was talking about how on some levels I feel like we don't demonstrate healthy expressions of emotion. You know what I'm saying? Healthy communication, et cetera, et cetera. And like you said, downplaying one another, like even like just the way we interact with each other as a culture, right? Like we have this the tough love thing, right? We have the backhanded compliments like, hey,
Right.
Freezy, you my brother with your big head ass. Like we you know what I'm saying? Like we do shit like that. Like, and I
Yeah,
I
learn
think a
behavior.
lot of that has something to do with it. You gotta go ahead, Hot Sauce.
No, I'm just saying I agree with you. Like at first it was survival, and then that survival became a learning behavior.
But 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 there was a time. Listen, yes, some things we carried over from when our ancestors were in bondage or slavery or whatever. But some of this is just in the modern time. That was it wasn't. This is just. It wasn't always a time where we sort of scolded each other, uh, regardless, because that we just in a place now where we demonstrate the lack of communication between the parent and the children and both parents. And children understand that. They know how to play both parents against each other. But we
I
just don't
just
communicate. We don't engage with our children early enough.
I
There's
disagree.
I mean, you
I
can
disagree.
disagree. However, in whatever city you in America, we don't engage with our children early enough because after the 6 weeks, mothers go back to work. Father, if he's there in the home or whatever, he's working. So the child is pretty much left to learn some things by other people's actions. A lot of times, children learn by what they see also. And if we're not having constant communications, sitting at the dinner table together, talking about life, talking about certain scenarios, helping our children walk through certain things, encouraging them to be smarter, showing them how to be smarter, showing them techniques. And now we got videos we can show. We just don't take the time to do that because a lot of us are claim to just be so busy. And if you do it early enough, anytime there's a situation, you can always have that open line of communication from your son or your daughter to say, hey, if you come into a situation where it may seem confusing or you want to, we've had conversations. They'll remember, children will remember the conversations that you have if we just continuously do it. It's not one or two conversations. It may take 10 conversations because Freezy just want to be so damn active. And me just telling Freezy to sit his ass down all the time ain't a conversation. I might even have to get down on my knees and play with Freezy for a little bit and move around and wrestle him around and then have the conversation over a popsicle or something like, you know, and over time, children start to develop those coping skills. So,
no,
hold on, hot sauce. Hold on. Give me 1 second, hot sauce. Shout out to TBE Trekking. Man, thank you for your $2 super sticker, bro. I appreciate it, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Listen, if everybody out there that's watching, everybody in the chat, if you appreciate this conversation, right? If you appreciate this conversation, support it, man. You know, by sending a super cap, aka super chat, or a cash cap, aka cash out to no cap. $ no cap Freezy. All right, you know, trying to have a meaningful conversation with substance, constructive, man. If you appreciate the conversation, man, support the channel. Go ahead, hot sauce.
I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree because if we looked at how we were raised and how our grandparents were raised, it's not that different, man. I mean, look, I'm Generation X. My grandmother was born in the 30s. She worked as a librarian during Jim Crow while my grandfather was a pastor. And my great grandmother was born a slave. Everybody worked, everybody, like, you know, there was, well, at least where I come from, everybody in the neighborhood worked. Both men and women worked. Kids went to school. Parents really didn't put a lot of effort and time in their children because everybody's working to struggle to pay bills, and then everybody go to church on Sunday. Back in the day, much has not changed, and they still were getting, like, my mom were getting beat, my grandma got beat, and my great grandma definitely got beat because she was born a slave. So, look, at the end of the day, it's still all the same, and like it's learned behavior.
What do you think? What do you think, Ferg?
Well, I've heard stories from both my mother and my father. They said my father said he never got a whooping at all from his parents, and you know he used to tell me the crazy stuff he used to do, but they still never whooped him. And my mama used to tell me how she never got whooped by her parents, but she did have older sisters who sort of disciplined her, but they didn't whoop her. So you know, it's just everybody's different perspective, you know. But my parents wasn't having it. They were like, it's 7 of y'all ain't gonna be out here wilding out. So
shout out to Shannon Duncan, man. Shout out. Oh, here we go.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Shannon Duncan for his $20 cash cap.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate you, man, for your $20 cash cap. Thank you, man. And thank you for expressing that you appreciate the convo. He said, "Dope convo, Big Freezy." Thank you, dog. Thank you. You are the initial and official sponsor of tonight's show. We're 5 hours and almost 5 hours and 30 minutes in. I appreciate you, dog. Also, shout out to Mr. Chacho. Thank you, Chacho. Thank you, Chacho, for your $5 super cap. He said, "For the support, Freezy. For the support." Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. Shout out to you. Thank y'all, both of y'all, man. I appreciate that. Shannon, you're going on the sponsorship board, man. You are the initial and official sponsor of tonight's show. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show is $20 or more. $20 or more, man. Appreciate you. Go ahead. I think it was Hot Sauce about to say something.
No. It was Just Jay.
Oh, Just Jay. Go ahead, Just Jay. I'm sorry.
Where were we? We were still with the spankings.
Yeah. So we was. I think that was still. We were still talking. We was mining out if the role that slavery plays into corporal punishment in modern day times
Right,
and
right,
all that.
right. So I put another article in the back about African Americans most likely to use physical punishment. You know what I'm saying? And y'all could check those out if y'all want to. But yeah, I think it's okay. So right, like think about it. When it comes to certain stuff, like I was saying earlier, right? A lot of times parents will do stuff that makes no sense, right? And I'm just giving examples, right? Say for instance, because y'all know I got a potty mouth, right? Now, say for instance, if my child cussed or said a cuss word, right? Would I look like turning around talking about you better watch your motherfucking mouth? But you know some parents will do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm already the example. I remember one time my oldest, I never forget, he was in diapers. He had a balloon, and the balloon got caught up in the ceiling fan. Freezer, he was sitting in the middle of the living room. I was in the kitchen, and I was just watching him. He didn't see me watching him. He had on this old diaper, run around, no shirt on. He looked
Yeah.
up and down and was trying to figure out how to get the balloon. And he looked up again and he said, "Well, goddamn." He was 2 years old, Freezy. I
No.
ain't even gonna lie. I was in the kitchen laughing. I didn't laugh out loud and I didn't let him see me laughing. But the way he looked up and down like he was trying to figure out how he was finna get this balloon, then he realized he couldn't get it. He said, "Well, goddamn." I was in the kitchen cracking up. He did not hear me laugh or nothing like that. But what do I look like coming out the kitchen, flying out the kitchen? You better watch your goddamn mouth. And you such. Listen, if people gonna be honest, he got it from me. So with that being said, what I look like beating the crap out of my child, and then when he go to school and he slap the fire out of somebody, he get a whooping again for hitting the child. Is he not? Is he not repeating behavior?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not saying that it's that cut and
so
dry,
good.
but
That's
to
so
my whole
good of
point,
you though to point that out though. Real talk.
It's all on behavior.
like what I look like? Oh, what you doing over here slapping fire to these children? Oh, because okay, if I'm sitting here tearing his ass up, every time you turn around, when he go out, and soon as he experience frustration or experience some type of lack of control of a situation, right, or his environment, how is he gonna respond? He gonna respond with physical aggression. So to me, right, and again, I'm not acting like I'm a perfect parent, but in my mind, with what I've learned now, that is what I'm teaching my child. So I would prefer to try to do something different because I need to teach my children how to self-regulate, right? I wasn't taught self-regulation. I wasn't taught a healthy way to express my emotions or my frustrations, right? Like I done said before, how many times was we told who you think you is supposed you who you think you is mad? You don't pay no bills in this house. So we was taught to suppress frustration. We didn't have a healthy relationship with aggression, with anger. We was taught to suppress it. So I prefer with the stuff that I've learned to try to teach my children how to self-regulate better than just lashing out with anger. Again, like I said in the chat, if my child popped me in the face the way that boy did on Dr. Phil, y'all, I don't even know what I do. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I think I'll black out. I don't even know.
You hit a hard
I
too.
ain't even gonna hold you. So all this that I'm talking sounds amazing. I'm just saying I hope that we work on trying to just expand how we deal with stuff. And I think that we limit ourselves when we just choose to go straight to I'm finna beat the shit out of you. I sit down and have a conversation with my kids.
Before hot sauce go, I just want to say quickly, we never even touched on that aspect as far as kids. Is that mirroring, like when a child says or does something that they see from the parent, but they still
get repeated behaviors.
Behavior. They still get an ass whipping for it. And see, this is how the confusion can come in. Go ahead, hot sauce.
Yeah, and what Just Jay said about the renting, man, that got us fucked up. Because, like how, like I pay rent, you got food on your back, clothes on your feet. So that's good enough. But we take that into other relationships. Right? Nigga, you ain't paying the rent.
Facts.
Right? You ain't shit. Nigga, you ain't paying the rent, you ain't shit.
Man, this is so deep, man. Wow.
Right, man, that rent thing got us so fucked up because even in heterosexual relationships, well, that nigga ain't paying rent, so fuck him, right? Or you can't tell me shit until you pay the rent. Who be telling you that? Our parents. You walk around like you pay rent, nigga. Get out my house, right? That rent shit got us all the way fucked up.
Yeah.
Right. You couldn't slam, and don't get me wrong, my children still can't slam no door because I ain't gonna hold you. Somebody slamming doors is triggering to me. You slam that door, I'm coming right behind you so fast. Listen, my son know my Z man, he get mad, he'll ball his lips up, y'all. He be looking like he ready to fight. He'll ball his lips up and he'll take that door. And yes, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday. His eyes big as hell. He said, "Can I slam this door?" I say, "Do you think that's a good choice?" Now I'm looking at like we having a standoff. I say, "Do you think that's a good choice?" No. I say, "Dude, it's about time for a nap." Cause me and him, we both was irritated, right? But I was able to acknowledge I was having a shitty time. You know what I'm saying? And then and guess what? If we honest, our children respond to us. They respond to us. I was having a shitty time, so I got snappy with him, and guess what? He responded, and he started getting snappy, and he started getting agitated. You know what I'm saying? And so if I didn't get a grip of myself and self-regulate, it was only going to continue to escalate. I had to get a grip. You know what I'm saying? And then he was like, I say, "Okay, Z, all right, that's enough. Listen, that's enough. Don't slam that door, whatever." Homeboy say, "I'm mad," and his eyes got so big, y'all. I was laughing on the inside. I said, "It's okay to be mad. That's cool. You can be mad if you want to. You can be mad if you want to." But guess what? We didn't have that luxury of quote unquote being mad. Shit, being mad probably would have got us told off. And again, I didn't get beat a lot. You know what I'm saying? But especially friends I know, being mad would have got their ass whooped. And I didn't express being mad with my parents. You feel me? I stuffed it all down. But guess what, y'all? How that manifested, I became a very emotionally reactive person. You feel me? And so I also had pulled up something about how spanking affects the prefrontal cortex. You know what I'm saying? That deals with executive functioning. Hey, if y'all really want to take it there, that's the part of the brain that's affected with ADHD. Listen, it's bigger than this. You know, it's so much bigger. You know what I'm saying? But it affects all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's great points. Hassad, you was about to say something, or Fur? One of y'all was about to say something.
It just goes back to the communication aspect of it all. You know, what I heard Just Jay said, that her son expressed the fact that he was angry. You don't get that a lot from kids, to express it, like, "I'm mad." And if he was a grown, he probably would have cursed. But the fact that
I'm mad as fuck. You're right.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. The fact that he can express it with his mom in the heated moment, that says a lot. A lot of people just, would have slammed the door anyway and wouldn't have cared about what the rule was. And that's what I'm talking about. The communication is probably one of the most important things from day one. When that baby start walking, you damn near got to talk to him about the wind, the sky. You got to have those conversations, and the best time to have those conversations in times of peace. Everybody at the dinner table, sitting around watching a movie. Stop the movie, explain the movie. What do you think? How do you think you could have did something better if you was in this situation? Those things carry over. It's just like football. You got to practice the play 15 times before you run it right. So it's just like raising kids. Sometimes you got to practice it over and over and over. Because guess what? That kid got the same damn brain you got. Got all the behaviors you got, and the daddy may have, all in one little body, and they trying to figure it out. And then when they don't do it the way we feel they should have did it, now we mad. Now they looking at us like, "Why you hell mad? Shit, you ain't taught me shit." That's what they could, if they could say that. But we know we ain't doing our best to say, "Hey, let's talk through this. This is what, these are my triggers." So these, and this is because I used to talk to a lot of foster kids like, "Well, my mom always do this." Okay. But did you ever think about how she may feel, the fact that you're acting out like that? Well, but she ain't had to, you didn't have to do that either. So it's a give and take thing. And to me, I think for some people who don't get ahead of it, that's why it's important to have the balance of both parents or grandparent or grandfather, uncle, somebody that can sort of balance the information out. Because a boy just may think mama's yelling at me, you know what I'm saying, when he get to a certain age. But at the same time, she's also worried about those behaviors going out into the community. Now, he may not make it home because where he act in house, he can't act outside. So it just comes down to communication, man. We got to have those conversations, especially today. Kids are getting so much information from other places that we could only imagine. And we got to have those conversations in times of peace, man. I think that's some of the best methods, man.
I think
But you know what's interesting? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Freeze.
no, go ahead.
Okay, I think it was. I find it interesting that he was saying that, right? Because that goes back to, the idea of, okay, like, because some people feel like, okay, if I don't instill this in my child, they gonna learn the quote unquote hard way outside. And to me, I don't necessarily equate beating my child with protecting them from the world. I could see how people wrap their mind around it in that way, right? Just like, oh, I'm finna get you right, because if not, the police gonna get you. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. Like my children understand that I have a level of grace that the world would never have for them. Now, my youngest, he probably still, it's still gonna take time for him to fully process that, right? But my oldest know good and well the grace I have for him. I am built to have grace for you as your mother. I'm built to tolerate shit that the world would never tolerate. And my oldest understand that. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like I think, and I know I didn't have to beat him for him to get that message. But like I say, I think that a lot of times we do certain things out of, to me, it's based in fear. It's just simply based in fear. Whether it's fear that I'm gonna lose control of my child, actually minding me and listening to what I'm saying, or fear of some type of undesirable, what I'm saying, outcome. It's based
Mm,
in fear. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. What I was gonna say was that I think the reason why I was mining out the conversation earlier, as far as the nurturing conversation, and even with the subtext with her with the hugging and stuff, we've had prior conversations to where about mental health and men, and why men more so have a problem expressing themselves, crying or letting their emotions out. They have more of a problem, and are more reluctant than women. It was insinuated during that live stream that a lot of it stems from childhood, right? And with me, I just think that it's gonna have to come a time where men break this stereotype where they think that it's soft or too feminine for men to actually hug each other. We it's like we are so afraid of being too close to something that might be deemed homosexual or effeminate, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like it's possible for men to hug each other, for men to hug their boys and all that kind of stuff without it being looked at as soft. Like, just looked at as like that's what men do. You understand what I'm
Facts.
saying? Yeah.
Think about it, Freezy. When a young girl begins to develop, right?
Yeah.
Many times a father will distance themselves, and I'm not saying it's because I think sometimes it could be subconscious, right?
Mm-hmm.
A father will start to distance himself from her when her breasts begin to bud, you know what I'm saying, and she begins to develop, right? It's not a thing that's celebrated or a thing that's embraced. A lot of times it's a thing that's feared. You know what I'm saying? Like how they was talking about the girl getting older and she can't sit on her daddy lap, etc., etc. Okay, once you reach a certain age, I totally get that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, whatever. And that's for a boy or a girl when it comes to certain things. I totally get boundaries, right? But even when you think about, there are some men who have daughters who won't change their daughters' diapers or bathe their daughters. To me, that speaks to, I don't know. I
Well, I'm
think
saying,
that a
why
father,
not? That's your daughter. I mean, what do you
and
have? What?
and that's my thing, because it's a, to me it's a negative connotation that goes with it. And you have some people, oh, don't let no man change your daughter diaper. If that's his child, what I
No, that makes no sense.
if I have to question whether or not you should bathe your own children, to me that's a problem. But I also understand that there are some, like, it's just a negative connotation, and then sometimes men are demonized for certain stuff like that, even when it's nothing. Like, it's not, to me it's just like you said, it's an unhealthy it's just an unhealthy perspective in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, shout out
It's
to
just
Stan.
unhealthy.
I'm gonna let you go first. Shout out to Stan. Stan said, but it was hard to understand if my son didn't want to hug. That's wild.
None
No,
of that was hard to
no, it
understand. I
wasn't.
think that
Yeah.
whole conversation, I got all of that.
No,
I just, that took away from what I was speaking, what I was trying to speak on. I be trying to empower men to really understand, like they, but I don't know. But yeah, it
no.
wasn't on the hug for
What,
me.
to answer your question, it wasn't hard at all. What I just spoke on as far as men's mental health and how it's hard for men to express themselves. That's why I would have a talk with my son to let him know, hey bro, I'm your father. You don't worry about how other people are looking at you. That was the point I was making. You understand what I'm saying? Like that mentality is repeated because men are so self-conscious on how other men or how people will look at them. This is why the repetition of why it's so hard for men to express themselves, it keeps going and going and going. How do you break that? It takes a man to give you reassurance, bro. You're not soft or homosexual if you know what I'm saying? Like, if you hug your father, if you know what I'm saying? Like, the only thing I'm saying is when we had that conversation about mental health, and y'all remember that conversation, it was like 2 Saturdays ago, about men and mental health. A lot of the agreements on the panel was a lot of the reason why men do have a hard time talking about mental health, why they have a hard time crying in front of people, is because it stems from childhood. It stems from childhood and how they was raised. You know what I'm saying? But that's the only point I was making. Yeah. Go ahead, Coach Ferg.
I mean, just to sort of speak on what just they said about fathers and daughters. I have 5 sisters. I had 2 older and 3 younger. And as we all got older, my father and my sister's relationship got a lot closer because my father was a realist. He spoke in realness. He didn't. He used to tell me all the time, boy, don't give a damn about your feelings out in the streets. You worry about your feelings when you come home. Sort of like, we your family. We gonna love you. We gonna help mend those wounds. So
who said that?
That was my father saying that.
Right.
But
yeah, and I agree with that. I agree with that, dog.
I'm just saying my relationship with my sisters and my father got closer as they got older, because now he's talking to them about boys and how they present themselves and respect for themselves and body and stuff. So he would have a lot of conversations with them. And me and my mother's relationship got closer because now she's telling me about girls and what to look out for. And, you know what I'm saying? So I think it comes to each person's family and parents, because everybody's perspective will be different based off their experience. And when I got those lessons from my mother, I was able to use them when I started getting out and started focusing on girls and all of that. I didn't have issues with girls that may not have liked me if I tried to talk to them.
Right.
If they turned me away, and I wasn't so caught up in, oh, why you don't want to talk to me? But I also learned how to at least approach a female, through the lessons of my mother. You don't have to come to all aggressive. You just be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And try to be funny. You know what I'm saying? So it's just different little nuances that both parents, I think, can bring. But I think today, us modern so-called parents and grown-ups, we worried about what other people think instead of just understanding that when we have children, it's about them first. And then when they get to a like high school, if I still had to whip my son when he got to high school, I would have believed that I had failed as a parent. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Because I should have gave him so many lessons and conversations, regardless of how he felt in those moments. If you have them repeatedly, especially when you're sitting at the dinner table, because I don't think a lot of us sit at the dinner table and have these open conversations with all the children, because the younger ones can learn from the older ones, and you just mind those things out. So when they get in space, they are going to make the best decision to say, you know what? My parents told me this, so this is how I can do it. And granted, you know what I'm saying, kids are going to be kids, teenagers are going to be teenagers, but at least they have the understanding to say, let me try to make the best decision in that moment. So, everybody's different, man. We've seen a lot of this over the years, man, where we don't really have those conversations. And, we all got children that's growing up, but they seem to be lacking a whole lot more than we did when it just comes to having social skills with their peers. That's the biggest thing, with their peers. Because we all, hindsight is 2020. We all know the shit now, but we ain't know it as teenagers. But now there's more avenues to get the information. You don't have to get it from your parents directly. You can get it from others in the community. This is my last thing. I used to learn on what not to do by watching other people. I wouldn't go put myself through some shit. I saw them going through some. I'm like, oh no, I ain't stepping no with that.
Yeah.
Because I learned from watching them, and that sort of just kept me in a safe space. So yeah, just had a conversation, man. It'll do wonders for you and your child. So
man, this been a wonderful conversation within itself. I'm gonna get y'all final thoughts. I don't. Just Jay, you came off mute. You was about to say something, or whatever you gonna say. Just add your final thoughts in with it.
Okay, so you say y'all had a live a couple Saturdays ago about men's mental health. When I
Yeah.
had my channel during Men's Mental Health Month, you know what I'm saying? I share information, et cetera, et cetera. I think that generally speaking, men have a hard time expressing their emotions. And I think people in general have a hard time expressing their emotions on a healthy level, right? But when it comes to men just expressing their emotions in general, I think society plays a big part in that, right? Like men are expected to be the ones to quote unquote fix things, the ones to keep it together, generally speaking. You know what I'm saying? They the ones that got to hold everything together. So for them to express any type of emotion other than quote unquote being stoic, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, is considered some type of weakness. There are even women who have a hard time with men expressing emotion and will look at the men as less than men for expressing emotion. You know what I'm saying? So I think societal pressures play a huge part in that. I think that men are more what's the word? Okay, so with some of my experiences out in the community, right? Even when you think about, for example, like men being homeless, like the disparity between women and men being homeless is a huge gap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of times when men go through stuff, men are expected to figure it out, right? Because men are the quote unquote problem solvers. Men are the logic ones. And all the talking points, right? With
Right.
that being said, here comes the issue. Men need a support system too. But men are expected to figure it out. Men are expected to have the answers, and when they don't have someone, not necessarily, well, I would say lean on, for lack of better terms, right? When they don't have a healthy support system, to me, it just suppresses. So when men go around acting like they stoic, that be sounding cute to me. And some dudes are actually stoic, but a lot of these dudes, to me, are not stoic. They're suppressed, and this is why they be punching holes in the wall. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, when it comes down to the talking points, and not the talking points, when it comes to the topic, you know what I'm saying, in regards to children, like I said, I'm not strongly for or strongly against. I just would like us to continue to be open to different ways of doing things and really understanding the root of a lot of behaviors that we exhibit in I'll keep it specific to the black community here in America. I think we should just be a lot more open to doing things in a different way, you know what I'm saying? And that requires us to work on ourselves, you know what I'm saying? Because it's about repeated behaviors, it's about behavior patterns, aka generational curses or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So we could look more into epigenetics, we could look more into early childhood development, understanding how the brain develops, understanding plasticity, you know what I'm saying? And that could just help us be present a lot more for our children in a healthier way, in my opinion. With that being said, I appreciate you, Freezy. Shout out to the panel, shout out to the chat, and thank you for having me.
Shout out to you, Just Jay. Thank you so much. Always,
Absolutely.
always. Yeah.
Absolutely. Y'all be well. Good
Okay,
night.
Sid. Ferg, what's your final thoughts, bro?
I mean, again, always a great conversation, man. I like these thought-provoking adult conversations. Salute to Just Jay for always thinking like me and not trolling me today in the chat. But this is just a good, to me, I look at it like, again, like a huddle, man. To everybody got a small child, man, regardless, man, when they going out to school, hug they little slow ass. Just give them a hug and don't even tell them why you hugging them. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of how you feel, just give them a hug, man. That goes a long way within their school day.
Yeah,
tell
that's
them you
real.
can't wait. Tell them you can't wait till they get back home. They be so excited all day. You know what I'm saying? So this is a unique spot that we in, man. Because we can see that without the love and support of the parents, we see what the children are doing outside in the community. It's a lot of degenerate behaviors running around. So regardless of if the father's there or not, or the both parents are there, have the conversation with our children. Please just have the conversation daily. Ask them how they feel. Ask them what they think when you see certain scenarios, certain situations. They have an answer. It may not be the best answer, but they have an answer. And if they're not sure, you are the one that can mine those things out, help them come to a better understanding. So, listen, hey, man, I just appreciate this type of stuff, man, because I spent years working in this and had to go into these homes and talk with these parents who may needed the resources to just be in a better headspace, man. Parents, use the resources that are out in the social media space, on the internet, wherever you can get some information on how to be a better parent for your child. That's what you focus on. Have open communication with the other parent, regardless of how you feel about him or her breaking your heart. The child is the mission. The child comes first. And if you can provide them children with the support, just show up just because. And that goes a long way, man, because we see what's going on, man. So, yeah, man, I can do this all day, even in my sleep, man. But salute to you, man. Salute to everybody, man. Yeah, man, let's love our children, man. Let's love our black children, man, so they can grow up and be ugly just like Coach Ferg, man. For real.
Shout out to Coach Ferg. Coach Ferg, you was a perfect person to have this conversation with, as much as you work with the youth and your background and and I appreciate you for coming up and contributing like you always do, dog. Thank you, man.
I appreciate you, man.
All right. Listen, it's been a great conversation, y'all. Great turnout for this type of conversation. Great turnout. What y'all think? I think it was successful. Shout out to Stanley for coming through. Big shout out to Stanley. I think Stanley was the first one to hit the link. Shout out to Lore ADS. Urban, thank you. Shout out to my sister Just J. Hot Sauce. Also shout out to Chucker Yale. Shout out to Coach Ferg. Shout out to everybody that hit the link, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. This was a great conversation. Great conversation, man. And the good thing about it is, if people want to reference some things that was said on this live stream, they could always play it back. Because listen, let's just be honest. We have a lot of things to mine out in families and how these kids are being raised. Nobody's perfect. I just want to put that out there. Nobody's perfect, right? But we can all accept some type of ways on how we can actually improve how we deal with our kids. We don't know it all, man. Listen, there's no blueprint book that actually comes with raising kids. I don't think there's like a handbook, like a raising your kid handbook. I don't even think, is it a raising your kids handbook? I think, everybody has different personalities. There are different nuances, and we can improve households by having these type of conversations. That's why I was happy that, that's why I felt it necessary to have this conversation tonight. And I'm very happy with the turnout, man. It was a successful conversation. It made me feel good to know that we're capable of having these type of conversations. It ain't about mess. It ain't about just drama and mess. No, we doing a good work over here. We're doing a great work over here, man. And shout out to everybody that actually stayed this long and been listening to the conversation, man. Just Jay said, if it is, I didn't get a handbook. Definitely ain't perfect over here. Real talk. Ain't nobody perfect. Yeah. But shout out to everybody that contributed to tonight's show, man. Shout out to I think we got 1 cash cap tonight. And we got 4 super chats. If anybody is compelled to support the live stream before we end it, I would appreciate it. You can send it now or before the live stream ends. I'm definitely going to acknowledge your contribution. It's time for the benediction, y'all. Let me see. So this is from Luke 15. All right. This is from Luke 15. Right here. Luke 15 and 20. Right here. This is talking about a father's love for his son, right? And it says, and he arose and came to his father. And he arose and came to his father. So what is this story about? What is this story about? So this story is about let me see. This story is about the prodigal son. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all heard of the prodigal son that left his home and defied his father and left his home. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all heard of the prodigal son. As a matter of fact, do I need to just read the whole thing? Yeah, let me read the whole thing. Let me just go to the whole thing. Let me see. Shout out to Nicole. Nicole said she knows the story of the prodigal son. So let me read the story of the prodigal son. Right here. Right? This is Luke 15. And we're going to start with verse 11. Right? We're going to start with verse 11, from verse 11 to 15. Right? Verse 11 says, and he said, a certain man had 2 sons. And the younger of them said to his father, Father, give me the portion of goods that falleth to me. And he divided unto them his living. So the prodigal son asked his father to give me my portion. So the father gave his one of his sons his portion. Right? Like, I guess it was money. Or whatever his portion was. And then verse 13 says, and not many days after, the younger son gathered all together and took his journey into a far country, and there wasted his substance with riotous living. So the son defied his father and left with his portion and just went to partying and doing riotous living. He was partying and living carelessly, right? Verse 14 says, and when he had spent all of his money, there arose a mighty famine in that land, and he began to be in want. So this son that left home and wanted to be grown, he starved. He spent all his money and he was starving. And then 15 says, and he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country, and he sent him into his fields to feed swine. So he went and joined himself and made him a citizen of wherever he went to, that country wherever he went to, and he sent into him his fields to feed swine. And then what does he say? What does it say he did over there with the pigs? That with the pigs. Verse 16. And he would fain have filled his belly with the husks that the swine did eat, and no man gave unto him. So the son was broke, and he ended up eating The same things the pigs were eating in that country that he traveled to. Verse 17. And when he came to himself, he said, how many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger? So he was like, dang, I'm over here hungry, starving, and the servants, his father's servants, is eating better than him. So he thought about that. So then he said, I will arise and go back to my father and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee. So he decided to go back to his father. Right? Verse 19. And am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me as one of thy hired servants. So he was so desperate to get back in his father's good graces, he was ready to go back as a servant, not even as a son, an heir to his father. He was so hungry, he would accept just going back to his father as a servant. Verse 20, right here, the last verse. And I need y'all to pay attention to this last verse because this is very important. And he arose and came to his father. But when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him. So his father seen him from a far distance coming back home. And what did his father do? It reads, and his father had compassion and ran up to his son and fell on his neck. What does that mean? He hugged him. Even though his son defied him, when he seen his son from a distance, he ran up to his son, met him, and hugged him and kissed him. That's the story of the prodigal son.
No captivity.
So don't think it's soft to hug your son or even kiss your son on the cheek. Right? I think all of us need this. We need this, this conversation because there's a lot of stereotypes, and I just think that we would do so much better as a community if we break those stereotypes, right? I just want to say I love y'all. Just Jay so crazy. Listen, I just want to say I love y'all, and shout out to everybody that contributed to tonight's show. Shout out to the first contribution on the first super cap of tonight was Mo Love. Thank you for your $5 super cap, Mo Love. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Shout out to Antoine. I think I read Antoine's $5 super cap. He said the one thing that tends to put fear in a child's mind is wait till your father gets home. I read that earlier, right? I thought I did. Shout out to you, Antoine. Thank you, bro. The one thing that tends to put fear in a child's mind is wait till your father gets home. If I didn't read it, Antoine, please forgive me. I thought I read it, but maybe I didn't. I'm sorry, Antoine, but shout out to you for your $5 super cap, man.
No captivity.
Shout out to Chacho for his $5 super cap. I appreciate you, bro.
No captivity.
And shout out to TBE Trekking for his super sticker. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. Last but not least, shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show, Shannon Duncan.
No captivity.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you for your $20 cash cap. I appreciate you, bro. Let me show the cash cap too. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you for your $20 cash cap. Once again, he said, "Dope convo, Big Freezy. Dope convo." Thank you, bro. Thank you for your for the sponsorship. Thank you for being the initial sponsor and official sponsor of tonight's show. Thank you so much, man. Once again, Shannon Duncan, man. Flashing on the sponsorship board. There we go. Shout out to Shannon Duncan, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you so much, bro. Yo, we about to get up out of here. I love y'all. Yeah, love y'all, man. And listen, we will be back. We should be back later on tonight. It's Tuesday night. We should be back later on tonight. I love y'all. I'm gonna get up out of here. I always wish y'all the best. I'm happy that this was a successful live stream. Usually, especially in this space, you know, it's not a popular, you know, subject matters like these are not popular, but y'all know I stress the kids, you know what I'm saying? I love the kids and I got a passion for it, you know? And all of this ties in with parenting, you know, the mothers and the fathers, you know? So I love all y'all, man. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. If you're willing to share this live stream to somebody who needs it. Share this live stream. We got 29 people. Still got 29 people watching. Share this live stream to somebody who needs it, who's having problem with share it to somebody who's having who you know is having problems with their kids. Just share it. Do your good deed. You know what I'm saying, for the day. Just share the live stream. Oh, you did, Shannon? Thank you, man. Oh, man. Shout out to Shannon, man. Thank you, bro. Shout out to Shannon, man. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, dog. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, bro.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to Shannon for another additional $10, man. On top of the 20, which still makes him the official sponsor of tonight's show. Shannon said, keep up the good work, Freezy. Life-changing conversations.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, dog. You get it. Shannon gets it, man. Shannon gets it, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Yeah, y'all share this live stream. Anybody that we feel like needs it, man. Let me change the there we go. It's $30 now. There we go. It's flashing. There we go. Shout out to Shannon Duncan, man. $30, man, total for him being the official sponsor of tonight's show. I really appreciate it, man. And I don't say that lightly. Thank you. Thank you. We will be back later on tonight. We should be. I love y'all. We about to get up out of here. Shannon said it's tax season. Everybody eats, B. Let me give you another. Hold on. Let me get.
I'm at the club.
Shout out to Shannon. That's right. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, man. I mean, what can I say? Support platforms like this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Real talk. And like I said, share it to anybody that you feel like needs it. You know, it might be a sister, brother, mother. It might be a mother, a father, right? We covered all dynamics tonight. It might be an uncle, auntie, school teacher, right? Principal, whoever, a homeboy, a homegirl, friend, best friend. It don't matter. Right? Spouse. It don't matter. I appreciate y'all. And I wish whoever shares the live stream and has shared the live stream, I wish you $11 million in your life. Believe it and receive it, man. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to the 71 people that hit that like button. I wish you $4 million in your life. Believe it and receive it. We didn't get one dislike. Obviously, everybody approved of this live stream. I appreciate you. Once again, shout out to everybody that joined the panel. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here. Thank y'all. Love y'all. Let's get it.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude.
Unlock the future of branding while outpacing your competition. Dive into the digital realm, transforming raw footage into video epics. Our editors redefine storytelling. At Prime Your Logos, where pixels become portals. Prime Your Logos. Unleash the unseen. Your brand amplified. Visit us at Prime Your Logos on Instagram. Or call 704-792-6345. That's 704-792-6345. Prime your brand. Prime your logos, where artistry transcends reality.
No Cap-tivity.
Freezy.